be live, hopefully. Hopefully, are we live? Are we live? I don't know. Well, hopefully we're live. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We've got a pretty exciting one here. We get Demise format locals, and also later, after the Demise locals, we're going to be having the format library zombie tournament. So that should be a lot of fun. I just need to go in here, edit some information going on, because I stream with Restream, and Restream, what it does is it allows me to stream to both YouTube and Twitch, which is very, very convenient. I do like that a lot. But I've not been able to figure out how to actually make it allow me to edit the stream information before I actually go live. So I basically have to quickly scramble to get all this information up for the stream. But I mean, it should still be fun. So I'm just putting all this in here, all the information. And yeah, there we go. Okay, that should be good on the YouTube side of things. So yeah, happy to do it. And it looks like we got people joining up at the final hour, the 0 hour. If you still want to join the locals, there is still time. So definitely get started with that. We got 9 people in the bracket, as you can see here. But it should still be open for people to join if they want to. So yeah, stop on by. That's what I like to say. I'll share the link to relevant places now. But yeah, so we're going to be holding a Demise locals today. And then after that at 3 p.m. EST, there's going to be a zombie tournament. And I might, sort of stop the stream and then restart the stream. But I figure I'll stream all the way through, because I figure this locals will probably, it probably won't take like too long, hopefully. Starting at 1 to sort of hopefully allow for, allow for some time for the tournament beforehand. But we'll have to see if it actually works out as planned. If it doesn't work out as planned, hopefully it doesn't sort of hamper the ability of people to join the zombie tournament on Format Library. But we'll have to see. But yeah, things are looking good now. Looking good. Okay, I like that. So yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna give a little bit more time for people to join up, because one person has basically stated in the locals chat that they're planning on joining. They're just finishing up the side. So I'll give them time to join. And yeah. And then after that, when they join, I'm probably gonna start the event. So I'll just notify people. But yeah, I mean, 9 is not bad. I mean, we're getting 10 minimum here, and that is not bad for a locals event like this. So I'm pretty happy with that. Should be a good event. And this will also be fun just to sort of see what people are bringing, what people are thinking about bringing for the monthly event. And yeah. Okay, it looks like that's the last person. Yeah, so let me just start it all. I need to first change the settings of the event to be unranked, because in these locals, if people want to bring a, sort of fun deck that may not be able to win a full event, I want to allow them to be able to do that. So yeah, let's get this party started. We're going to start the locals there. And we're going to shuffle up the seeds, because this is a locals, so might as well. And there we go. We've got our event here. So we've got our matchups. We've got Dueling Book open as well. It, kicked me out because I sort of had it on the side there for a bit. But, we're back into it now, and we can get into some of these games. So if you don't know what Demise format is, by the way, Demise format is the format held in April of 2007 at SJC Anaheim of that year. And it was a fun event. Demise OTK won, which was a deck that basically used advanced ritual art to summon out Demise King of Armageddon by sending normal insects to your graveyard, and then you'd banish those insects for a Doom Dozer, which is a 2800 guy, after you've cleared the board with Demise, and then you get in for massive damage. So, pretty neat deck. Now, of course, in revisiting the format, people have sort of figured out that it might not be the best thing that you can be doing in this format, even though it did win the original event. And there are potentially other things you can do, like T-Hero is a very good deck. DDT is a very good deck, Diamond Dude Turbo. Both decks using the Hero Engine. I mean, the Hero Engine is very strong, so decks using the Hero Engine are going to be very strong. I mean, I showed off a Monarch deck recently on the channel that used the Hero Engine to great effect. So, yeah. Anyways, we're going in. Helios-Trident is starting here. These are two locals titans here. Both have played in a fair share of locals. We had Helios-Trident opening with that Stratos there, searching out a hero from deck. I mean, about as good an opening as you can get. Searching out a Mally, so this might mean that they've got a D-draw. It could mean that they've just got a discard trap. No, there's the D-draw. So D-draw, pitching Mally, drawing 2. I mean, that's very, very good. If they want to this turn, they could potentially banish the Mally, potentially set up a crush card play if they got really lucky here with their opener. But it looks like they're just going to set 1 and pass. So it seems like they're not going for that crush card. So, if you're Dumbstruck, you're probably breathing a sigh of relief at that. Because, I mean, crush card first turn is just brutal. Coffee Ear is going to be pretty good for Dumbstruck as well, though. Being able to rip a card out of that hand there. Getting a peek at what Helios-Trident's working with here as well. For some reason, Coffee's still in this format. I don't know why they took so long to ban it. You'd think that hand rips like this would be deleterious to the game. But, they were like, no, this card's fine. It's a 1-for-1, right? But the info is what really matters off this card. So apparently it's a tough choice, though, for Dumbstruck here. A lot of potential good options. So that's always one of the most interesting things about Comfy is when you have these choices where you're like, oh, what do I actually take here? What do I do? This hand is a bit more complicated than I was potentially anticipating. So they are going to take that one, it seems like. So taking the Snatch Shield, I mean, that's a pretty good one. Leaving a Sidra, a Reaper, and Double Trooper. And that is a pretty good hand there for Helio, but it also is very normal summon heavy. I mean, you've got Sidra, of course. But outside of that, it's a bit awkward. TT is going to be a good guard to hit with that heavy. Going for a Rhoda here as well. I mean, firing the heavy there makes sense because Helios-Trident doesn't have any other background stuff. And it looks like Dumbstruck is going for a... Oh, okay, they searched out Stratos, but they wanted to do the Trooper. So that makes sense because they wanted to get the Stratos out of the deck, prevent it from being milled with the Trooper. But they milled 3 there, milling Phoenix Wing, MST, and Destiny Draw. So unfortunate to mill that Destiny Draw when you probably wanted it in hand. But I think this makes sense overall. So that Stratos is going to be gone, but, we know the Helios-Trident has the Sidra, has a Reaper potentially if they want to rip a card out of hand. They've got another Trooper if they want to just prioritize more damage. They've got a lot of different options here, so we'll have to see exactly what they do. But I think either way, you want to commit the Sidra this turn because damage matters a lot in this format. Even if you're facing a deck that is not Demise OTK, like Demise OTK needs that 2,000 life points to actually blow up the board. But even if you're facing a deck like, in this mirror match, it seems like a mirror match, at least to me. Even though they're playing versions of T-Hero or something like that. But if you're in this matchup too, like, it's just a very, very aggressive matchup. And so you want to be able to get in, rip things out of hand, get in for damage, things like that. So they're going to rip that Stratos. Oh, that is a brutal hit. Yeah, very, very good. And it seems like they're going to set 1. So we know the hand exactly is card Troopers. It's all Troopers all the way down. D-draw here, so you didn't even need that Stratos to search out something. Going for the D-draw, pitching a Discommander. I mean, that's a pretty good card to pitch, especially if you draw into a pre-mat or if you've got a call set up for this. And there's the pre-mat. But MST to take out that pre-mat. I mean, that is... Yeah, Helios-Trident needed that because drawing 2 off that would be very brutal. Yeah, Dumbstruck checking that graveyard, seeing what they got in there. Now, there are no Chaos Monsters in this format, so, no sort of light and dark management in graveyard. The closest thing to a Chaos Monster in this format is Doom Dozer. So, yeah, Heavy Storm on the back row as well, and that's going to be lethal damage, actually, unless there's a Karibo in hand, because Trooper is 1,900, so that's 4,000 plus 300. So, yeah, that's going to do it. So, yeah, I think potentially Dumbstruck could have waited for the mills just to get a little bit more information about what Helios-Trident's doing. But, I mean, it's a micro advantage, right? Like, if you see a person on this style of deck, you know relatively what they're on, right? Like, you don't necessarily need to see, Trooper Valley whatever, you know. I guess, like, maybe you could check if they're on machine dupe. Like, there's potential, like, one of cards that could get milled, like limit removal, for instance. Like, is Helios Shrine on limit removal? Are they playing at that sort of OTK potential there? Like, we don't necessarily know, and maybe the card would reveal that. But ultimately, it is a sort of micro advantage there, in my opinion. But anyways, we're going to be looking at another game here. We got Soul versus Jimbo. I mean, that game's already wrapped up. Okay, we're going to be diving in to another one. I like to sort of jump around to see what people are playing, because these are single elimination events. So, whoa, wowza, Arsenal Bug. That is a wild card to see here. Oh, wow. So it seems like Ketcha is on insects of some sort. Are they on Demise stuff as well? We don't know. But, you know, this is definitely crazy stuff here. It looks like Clemens is on a bit of a machine package here. And a good thing that they had the heavy, or else that ring would have just ended the game for them. Ringing that turtle would have been very good. But Clemens asking if standby phase is okay, so this means they might have a Jinzo in hand, and there's the Jinzo indeed. Jinzo attacking in for 2,400, and seems not good for Ketcha. I mean, there are some draws that do it, but it is definitely a tricky game state, and yep, that is going to do it for them. So yeah, cool to see Insect almost take one there. That was kind of wild. Anyway, let's see if Soul and Jim Bob are back in it. Looks like they're still not back in it. They're still in the siding process, so we'll jump into them later. Do we have any other matches going on right now? Nope, it is just these. Oh, no, we've got Clody versus Lalo as well should be going on. So where is Clody versus Lalo? Have they started yet? Oh, there it is. Yeah, they have started. Okay, it seems like Lalo is on Demise OTK, and it seems like Clody is on DDT deck. So, you know, happy to see the DDT representation here, because DDT is a cool deck in this format. It's a very good deck. But, you know, there's debate about, like, whether it's better than, like, T-Hero, right? Now, one of the powerful things about DDT is that in this format, you've got access to 3 Magical Stone Excavation, which does change in Trooper format. They'd limit that card to 1. So, you know, DDT potentially can be a better deck here, but unfortunately, it looks like it's probably going to fall to the Demise OTK deck. And there are chances for Khabib Bolani to come back from this, but it is definitely a rough spot to be in. I mean, Lightning Vortex could definitely help here, but then you've got to wonder about, like, what follow-up Khabib Bolani has here. And if we check the graveyard, yeah, 2 Vortexes are gone. There are 3 in the format, so there's potentially something there. Not using the dasher effect in draw as well, so they might not have drawn a monster, or they didn't necessarily draw a monster that they wanted to use there. They're going to go for Snatch on the Metal Armored Bug. That's going to get responded to with a ring, and that might dip. That's the end of the game. So seems like the Demise OTK deck has taken a W there. But, you know, there's still 2 more games in that match to go through. But it seems like Jim Bob versus Soul are back now. Seems like Soul is on a bit of a hero strategy here. Jim Bob on what seems to be a Demise OTK strategy, most likely. I mean, there are chances for other ritual decks in this format. I believe in one of my past videos, I faced off against Hoy, was on like a Relinquished deck, which is very, very neat, using advanced ritual art to send things like Oppressed People and DD Trainer, just level 1 cards that you can send off that to bring out a Relinquished and suck up your opponent's stuff. That was a very, very cool take on the deck. People have also been talking about experimenting with things like Lycanthrope and Cuchulainn the Awakened, which are 2 new ritual cards that came out in the set that are kind of meant to pair with normal monsters. Lycanthrope deals burn damage based on how many normal monsters are in your graveyard, and Cuchulainn can, like, boost its attack by banishing normal monsters from your graveyard. But unfortunately, it's like there's not really much reason to play those compared to, you know, just the Demise OTK. So those don't really see much play. I probably won't feature them on the channel. But it is still good to know. Okay, it seems like the Demise comes down first, then the Senju to search out a Demise, deck then a little bit more. Also, if they've got another ARA in hand, they could potentially go for another Demise. But they're just going to banish 2 insects for a Doom Dozer here. That's going to be a lot of damage. I don't think it's enough to kill, but it is quite a bit. Well, you know, it definitely won't be enough to kill if it's just 14, 24, and 28. But, yeah. I'm doing pretty good, Indy. You know, glad to be streaming here. I'm buckling in for a bit of a long stream because after this, we got the zombie tournament coming up on Format Library, so that should be a lot of fun. But all things told, I'm doing pretty good. But how are you doing, Indy? You're playing an ARAM game. What is an ARAM game? I don't quite recognize the acronym there, or initialism. I can never tell which one is which. But Yeah, Doom Dozer just mills 1 card, and seems like Soul is playing a Demise deck as well. That's very neat. Yeah, and Jim Mob's going to pass back. I mean, now they're below the Demise threshold, so Demise just a 2400 beat stick here. But cool to see a combination of Heroes and Demise. I mean, that's very neat. Whether it'll be enough to come back from this situation is something to sort of, question. But they're going to try their best here at least. They're going to go for a Manju, searching out probably an ARA because the top card of the deck was Demise, and they didn't shuffle that. So Demise for the, or ARA for the Demise. And they're going to send a Sparkman and a Clayman. So that explains what's going on here. Because now, Miracle Fusioned online, so you can go into a Thunder Giant. So very, very cool stuff there. Going for a Metamorphosis as well to go into a Cyber Twin potentially. That's pretty good. Going into Gatling instead of Cyber Twin. This makes some sense because Cyber Twin cannot clear the Doom Dozer on its own. So as long as you hit 1 head, you're able to clear that Doom Dozer. And that's going to be 1 head, 1 tail, and 1 head. So this can pop both the Doom Dozer and the Demise there. They've got Miracle Fusion on top of this. That's pretty good. But it looks like they're just going to attack in for 12 and 14. That's still pretty good. You're dropping the Demise player down to 3K, which is close to their 2,000 life point threshold. And you've got Gatling Dragon, which is very annoying to deal with. But we'll have to see if it's enough. A League of Legends game mode. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I've not played League, and I don't really have an intention to play League because, I mean, I've heard it sucks up your life a bit. And so, I don't necessarily have the time for that right now. Advanced Ritual Art for the Demise that they searched off Senju last turn. And that should do it probably, unless Soul is playing Karibos, which I assume they're not playing Karibos. So they're going to go for Demise here. And, yep, that's paying 2K. And, yeah, that's going to do it for that one. So let's dive in to another match here. I want to show off Lalo versus Gabibo Balani because I do think that DDT is a very interesting deck here. A very good deck in this format, so I want to just highlight it as much as I can. Because I don't know. I mean, they are down a game, so they might not win this one. But, yeah, Metamorphosis is definitely a great card, Colgate. Happy to have you back on the stream here. But, yeah, I mean, people are brewing. People are brewing stuff for this event, and it's always very, very fun to see. So meta also pairs with, like, if you go into a hero fusion, a lot of the hero fusions are good levels to do stuff with. So you can, like, go into a Thunder Giant and then pop your opponent's thing and then meta that into, like, a Cyber Twin or something, which is very, very neat. So, or just go into another Gatling for more removal. But yeah, Soul cooked. Soul is got a very, very spicy deck there. Very, very neat to see. Going for an ARA here. This way they can pop their Gravity Bind with the Demise. So that's why Demise decks occasionally play Floodgates like this, because basically you stop all of your opponent's aggressive pressure, and then when you're ready for your aggressive pressure, you can go for that. But that card will get Colgate, or not Colgate, Gabibo a draw there. But yeah, life happens, Colgate. I mean, yeah, things get busy, things get free, and all we can do is in the free times, do what we want to do in those free times, right? But the busy times happen. Busy times come, and life happens, so no worries about that. But always happy to see when you pop in here for yeah. I mean, yeah, for those who don't know, like, Colgate's one of the OG goats of these DM era formats. Like, they cooked up a lot of stuff, and yeah, so it's very, very cool. But yeah, let's see. League takes a lot of time to learn how to play properly. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, I have very low, I have, like, an addiction problem. not like a serious addiction problem. Like, I'm not addicted to, like, any substances or something like that. But I do get addicted to, like, games and things like that. Like, so I sometimes can't control, how much time I put into it. So the flattery is deserved, Colgate. So, yeah, but going for a Mally here, potentially fueling a Monster Gate, and it looks like they're going to go for a Magical Stone to probably get back that Monster Gate, I would assume. And if they've got Dim Fusing, no, they don't have Dim Fusing Grave. Gate could be kind of weird here, but yeah, you do kind of got to go for it, but it could be weird if you mill your only Dim Fuse and you don't have enough Magical Stones to do stuff with it, then It can be a bit awkward. But hitting a Stratos is not terrible. Probably not what you wanted to hit there. But there are some things you can search out of the deck with that. So, probably a Diamond Dude is what you got left. Yep, there's the Diamond Dude. So, are there... Nope, there's no Phoenix Blades engraved, because otherwise, if you got enough Phoenix Blades, you could potentially buff up that Stratos and hit into the Demise. But, yeah, this is a bit tricky for Gabiba Balandi. I'm not sure if they'll actually be able to come back from this situation. I mean, it depends on what that last card in hand is, but yeah, it's going to be rough. I mean, you could summon out a Diamond Dude and just mill and try and hit a spell that does something here, right? But unfortunately, I mean, I can't imagine what that last card in hand is that helps them out of this situation. You could also keep the Diamond Dude in hand for if you draw into a D-draw, but like, given that there's already 2 D-draws in your grave, I don't think that makes sense. So you probably want to just go for the Diamond Dude and try and mill a spell. But yeah, this is rough stuff. This is rough. I don't know exactly how they're getting out of this. Because then Demise next turn can potentially pop the board and then get in for more damage. Oh, Dim Fuse. Okay, they had it in hand. Okay, so that is very good for them. So actually, they might be able to win the game from this position, honestly. So you go Dim Fuse here, and then do you have Vortex engraved? No Vortex engraved. That is a bit rough. But you could get back a variety of different things here. Could get back Monster Gate. You could get back... Yeah, it looks like they're going to get a Pre-Mat here. So with Pre-Mat, you could potentially bring back Dasher and then tribute off a Mally and buff up its attack a bit. So, yeah. Yeah, 6 Samurais out already. We need your skills to make 6 Sams work. I tried to make a version of 6 Sams. It did not work out. It was a really bad version of 6 Sams. I will be featuring 6 Sams on the channel again. But like, oh, there's something there. You just gotta, we gotta find a way to make it work, because 6 Sams is so cool. I love that archetype so much, especially in its early days before it does like the absurd, like, you know, Shien stuff that it'll eventually do. But this is going to be pretty good, clearing Lalo's board here and also getting in for a fair bit of damage. So you're dropping Lalo down below that 2,000 life point threshold that they need. Actually, this is lethal. Okay, so that does it. Yeah, very cool stuff. India is trying to create a simulator engine for Computer Space, the first arcade game from 1971, so I can play it on PC for my upcoming YouTube project. It's a really simple game, but I've never done coding. Yeah, India's got a very cool YouTube project coming down the pipeline, which is like gaming from zero, which, you know, I think is a really neat idea. So I'm excited to see when that does eventually come out. But yeah, I mean, that's the nature of a lot of decks, right? They're so cool until they become a tiny bit toxic, just a wee bit toxic. Like Fire Kings, you could argue is in a similar boat, or Fire Kings, like very cool deck for a very long time. But then, you know, you pair it with Snake Eyes, and it's a bit much. But I think it's just cool to play with them when they're sort of in this state where, like, there's something there, something you could be doing, something that is like a pretty unique game plan overall. But yeah, okay, looks like we jumped in to see the end of this game. So it seems like Dump Truck was on more of a Monarch strategy here with the Hero Engine, kind of like in my last video there. But unfortunately, it did not quite work out for them against Helio. So Dump Truck will be falling there. Let's jump in to Soul vs. Jim Bob here. Yeah, it seems like Kesha lost their game. So yeah, the Jank Insects fell. Oh, rip the Arsenal Bugs. But still cool that we got to show it on stream for a little bit, you know, so that's pretty fun. But ARA sending 2 insects for a Demise. Looks like we got a Demise off here. Both players on their Demise shenanigans, even if Soul is on the Hero version and Jim Bob's on the Insect version. So, yeah, they did get Mally in rotation, which is pretty good. Also summoning out Sonic Bird there to get an ARA to hand, most likely. I mean, it could also be a contract, but I think ARA is a little bit more consistent here. Oh, they got the Doom Dozer too. No! Oh, that's the end of the game! Oh, rip. Hero Demise has fallen. Oh, they're going for a pre-mat too. Oh, that is rough. That is rough. Yeah, Megamorph and Metamorphosis are not quite going to do it for you there. But, I mean, I guess there is the argument. Wait, actually, if they had that in hand, like, I don't know what the last turn was like, but if they have that in hand, then can't you just go Demise, blow up the board, meta into a Cyber Twin, and then Megamorph that? Because you get in for 56, it goes down to 1400 attack. So not quite lethal. That or the end of the game. That gets you down to 1,000 life points. So yeah, I get not going for that. I guess that's a bit all in. But man, that's rough. That is rough to see. Yeah. They're an argument for doing it though, because like you get them down below the demise threshold there. So yeah, but rough stuff. Okay, it looks like the only game we've actually got going on now is Lala versus Clody, and then the winner of that will actually dive into phase Indy. So that should be good, pretty good. Those arcade games have ROMs you can use in arcade emulators, but the first few years of arcades don't use ROMs because they didn't use a CPU for processing. Instead, they operated using discrete DCLs, DTLs maybe? Diode transistor logic boards. That's really neat. It's always cool seeing the history of computing and just computer technology, and seeing what was around at different points, seeing what sort of fell out of favor, right? So yeah, I've never actually heard of diode transistor logic boards, but that is a very neat piece of gaming history there. And it makes sense because CPUs, like computers, were huge back then. Like huge, not in terms of popularity, but huge as in like size, right? They were big. They could take up rooms. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, it happens, Soul. But that was a very, very cool deck. I'm glad we got to feature it on the channel a bit. Hero Demise is really, really neat. Just pairing it with the Miracle Fusion and stuff like that. So, so cool. So, always cool to see people cook, right? And Soul's one of the best cooks out there. So, yeah. But yeah. I mean, listen, everyone cooks to an extent, but like it takes a true cook to notice a synergy like that between an archetype that people are not really like playing as much, right? Heroes, right? And coming up with a neat new synergy for it. So I'm excited to see how that develops because I think it's really, really cool. But yeah, that is rough about not being able to emulate the first arcade simulator. You'd think that like someone would come up with a way to do that. Well, I guess you're coming up with that now, Indy. So no, I guess you will be the one to do it. But yeah, I mean, I like the idea of the product they're doing. They're doing sort of like a gaming from zero channel. So basically starting at the beginning of video gaming and going through all of it. And like, you know, that like as someone who's going through the entirety of Yu-Gi-Oh! From zero, right? Like that idea appeals to me. Like I just really like the idea of like going from the very beginning of a thing and seeing how it develops over time. So I think that's really cool. And yeah, hopefully you can figure out how to get those emulators up and running because once you get those emulators up, you know, if you're willing to send them to someone, I might be down to play as well because you know I'd like to follow along at home, you know, and try and play some of these old games as well. But yeah, that's rough. Yeah, I mean, something you could potentially do is you know, sometimes people sort of like you know, there are plenty of coders online who are looking for potential work. We're like, yeah, sure, I'll do this project for you. You know, it costs money, which is unfortunate. But yeah, yep, and that will be it. So yeah, that is enough damage to kill there, and it seems like Clody is. I mean, they got Jinzo up, so no Mirror Force or anything like that. But yeah, very cool to see DDT moving on. So I'm happy to see it move on because DDT is sort of like one of the things that you can play in this format that is uniquely powerful in that regard compared to how it is later. But yeah, I'm going to just I'm gonna manual the Jim Bob versus Soul game because that wasn't reported there. So just get the bracket moving along. Okay, there we go. And so now we've got a game between Clive and Jim Bob, and we've got a game between Indy and Clody. So those should be going up very soon. I'm not sure when Challenge updates, but okay, there we go. We got Jim Bob versus Zawirldo Dark Arm God, who's Clive here. It seems like Jim Bob won that first game pretty quickly. We've also got, okay, it seems like the Indy versus Clody game is not going on, so we'll just focus on this one for now. Yeah, I'm just checking to make sure. Yeah. Ooh, for about 10 to 15, that's rough. But I mean, the nice thing is that doing this will like, teach you a skill that is a very unique skill and a very interesting skill too. So, yeah, that's part of the nice thing. Like, I sort of, I didn't have to code anything, but like, in making this YouTube channel, I had to learn how to like edit videos and do stuff like that. I'm not the best at it, right? But at least I've got another skill under my belt and a neat sort of little skill that I can use here. So that's one of the advantages to doing content creation. You get to learn new things. It's always neat doing that sort of thing. But yeah. Oh, 6. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely watch that. I mean, we've only got 2 matches going on at this time right now. It's just you and Clody and Jim Bob and Zerworldo. And so I'll be jumping back and forth between them. I want to see some 6am spice because 6ams are very, very cool. And I need more ideas on how to build it because I want to do one more 6am video before I wrap up the Demise format. And like, I don't know. I'm kind of like, how exactly do I build this deck? It's a deck that has a lot of promise, a deck that a lot of people like, and I don't want to do it a disservice, Is Zerworldo ending their turn? I don't know why they're hovering in end phase here. Anyway, let's dive into... I guess let's just dive into the other game going on here, if it's going on. There it is. Yeah. Let's see that 6am spice. I wanna see how the 6ams do. Okay, DB got bugged apparently. So maybe that was what was going on in the other game there. Okay, looks like we've got Gabiba Balandi going second here. So you have my Darkness going first. Either going to be a 6am and Grandmaster coming down in first turn. I mean, maybe not. You may not want to necessarily commit everything first turn, but like it would be cool to see the combo happen. Okay, Trooper coming down. So Trooper can mill some... Oh, let's go. You got those Troop Dupe. Chimera locals, probably not soon. Unfortunately, like the way I structure the locals is like if there's an upcoming tournament that's being held on the YGO from Zero Discord server, I do like 2 locals in advance for that format. So for instance, Demise format, I had a Demise locals last week and Demise locals this week because we've got a big monthly tournament happening tomorrow on the YGO from Zero Discord server. So if you want to play in that, head on over there. But in like outside of those, what I do is I've got like a timeline that I'm going through and we're just going through in order as the formats progress. And right now, like last time we had a GOAT locals, I believe. So after that, we'll be doing like a cyber format locals, and then we'll be doing some more early GX locals. So it'll be a little bit until we get to a Chimera Tech locals, unfortunately. But if people are interested in that, I can try doing some things. Like maybe we have more than 1 locals a week or something like that. I'm not sure if I could support that as much, but I can try and figure out a way to get my schedule like that if people really do want it. But yeah, I mean, I know that the Chimera Tech Discord server is planning on having an event at some point. I think they're planning on having it like next month, I believe, because basically the people who run the Chimera Tech Discord server also run the Chaos Corner Discord server, and Chaos is having an event happening very soon. So they're focusing on that right now, but then after that wraps up, they're going to be doing a Chimera event. I agree 100%. Like Chimera Tech is so close to getting there, right? It's such a cool format. People really do like it. I like it as well. And I think it is maybe the peak of the GX era in terms of formats because it doesn't really have any of the BS surrounding the other formats, right? Like you've got Crush Card after Chimera Tech format, and then you get Stein before it. And it's just like, Chimera Tech is this oasis of goodness, right? But the issue, and this is what I always say, with all the formats that I cover, is that what I do on the channel is sort of just like breadth and not depth. I mean, I do try and get some depth in there for however much I can, right? Like I show off a bunch of different decks in every format that I cover. Just trying to sort of show what you can do in the format. But at the end of the day, the structure of my channel is that we're just moving on, right? We keep moving on. So that way we can discover things like Chimera Tech format and then promote it to more people. So the hope is that when I move on from a format, people who like the format will sort of, coalesce around it and like promote it more and get it doing these things that will then get out to even more people. But yeah, that doesn't always happen. Especially even with like some of my favorite formats out there. Like I really like Yada format, for instance, and no one's really done anything with the Yada format since I covered it, and that makes me sad. Like it would be great if people did like Yada format more, right? And played more of it. But at the end of the day, like because I'm covering, because I just have to keep moving forward. I can't go back and then become like a Yada tuber, right? Where I just do Yada content all the time, or Warrior tuber, where I do Warrior content all the time, stuff like that. So it's rough. And I know this sounds like just sort of like an excuse, because it is kind of like partly an excuse, but it's also just the reality of the situation where like, I can only do so much. Yeah. But I do hope that people really do dive into it more. And yeah, I mean, again, in the future, if people do want to sort of, yeah, let's throw Yada a bone. Exactly. I love Yada. We got to get people playing that again. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. But yeah, I mean, people are going to play what they want to play, right? A lot of people coalesced around Fiber, which is like right before Yada, which is similar to Yada, but like different in some key ways. And so I get why, people aren't necessarily playing Yada as much when they're just playing Fiber instead. But I personally prefer Fiber format. So, or not Fiber format, Yada format. So, yeah, it would be nice if they did that. But yeah, I think the good thing is, I think that Chimera Tech format will get there, right? Chimera Tech format is unique among a lot of the other formats. There aren't really anything like Chimera Tech. You could argue that Demise is very similar to Chimera Tech, but I would say honestly that the new additions to Demise, like Stratos and stuff, completely changes it, right, from what Chimera Tech was. And because Chimera Tech is so unique, once people realize how good it is and like it and stuff, and or if just people are looking for a good GX era format in general, which feels like GX but also isn't too absurd in power, I think that people will coalesce around Chimera Tech because it's really the only format like it, and it's a good format. Like so, I'm hoping. I got my fingers crossed. But let's dive in to Clive versus Jim Bob after seeing that one there. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to see much 6-Sam stuff in that game, but okay, it seems like Clive is on a Monarch style deck. They're also playing Cold. Okay, so this is a very, very interesting deck. Very neat. But yeah, they got Doomdozer and Sonic Bird here. So Jim Bob is still playing the Demise deck. But yeah, very interesting stuff. So this Monarch's got Graveyard Spy Package. They got Cold Wave as well. So Econ is here too, which Econ is very good with like Treeborn and stuff like that. Oh, Necro Valley. Okay, I know what style this deck this is. Clive's been talking about that in the Discord server recently. You can play Royal Tribute with Necro Valley here. So if you Royal Tribute your opponent's hand out, that's pretty decent. And if you play Dark World with it as well, you can bring back your Dark World. So that's kind of neat. So Royal Tribute here hitting a Crow and not hitting an ARA. And then, this card has to get revealed. Okay, it's a Deck Debbie. I think maybe it would have been better to set that and then activate Tribute because you don't have to have cards in your hand for Tribute. But yeah, epic 6M gameplay. I mean, that was my experience with the deck too, where like, I feel like a lot of the time the 6M just didn't fire off, right? Like just the other parts of the engine did. And yeah, I mean, playing against like DDT, which is sort of like a combo deck that tries and just OTKs, means that you don't really have as much time to sort of set up the 6-Sam gameplay there. So yeah, but it looks like the Demise deck will be able to win here. They got the Deck Devi, they got a Cold Wave, and that's not quite going to do it. I think Cold Wave is neat, but I think overall Cold Wave maybe isn't the best in that style of deck. Cold Wave was mainly played in the Stein Monarch builds because like you want to insulate your Stein plays, right? But yeah, Melda Soundgy lost the game. Hopefully this game here will go a bit better for you, Indy. Hopefully we'll get to see a bit more of the 6-Sams. But I mean, then again, maybe not. This is going to be a bit scary here, depending on what Gibibo Belandi's got. If they got a Monster Gate, they do have the gate, so they're able to gate away that Mally. This is always scary, but welcome to the stream, Jay, aka Dark Magician. Happy to have you here. Oh, gate into Demok. Oh, no. Oh, that's brutal. You either get, I mean, there's a lot of good things to get here. Reasoning, D-Draw. I mean, you can even get Magical Stone if you're planning on milling more and then just having access to it. They're going to get back the gate. Mind Crush, though, very, very good card there. They're going to call Monster Gate, and that's going to pitch those Monster Gates away. So setting that gate. It seems like that is the only gate. Yeah. So the question here then becomes, do they have the gas left at this point? Looks like they don't have any more gas, so they're going to attack in for 18 and 28, choosing not to go for the Mally play here, like just to get in more damage. I don't necessarily think you need the Mally to get in more damage, and this could potentially save it for something else, but there is the argument to go for Mally because that way you're not drawing into it, because a top deck Mally here would be brutal, but Sidra coming down, plus a Trooper, so Trooper going to mill 3. Mill 3, games free. I don't know. I'm trying to come up with a catchy catchphrase for this, but Mill and a Yaichi. So we got that 6 salmon there. Smashing for the Democ. That's going to get banished. And now you can get in for 100 plus 2100. So that's going to be 2200 damage there. I don't know why I said damage weird. I just want to do quirky things, you know. I want to get people interested in my charm point. I don't know. I'm rambling at this point. Will I really be able to do an endurance stream to get all those zombie games in there? I don't know. I'm already fading fast, but no, it's all good. We'll cover Demise. Not Demise, Zombie. Don't you worry. It's gonna happen after this locals wrap up, and I think these locals are gonna wrap up before Zombie. I mean, it's 1:39 right now EST. The Zombie tournament starts at 3 EST, so it should be good. Going for a Vortex, pitching a knock, and hitting that Trooper and Cyber Dragon. Now, that does get Yes My Darkness a draw here. But will that draw be enough? Or will Gabiba Balani be able to pop off a bit? They're going to go for the Mally. Bring out another Mally. Are they just doing this defensively? Looks like it's going to come out in defense there. And pass. Okay, it seems like it was a defensive move. Listen, I don't hate that. Especially if you've got another monster in hand to potentially monster get away. There is the argument if you don't have another monster in hand to, keep the Mally engraved for a play like that. But, yeah, I think this is fine. Zanji attacking in to the Mally. So we finally get to see the 6 Sams going off. Happy to see that happening because I do love those 6 Sams. But, yeah. Rhoda here. Rhoda searching out something. Maybe Stratos. No, Stratos has been used up. So, Diamond Dude maybe? I think Diamond Dude isn't a bad option because you go Diamond Dude, potentially mill a spell to get you into other stuff. So, yep, there's the Diamond Dude. The dude abides. Now, will that Diamond Dude get committed to the board? Okay, they're going to go for a Vortex pitching Trooper just to get rid of that Zanji to prevent the 6 Sams from getting their effects really online here. Summoning out the Diamond Dude there. And then pass him back. Zachary Cheat asks, is Zombie the next format you're covering after Demise on your videos? I'll be covering Trooper next. That's the next format that comes out chronologically. But the reason why I'm covering Zombie is because it's a small format, so no one else really covers it. And also there's an event today, like a live event. So when there's a live event like that, I feel fine covering it, even if I haven't reached it on the channel. So, yeah, but Trooper will be the next one. I'm not sure how long I'll spend on Trooper in terms of my videos, because there are some new stuff to do. Don't get me wrong. Force the Breaker had a lot to cook with. And also you got Perfect Circle Monarch now. You've got like a bunch of different things. But I will say, like, I think that Demise and Trooper are very similar. So it remains to be seen how much I can really milk out of Trooper that's different from Demise. But, I'm willing to give it a shot. I mean, Force the Breaker is one of my favorite sets. Like, honestly, just this entire block of sets at this point is really good. Well, except for Tactical Evolution. I don't really like Tactical Evolution as much, but basically everything from Strike of Neos onward, it's just so cool, in my opinion, and much better than what came before it. So, yeah, I mean, Force the Breaker, off the top of my head, it's got, like, Crystal Beast. It's got Harpy Queen, which can maybe make Harpies a thing. It's got a lot of good stuff. Okay, it looks like, yes, my Darkness will win that one there. So that one looking good. And then, okay, I need to also report the Clive Jim Bob match as well. Illblood is very, very neat. I think it is really the first Gemini monster that people really used. Because, like, I'm trying to think, like, the history of Gemini monster that people were using. There was a structure deck at some point that, like, definitely introduced a lot of support for it. But, I mean, that structure deck came a bit late. And also, I will say that, like, it's just like before that point, like all the Gemini monsters in Tactical Evolution for the most part were bad. Like it's just an unfortunate fact of the archetype as it came out. But like, I mean, I'm trying to think of good ones. There was like Shadow Delver. There was like, but I'm not listing good ones right now. I'm just listing Gemini monsters that were in Tactical Evolution. Was Illblood in Tactical Evolution? Now that I think about it, I'm trying to think. Illblood might have been the only good one in Tactical Evolution. Let's see. Illblood here was from, okay, it was from Tactical Evolution. Okay, so Illblood was a good card. So I guess that's the good Gemini in there. But yeah, looking at all the other Geminis. Oh, Alias was out in Tactical Evolution. It's just you didn't have Gemini Spark. That came out in the 5Ds era. So, you know, so people weren't using it until that point. Let's see. Chthonian Emperor Dragon. I mean, it's funny. Not really that good. Aquarian Alessa. Not really that good. Lucky Pied Piper. Really bad. Grass Chopper is like a neat sort of thing that you can use, but it's, I mean, looking at all these, there's really bad overall. So yeah, I think Illblood is really the first one that people actually could use, because what you could do with Illblood as well is you could get around sort of its restriction a bit, because you can zombie master it and then you know, bring it back, and then if you didn't normal summon zombie master that turn, you can normal summon the Illblood for your normal summon. So I think that, like, you know, because you had this easy way to get around it, it made it a bit better to play in your deck. Whereas the other ones, they didn't really have those things to synergize well with. Later, when Phantom Darkness came out, you got Gigaplant, which could do its own thing and bring back other Gigaplants and bring back the Blazewing Butterfly to bring back the Gigaplants and stuff like that. So Gigaplant then became the first deck to, like, really, you know, play more than just Illblood in terms of Gemini summoning. But both these decks have in common that they are decks that can basically special summon monsters to their side of the field very easily. And you need that if you're going to play a Gemini monster, because you don't want to wait 2 turns essentially to get value off it. So yeah, don't worry, I never chest chat Zacharodi and Cheese. I always try to keep my wits about me. But yeah, I generally trust chat. I think, like, chat generally always has good intentions. At least we haven't had anyone jump into chat with bad intentions yet. So I trust them on, like, you know, the emotional level, right? Like, but you know, when it comes to this specific information, I always try and you know, sort of look into it on my own and try and make sure it's right. But yeah, Tactical Evolution was basically the only dud in the GX era from this point on, in my opinion. And even that has some neat stuff. I mean, you've got Venom monsters, which I probably will be experimenting with a bit. But yeah, DB RNG is kind of wild sometimes. So pitching a DMOC there that was shuffled back and then redrawn again. So Zanji, though, coming out. Oh, let's go. We got the 6 Sams online. Grandmaster plus a 6 Sam is so cool. Yeah. Yeah, getting in for 3,900. Dropping Gabi Balani down to 200. This is going to be a bit tricky for them to come back with. Will the 6 Sams make it into the next round? Vortex is going to be pretty good. The 6 Sams can't dodge that, but the Grandmasters can sort of get around that. And ring on the Zanji there will be the end of the game. So, wow. 6 Sams taking it. Let's go. Let's go. 6 Sams. Sad to see them knock out DDT, because that's a very cool deck as well. But, like, 6 Sams. I love 6 Sams. I love 6 Sams so much. It's so good. Oh. Yeah, Rainbow Dragon, that's deck. It's funny. The Crystal Beast, I love the Crystal Beast, right? Rainbow Dragon, though, it doesn't really do much for the deck, unfortunately. But it's cool that they have a boss monster now when that happens, but unfortunately it doesn't really do anything for them. The Clemens Jimbo match wrapped up already. I didn't even realize that. Wow, I didn't even know that started. Damn, that's wild. That was quick. That was like 5 minutes. So Clemens is going to be in the finals here, and they're going to be facing the winner of Helio versus Indy. So we'll have to see if the 6 Sams are able to take down the hero deck here. Where is this game? It might not have started yet. Let me just search. Let's see. Nope, it has not started yet. But at some point it will start, and then we'll dive in. Okay, there it is. Yes, my darkness hosting for Helio. Excuse me. I didn't mute my mic in time. I try and mute my mic whenever a sneeze is coming, but yeah, ring is still legal. It really does add a lot to the format in terms of like things that you have to play around, right? Because at any point, if you get down below a certain life point threshold, your opponent could ring and just win the game, right? So it really does put you in a situation where it's like, okay, how aggressive do I get? How open do I leave myself? Because if they are able to get this amount of damage on board and they've got this amount of attack on a monster, is that like that could just be the end of the game. So the funny thing about Rainbow Dragon to me is that with new support, you can't summon it with 8+ Triple Beast and Grave. A Nombo. Oh, always sad when the new support messes things up. Yeah, I hate seeing things that are so close to being a neat combo, but just like Konami's like, oh, maybe it's too powerful if like it actually did combo or something like that. And it's just like, oh, it's so close. Why? I do love Crystal Beast a lot, Rakraz. I remember I got like the Sapphire Pegasus tin around this time, and it was so cool. Like that card still looks really good. Just it's all shiny and like Sapphire Pegasus really does tie the deck together as well. So, oh, so good. Grandmaster coming down. That's going to be Acid to negate here. Now, the fun thing about this is that if your opponent Solemn's Grandmaster summon, Grandmaster can still get its effect because it will have been destroyed. It didn't need to be destroyed on field. It just needs to be destroyed. And so you will still be able to get the effect off there. Taking over Disc Commander and hitting the call. So you probably feel pretty good about that if you're That's My Darkness, because that is a brutal thing to happen if they were able to call back the Disc Commander. But they got pretty mad anyway, so, you know, they still have the line into Disc Commander there. Disc Commander draw 2. Potentially, you know, just get things going crazy here. Things are going crazy. I do find it unfortunate with Grandmaster is that, like, it has to be destroyed by an opponent's card effect, so you can't, like for instance, if Helio summons out Stratos attacks into Yaichi pop Grandmaster to survive, you won't be able to get the effect off on Grandmaster. It's just kind of rough there. But it looks like they might not necessarily need that because they're tribute summoning here. Maybe for a Monarch, maybe for something else. Look, they tribute summoning for Sidra. Okay, Sidra does crash with Grandmaster here. So that is an option for you. But they're just going to attack in to the Yaichi instead. So that's going to go through. And if Yes My Dark has a Zanji, they can crash into the Sidra there. But if they don't have a Zanji, then this could potentially wall up a bit. And Grandmaster has to be destroyed by card effect. It can't be destroyed by battle. So let's see what Yes My Darkness does here. There's the Zanji. So Zanji coming down. Zanji potentially crashing into the Sidra. Or, I mean, ultimately, you don't even have to do that necessarily. Oh, Shien! Let's go. Let's go. No. Oh. Well, I mean, I think they might use the replacement effect for that, honestly. Because this will be the one spell trap that... No, use the replacement effect. No. No. Well, they must have a way to get it back, but... if they had used the replacement effect there, that would have been really good because that would have been the one card effect for that turn. And then you'd also be able to just like pop the Zanji, get over the Sidra, and then get in with the Grandmaster. So I think that was a major misplay there, actually. Yeah, I think that was a misplay. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, I mean, they would have been in such a good position if they had popped the Zanji instead. Oh, it hurts. Yeah. But, you know, they're still in a good spot because they got Grandmaster up, and Grandmaster's hard to deal with, so, like, they can still win the game for sure. But Shien, like, is so good. This could be return. It is return. Return of the Sixth Samurai to bring back to Zanji at the end of the turn. Zanji could potentially pop the Grandmaster if they so wish to keep it around. Yeah, return is a very, very good card in Six Sams. It's definitely something you want to be playing. Snipe Hunter coming down here. What are they going to snipe? You can potentially snipe the Grandmaster while the Zanji is out of grave. It looks like it will indeed snipe the Grandmaster. Now, Grandmaster will be able to get back a card, including itself. You can just get back Grandmaster with Grandmaster. It looks like they are indeed going to do that, so this means that they might have another 6 Sam in grave. But yeah, Now the Zanji will be dying at the end of the turn, so you don't even need to pitch for the Snipe Hunter here. Yep, they're just going to set 1. Zanji dies, and yeah. No. Zanji does die. That really does change things. Zanji's gone. Because return. No, the game state's getting so messed up now. No. So Zanji should be gone because of return the 6 samurai, because it pops the 6 sam at the end of your turn. So that's rough. I mean, they could just have another 6 sam here, right? In which case, like, you just TT on the other 6 sam summon and leave them with Grandmaster stranded in hand. But yeah, so that is that. Ooh. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. Ooh. Yeah. I mean, that's what you got to do, right? And I think you do TT this if you're Helio. I mean, you could wait, but I feel like you TT because then they just get back Grandmaster. So, like, you're giving them more options if you do this because, like, essentially this is a neutral thing. Wait, what is going on? Snipe Hunter's gone. Grandmaster should be getting an effect. What is going on? It's a mandatory effect, too. Well, oh, this game is so scuffed. Oh, no. Oh, no. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. Oh. Oh. Well, I mean, I guess I'll reach out. It's too late. I don't know. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, this might just be the end of the game here anyways. Yeah, it's the end of the game anyways. They got call. So, I mean, it all works out. But, oh no, that game was so scuffed. Oh. But anyways, I mean, it's so fun to see 6 Sam do stuff. And, like, the game was only, like, I think that shows the power of 6 Sams when it's firing on all cylinders. Because even though the game was scuffed, it was more scuffed in ways that didn't necessarily favor the 6 Sam player. They still won, so it worked out. Yeah, that's exactly what Record says. A scuffed Yu-Gi-Oh game. Perish the thought. That's never happened in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh, for sure. But yeah, I mean, part of, like, the appeal of Master Duel is that, like, you can't get sort of situations like that. Master Duel sort of holds your hand through the entire process. But I will say is that I personally prefer when you go through these manual games and you potentially have to learn on your feet how the things work, right? You have to learn to know what your cards do, know how they work, and then put that into action, right? That is more realistic to playing the game in real life. And it also just lets you learn the game a bit deeper than you would on Master Duel. Not to say that, like, Master Duel is, like, Master Duel is great, right? Tons of great players learn on Master Duel, play on Master Duel, right? Like, Master Duel is not a bad thing. But I will say that, like, I do think that, for me personally, the way I learn works a bit better with Dueling Book, because Dueling Book doesn't hold your hand at all. Like, you're just tossed in the deep end. You need to know how certain interactions work. You need to keep track of your own things, and that helps you plan out more. Okay, what am I going to do here? What is my follow-up for this? What, all that stuff. Because, you know that certain things will happen, right? So that's just me, though. Mally coming out from deck there off of D-Draw. It looks like Helio setting 1. Oh, is this crush card time? Or do we have crush card time here? I need to know, is it crush card? Is crush card in season? Oh, there's the crush card. Oh, that's brutal. Now the fun thing is that if this hits a Grandmaster, you do need to get back another thing, I believe, right? Because that was destroyed. Yeah, it's in the possession. It was destroyed. So Grandmaster gets back a card. I think, honestly, what I like to do is I like to hold the crush card for, like, the interaction point as it happens. But I'll reach out to Yes My Darkness because it's not. Yeah, okay, Grandmaster effect. There we go. Okay, Grandmaster effect goes through. You do get to get back a monster here. They're going to get back Zanji, but they're going to go for the Card Trooper to mill. I think that makes sense. Card Trooper's more damage. And we know the rest of the hand there. They're playing Come On in the deck, which is very cool. You can pop Call. You can pop Pre-Mat, so that's neat. Grandmaster also got milled there as well. And getting back Smashing, too. So, setting one, passing back. But I mean, still, Crush Card is going to be pretty brutal there. Also, potentially, you get to bring out another Malik from deck here and do stuff with that. So, I believe we do know exactly what that set is. I forget exactly what it was, but Helios Trend should know. Because that was the only, spell trap in hand. So, Malik coming out in defense mode here. I think honestly you could attack into it, but it seems like they're going to go for a meta play here. So go for Metamorphosis into a Senshi or a Balter. Or not Balter. Senshi or a Darkblade. That's what it is. Darkblade the Dragon Knight can banish the Grandmasters from grave. It can banish some 6 Samurais from grave. But yeah. We need a referee for each match with the event. I can be sort of the pseudo referee at least. But no, that part's not part of the original effect. The original effect is just it basically for 3 turns, your opponent looks at everything you draw, and everything that is a monster with 1500 or more attack gets destroyed. Yeah. So yeah, because it'll count this turn, and then the turn after, and then the turn after. So as in like the opponent's turn, right? So like the first turn Crush Card was activated, since it was activated on the opponent's turn, that will be turn 1. And then 2, and then 3. Why is Malicious so low stats? Is he like 2 feet tall? I assume Mally's just a small guy. He's tiny. He's like Ant-Man. He's just a very tiny guy. That's why he just brings out more of him, because he's so tiny that like people don't notice when he's gone. He just pops out the next one. But yeah, Valley looked so cool in the art. It's just so funny that they use this art, like, of just this, like, epic, like, I'm so evil, I'm so powerful, I got the demon wings, I got the horns, I'm so strong. And they use that for an 800 attack by monster that just banishes and summons, but it's so funny. Thank you so much, Bottom Barrel Budget Films, for the $5 super chat. It means a lot to me. Hey, this isn't GOAT format. Angry face. For real though, glad to see the weekly locals always going strong, even if not elemental hero. We love to see hero cards. I will say there was a deck we saw earlier from Soul where they were playing an elemental hero deck as well. They were playing it with Demise, so they'd send the heroes to grave with advanced ritual art, and then they'd like miracle fusion into an elemental hero monster. So cool. We didn't really get to see the deck pop off too much, but very, very neat idea. But thank you so much for the support like that. It really means a lot to me when people support me like that, because like it's easy as a small YouTuber just to sort of like, think that your work isn't like doing too much. Like, and of course I know on like intellectually that's not the case, but you see the subscriber count not go up at all and stuff. And it sort of gets you psychologically, right? But, just seeing support like that, it shows that people care, and it really does mean a lot to me. So, and obviously I know that the community all cares and stuff. It's more something that like happens not on like an intellectual level, just like, on that paranoid level, the paranoid lizard brain part of your mind that says that sort of stuff. But, yeah, so it's always good to see people care like that. But, yeah, exactly as Rackrat says, that's why he's so malicious. Being that height would turn anyone. Very, very true. He's got a Napoleon complex, Funnily enough, Napoleon actually was like relatively tall for his time. So that complex is misnamed, but it honestly makes it even funnier in my mind. But yeah, Card Trooper does mill him 3, attacking him for 19. And then just saying, I mean, you got 1 card, and I believe it's still under Crush Card. So, yep. And it's just a Sidra that is going to get destroyed. So, the power of Crush Card here for real. Zanji coming down. That can potentially hit over the Card Trooper. I mean, this is your only move basically at this point. But that's going to be a bit rough here. 2400 attack, or 2400 life points in a dream, basically. But the 6 Sams are pulling through. They're trying. That's what matters, Yeah, it's very, very niche. And like, I know that, right? Like, I didn't get into this for like the big subscriber number or for like anything like that. I got into it for the passion. I got into it for, being able to build the community and trying to get people to play these things that no one really plays, and just get the awareness out. So, like, I know what I got into, right? But like, again, it's not an intellectual part of the brain. It's the lizard brain. It's the part that like, I feel like everyone has that sort of thing. You just got to learn to ignore that voice over time, right?
Like if I never ignored that voice, I never would have made video, because like that voice just says, oh, they're not gonna like this video. Oh, what are you doing here? You're embarrassing yourself on camera or something. But I like that voice happens for everyone. So if you're out there and you're like, oh, I can't sort of like make content, or I can't do this thing, like maybe not even content, just if there's a thing you want to do, but you're like, oh no, but I can't, I'll embarrass myself, or I'll, not be good at it or something like that. And like that voice is telling you that, like, I'll tell you, ignore that voice. That voice does nothing but hold you back. And like, let's say worst case scenario, that does happen, right? Let's say you embarrass yourself, or you're not good at it, or whatever. Who cares, right? Like, we're most of it aren't in like middle school or high school anymore and stuff. Like, you get embarrassed once or something, right? Doesn't really matter. Like, it's not like, kids are going to be talking about it for the entire school year or something, and you're going to get called names or something. No, it's like most of us are adults now. Firstly, adults generally wouldn't do that sort of name calling or bullying or something like that. And secondly, like, if people do start doing that, we're adults. You don't have to interact with those people all the time. You can sort of move on to other things and do that sort of thing. But exactly, instead of following your heart, just follow the heart of the cards. Let the heart of the cards guide you. And the reason why that phrase caught on, because it's a very motivational phrase, But yeah, going into the all-important game 3 here to determine who will be facing off against Clemens in the finals match. And also, we're making good time for the zombie event. It's 2:04 right now, 2:04 EST. So, zombie starts at 3 p.m. EST. I think we will be wrapped up by the time the zombie event starts. And we'll have maybe a bit of downtime in the middle. I don't know. I'll figure out what we do in the downtime. I will say last weekend I streamed exclusively on Twitch on Sunday, and I might exclusively stream on Twitch tomorrow as well, because I like doing that. I like trying to grow the base on Twitch as well, because I think a lot of people watch Twitch too, and so just reaching out to them and folding them into the community, getting them to play games and stuff in the community is good. But it was kind of like a joke stream, like not really a joke stream, but like basically I titled it a Mascot stream. I'm going to do the Mascot challenge, right? Which is referring to the SEMO Mascot series, right? Where SEMO goes on Master Duel with basically a fresh account and just tries to build a deck out of basic packs and stuff like that. I think it's a neat idea. But instead of playing that, I played just Getting Over It, because I was like, this is a Mascot challenge, right? So yeah, I got a Twitch. It's linked in the description of the video. I'm actually streaming it both to YouTube and Twitch. So definitely check out my Twitch if you're interested in following me there too. But yeah, I figured doing like Twitch exclusive streams occasionally is a good way to get out the word that I've got a Twitch, because I'm mainly based on YouTube. But the Twitch there is yeah. Yeah, that's the thing too. Some people only get ad-free on YouTube. Some people only get ad-free on Twitch. It really comes down to preference there. But the Twitch stuff is chill as well. So whichever one you prefer to watch. Thank you for the follow, Zacharodi and Cheese. Yeah, see, I've got it linked up to the Twitch there to like, hopefully get people knowing that like, hey, look, there's Twitch follow that does something on stream. Maybe I'll do it too. But yeah, note that like the Twitch stuff that I'll do is not going to be like, I want the YouTube channel to stand on its own. So it won't be anything like, oh, I'm going to exclusively stream a locals on Twitch, or I'm going to exclusively stream a finals on Twitch. Whenever I do one of those, it will always be on both Twitch and YouTube. So it's just more like preference of like which one do you want to watch it on. But for like just one-off things, like maybe a Mascus challenge, for instance, I'll do that on Twitch only. For just playing other games, potentially, like say a game comes out and I'm like, oh, I like that game, I want to stream myself playing it, right? That will be on Twitch. So it'll sort of like vary. The content on there will be a bit more mixed than what I do on the YouTube channel. So that's sort of the intention behind that. Yeah. So it'll potentially be Yu-Gi-Oh focused, but sometimes I'll just play Getting Over It for like 2 hours. And that's what I'll be doing. Ring on the Card Trooper, so that will deal 19, I believe. Yep, there's the 19. Yep. So that's pretty rough, because now yes, my Dirk is down to 2200. But now Ring is gone from Helioshrine, so they don't have to worry about like Ring on the Zaborg ending out the game there. Yeah, I apologize to both players playing the game. Sometimes I get sort of caught up in other stuff, but that's the nice thing about streaming is that like the game is still going on. If people want to focus on the game, they can do that. If people want to focus on what I'm yapping about, people can do that. It's very much pick your poison. Well, not poison, but what's the opposite of poison? That starts with P. Pick your panacea. That's kind of it, I guess. But yeah, Zabor getting in for game there. So 6M's unfortunately has fallen, but we've got an exciting game here for the finals. Helio versus Clemens. Both are very, very good players in these formats, and both have won locals in the past. Let me look up the locals leaderboard here and see who has won what. So it seems like, let's see here. Clemens has won Clemens actually won last week, the Demise locals. Wow, for some reason I forgot that. I do so many locals. It's tough to keep straight which one's which. But so Clemens is the defending Demise locals winner. And Helio, I thought that Helio had won one. Okay, Helio's playing for their first locals win. So yeah, I'm excited. I think they can do it. I think that either player can do it. So yeah, that is an unfortunate thing. Like, so normally when I would stream just on YouTube, I would set it to like ultra low latency, so that way it's like right up to date and stuff like that. But for streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, I use Restream, which is a very useful service for doing that. It allowed me to combine the YouTube and Twitch chats into one thing, so that way I can just have one chat thing up on stream. But the unfortunate thing about it is that I can't really set the settings beforehand. So YouTube does have a bit of a delay compared to Twitch, but hopefully it's not enough to make people sort of upset about it. No worries about the gameplay, Indy. I mean, it's tough enough, especially as you say, having a 12-hour shift. Like, it's tough enough having that, but also being on camera, right? That adds a bit of pressure, like whether you care about it or not. Like psychologically, it's just like there's a little bit more pressure there. And like, so no worries. I mean, you played those like pretty well, like on the whole. There was just that, there was that one game, winner. I was like, oh no, all the effects, no. But it's completely fine. 6M is also a deck that is something that not a lot of people play, right? So like those interactions don't necessarily come up as much. And so it's easier to forget than like, for instance, if someone summons Stratos, right, to do the pop effect, like they've probably faced off against that deck in the past too. So they know that the pop effect doesn't target things like that. They've seen it a lot, right? Where you don't necessarily see some of the other effects here as much. So, yeah, exactly. Card gaming is more important than making a living. That's it's the most important thing in life. That's what they say. But yeah, no banish on the DD Worley there, but a ring will come down on that side, or a pop in that, dealing 21 to both players. And that's a bit worrying for Helio there because they're down to 3,200, but the ring is gone. So Clemens can't necessarily, press their advantage as much with a ring. We didn't really get to see much of what Clemens was playing in this event so far. But Dekoichi is a very, very interesting option here. This to me implies that they're playing, well, actually we saw the UFO turtle. So it seems like they're playing more of a machine-based deck. Because Dekoichi, like, there's no chaos in this format. So you don't really care about it being in dark. And it is pretty slow compared to the hero engine. So generally you just play this if you're playing a machine deck, right? You're playing Chimera Tech Fortress Dragon, or not Fortress Dragon, Chimera Tech Over Dragon. And yeah. If only Konami genuinely wanted to have Pro Duels like in the anime, yeah, that is the unfortunate thing about modern Konami events. It's kind of rough when community-run retro tournaments have better prizing than Konami events a lot of the time. But I do think it is cool to see the community sort of rallying around and supporting sort of like pro duelists, right? Like you look at the success of like Joshua Schmidt or Jesse Cotton on YouTube, and you see that like, and like Pack as well, and like I'm trying to just think about all the different like sort of pro Yu-Gi-Oh players with the YouTube channels, but that seems to be working out for them a bit better. And so at least we've got pro duelists in that sense, right? But it is unfortunate. It would be a lot better if Konami would sort of like do what kind of Magic the Gathering does, where they actually are able to have, professional Magic players who just do Magic without like having to do any content or other things like that on the side. So that would be very nice. But yeah. Yeah, I think that good stuff 6Ams is pretty good, but like it's tricky to like maneuver how much you put in, like what good stuff cards you're going to play and which ones you aren't going to play, things like that. So it's always just very tricky, I found. But yeah, I want to do another 6M vid, so I might take inspiration from your build for that. But Pot of Avarice is going to be pretty good here. This card is limited in this format, and not every deck can use it, but the decks that can are very, very strong. And Trooper decks can definitely use it very, very well. So, going to shuffle those back, draw 2 more. That's all the monsters in grave, actually. Very funny. But yeah, then it's going to attack in for 700 there, and that will indeed go through. Clemens will get a draw from that, though. So, they can potentially draw their way out of this. But look at all the cards on Helios Shrine. Oh, no, they're not setting. Oh, that is risky. That is rough. A Sidra plus another monster here could be the end of the game. I mean, an Overdragon is just the end of the game, but that was always the case, right? So you can't really play around that as much. Overload Fusion's limited to 1 copy here. So, like, you don't need to really... If they got the 1-of, they got the 1-of, right? And they got the 1-of. So, there you go. DD Crow actually stops Overload, I believe. If you DD Crow the Cyber Dragon out of grave, I'm pretty sure the Overload Fusion fizzles. But people have not tried it in this format yet, Soul. But like I'm planning on showing it off in a video as I try like different 6M builds. People have tried it in other formats too, so and it's been pretty good there. So I could definitely see it doing well in the future. But yeah, I mean they had the 1-of. If they got the 1-of, they got the 1-of. But the good thing is that the DD Crow is really good against this deck because you Crow a Cyber Dragon in grave and they can't necessarily overload. You also just get 1 more machine out of grave, so like you leave them with a very weak over dragon potentially. But yeah, it's definitely a bit tricky to maneuver sometimes, though, and especially if they get into the overload, it can be very rough. We'll have to see if Hero is able to combat the Machine Menace. Isn't Machine Menace something? I feel like that's the name of something, Machine Menace. Generic spells and traps, other than 2 returns of 6 Samurai, nothing spicy, 1-for-1 removal, snatch, heavy, prima, TT, mirror, etc., etc. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it, honestly. I really like return. I think return is a very, very neat trap. It just fits the archetype so well, because what you can do is you can return back to 6M, pop a different 6M with its effect, or just use it to get off effects of 6Ms. So it's very, very cool. I love return a lot. It's just perfect archetypal support, in my opinion. Not necessarily support because it's in the first wave, but like, it's a great card in the archetype. It fits so well. So yeah. Roto for Stratos. I mean, that's about as good as it gets in the opener. Stratos for something here. What is Stratos going to search? It's going to search at a Mally. Mally for D-Draw, maybe? Yep, D-Draw there. So you've got the D-Draw pitching the Mally, drawing 2 more. Are we going to see Crush Card action here? Oh, Jinzo the Machine Menace. That's what I was thinking of. Thank you, Soul. Looks like no Crush Card, so that's pretty good for Clemens. Although Clemens' deck honestly does dodge around Crush Card like very well. So you don't really need to worry about that as much, but like, looks like they're going to set 2 pass back. So could be a UFO Turtle, could be a Dekoichi. Either way, that Dushoot's going to shuffle some things back into the deck here and give Clemens full knowledge of what Helios Shrine's got in hand. I hate Dushoot. Dushoot is so rough, dude. Oh, like I hate Dushoot more than I hate Comfy, which may seem weird, but I've sort of gone on this rant before, but Comfy, it does show you a lot of knowledge and allows you to take everything from it. So I do think it's objectively stronger than Dushoot, but Comfy also doesn't fade an entire turn, right? If you draw a new card, that's 1 more piece of information that your opponent does not know. So you can potentially do mind games. Like you can set back row and stuff and be like, is this the back row you know about? Is it a new one? Who knows? Why don't you mess around and find out, Whereas Dushoot's like, okay, well, they had like 1 MST in hand. That was their only back row. So I know that set is MST now. So it's like, it's just so rough. Yeah, Back to the Wall is not legal yet. I think it comes out Gladiator's Assault, maybe? I could be wrong about that. But that is definitely a very cool card. But Trooper taking over the Dekoichi, Stratos attacking indirectly. There's an argument for like switching the attack order there. The only thing that changed that is like Legendary Jiu-Jitsu Master. But if they put back the Stratos to the top of your deck, then you get it effect off again next turn. So that's pretty good. I mean, I'm kind of just yapping to this point because like there's no way that was gonna happen. It was just and it's 100 different, so like does it matter? Not really. I guess you take 100 less damage if it was like a spy or something, but realistically this machine deck is not playing spies or things, just playing a bunch of machines. MST for pulling the rug. Pulling the rug is a pretty decent card, but maybe not good against Helios Trident once they've used up that Stratos there. Which is sort of part of the power of Stratos in that like unless they're playing like a Hero Monarch deck, like pulling the rug is awkward because pulling only really stops Stratos in the deck. Oh, okay, there's the Monarch. Yep. So, if that's another pulling there, that's going to be pretty good. But yeah, Cyber Phoenix only negates Speller Trap effects. It doesn't negate monster effects. So that Zaborg is able to come down and hit in for 42 potentially here. That's pretty good. They could potentially go for another Mally to get in a little bit extra damage, but I think it makes sense not to, because you want to save that for later things. So looking pretty good. Ring, yep, Ring will do it. And yeah, that's going to be the end of the game. So yeah, definitely need the Mally there. Yeah, good game 2 indeed. So we're going into the all-important game 3. This is going to be intense. Now, I will say we've seen Clemens pulling the rugs already, and that's going to go a lot harder going first than going second. So we'll have to see if that actually does come up, if a pulling will get fired on Stratos or a Monarch or something like that. We also have to see if they're changing around their signing strat for going first or going second, you know. Crows, I mean, I don't know. We didn't necessarily see Crows from Helios Trident. Maybe there's Crows in there. Maybe there's not. We did see Karma Cut, which is a very good card for just getting rid of Sidras if there's no Cyber Phoenix up. Because once you banish a Sidra, they don't have an engrave for Overload Fusion. So you got that nice sort of thing there. But look at the Clemens just setting 1 and passing. So no pulling to worry about here. Rhoda for Stratos into something is going to be pretty good here. So Helio getting that value there. That's a pretty good opener there. Now, the fact that Clemens did not commit more to board might mean that they've got some other stuff that they can play around with. Like they might have Sidras in hand. They might have Cyber Phoenixes in hand. They might have a bunch of monsters in hand. I think either way, you probably still attack into the set with Stratos. Okay, or you go for Card Trooper. That also works. Card Trooper mill 3. So this to me tells me that they don't have D-Draw, because otherwise they would have gone for that immediately. Did that just mill 2 or did that mill 3? Okay, it did mill 3. Okay, so it milled a Mally. That's about as good a mill as it gets. Now you got Mally online to go into another Mally. So looking good there. And what will Clemens do? They're going to go for a Fufu. Oh, no. Oh, no. Not like this. Not like this. Oh, are we going to get... Okay. Oh. The one-ofs. Fufu's limited. Overload's limited. Oh, not like this. Not like this, dude. Oh, let's go. Not like this. Oh. Whew. Oh, my goodness. I was sweating. Oh. Wow. that was a very clutch MST. Oh, my word. That would have been so rough. Oh. Yeah. Send another pass and back. So this might be a sign that Clemens has Overload, right? That could be a potential option. It could also mean that they've got a Cyber Phoenix that they want to do stuff with as well. But yeah, it's a big one. Going for a Malian attack mode there. Are they going to Tribute Summon? Oh, they're going for a Meta. Meta makes sense. You could go for probably... I feel like this is probably going to be Meta into Sentry. Yeah, just to shut off traps. You don't necessarily need to banish that Decoichi from Grave, although that does deprive them of another machine target. But yeah, I think that Sentry's good here. You have the read that they don't have a Cyber Dragon in hand, at least not yet. Because otherwise, they would have brought that out last turn. So you don't necessarily need to worry about that as much. Warrior Lady to banish the Sangan there. And that will go through, and then you can attack him for 2,000 more with the Sentry. So it's looking pretty good here. Now, Clemens could draw into a Sidra, which would be rough, obviously. But, you know, if they draw into it, they draw into it, right? Yeah, there's the Sidra. Yep, that's what I was saying. If they draw into it, they draw into it. But, you know, I think this did make more sense at the moment because they didn't have one at the time. And, or at least you have the read, they don't have one at the time. And so, yeah, it made sense to me. But, yeah, it's going to be pretty rough for Helio. They still have this other Mally here, so they can banish that, bring out another 6. If they've got another meta, they could go for a Darkblade the Dragon Knight, potentially. But, oh, actually, I think meta is... That might be limited in this... Yeah, meta's limited in this format, I believe. Let me actually check that real quick. Let me check that right quick. I should know because I've been featured in this format for quite some time. But, you know, you mix up all the different things as time goes on. Meta is not limited. It is semi-limited in this format. So you got 2 metas. Yeah. Card Trooper coming down. So that's going to be able to mill 3 and get a bit more aggressive here as well. And what 3 did they mill? They milled Mirror Force, D-Draw, and Snipe Hunter. Those are pretty decent ones. Trooper attacking in to the Turtle, it looks like. But do you even want to do that? Yeah, they're not going to do it. They're like, I don't want to give you a Cyber Phoenix here. But I think this makes sense. The board does get cleared here, but I think it made sense to deck that in a bit. Get that Maui out of deck, and yeah. Yeah, it's at 2. Yeah. Semi-limit on meta is, it's definitely a choice from Konami here. Oh, the Trooper coming down too. Mill and 3. 1, 2, 3. They got the Light Hex-Sealed Fusion to go into Cyber Twin Dragon. That is a decent tech to know about. Turtle attacking in to the Mali. Cider attacking in to the Card, which does draw Helio card here. But will it be enough? Will it be enough? They're 2,300. A ring can't kill them here. But they are in a very scary spot, especially if Overload is in the hand. Because that's 4 machines right now. So that'll be 3,200 damage coming through. But, yeah, imagine having to look something up because you're confused in Yu-Gi-Oh! Couldn't be me. Never happens to me. Never, never, never. Especially not looking up rulings in games. No, never. Pre-mat here. Pre-mat for what? For Trooper? For Snipe? Yeah, for Snipe. You do what you have to do, you know. May not be pretty, but you do what you have to do. And that knock is dead, so that's something. What are you going to snipe here? Was a target declared for that? I don't know if a target was declared for that. Yeah, it didn't look like it targeted. But, yeah. I think that's, yeah, it's just a DB thing being DB, right? Yeah. So, I think UFO Turtles is a good thing to hit there. You don't want them to go into Phoenix. Pitching a Reaper. Reaper? Oh, I don't know about pitching Reaper. I think Reaper is a good card. Because Reaper, you wall up with. Yeah, I don't know. I would have kept the Reaper maybe, but I don't know their hand, so they might have things to deal with that. Hitting a Polling is pretty good. Very good when you got a Monarch in hand. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, you got your Monarch. You're going to Monarch away that Sidra. Yeah, and then you can attack over the Trooper there. Yeah, DB is weird sometimes. Attacking into the Trooper. That deals 2,000, and then Clemens does draw a card from that. So Overload could be very scary for you. If there's Overload, then that's going to be rough. Heavy on the back row, hitting a TT. And Snatch. Okay, Snatch will also do it. So, yeah, rough stuff. Very, very good games, though, overall. Yeah, that's rough. Sometimes that happens there with the... yeah, and a D-draw on the top. But would that have really done anything? I don't know. They might not have had a Destiny Hero monster in hand. But, yeah, Machine Dupe there, Dim Fuse, and Bazoo. So, yeah, this was ending in a myriad of different ways. Yeah, so that is rough. But showing the power of the machine deck here. Clemens is able to take another one. So, very, very cool to see. Let's see how much time we have before the zombie event. We got about 35 minutes left before the zombie event. So, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. Since we have not featured zombie on the channel before, I'm going to go to formatlibrary.com. Just give a peek at zombie. And I just got to log in first because I am a semi-premium, or not, double premium member for Format Library. I think I am logged in. Okay, there we go. There we go. So we've got Format Library up here. Let's go to Formats. Let's go to Zombie. Zombie. There it is. Let's check this thing out. I know that my sort of screen is off compared to... Maybe I'll do a secondary screen at some point where I actually do capture the whole thing here. But I'll just read the description. It's a GX era format for SGC Durham, October 2007. It's shaped by a dampening of the game's explosiveness via an aggressive ban list. Since Trooper Format Tactical Evolution and Premium Pack 1 were introduced, where Snatch Steal and Ring of Destruction were forbidden, and Card Trooper Brain Control and Trap Death Shoot were limited. Thank God they limited Death Shoot. I'm just going to say that. Notable additions include Element of Hero Neo, Alias, Ill Blood, March Milan, Zombie Master, and Dark Bribe. The metagame was quite diverse, with many decks being able to compete. Notably, the Zombie deck was arguably Tier 1 for the first time, despite several attempts to support since Pharaonic Guardian. So, let's look at the ban list first. In terms of changes from the Trooper ban list, which is basically the same as Demise. Zombie's your favorite format, Indy. Well, I'm excited to watch it, see how it goes. Meta's forbidden now. Wow, they hit meta. I guess T-Hero was a good deck, but still, that's something. Comfy, thank God Comfy's gone. Get it out of here. Get it out of here. Snatch Shield also banned. Very happy to see that gone. Ring is also banned, which is also very good to see. Limited, some new limited cards. Breaker is now unbanned, which I think is good. Breaker is good, but like it's not the best thing in the world. Magician of Faith also unbanned. I think that makes sense too. Like again, like Breaker is very good, but not the best thing in the world, especially in a more aggressive format. Trooper is now limited, which makes sense. You want to limit the Troop Tube Scoop combo. This commander also limited. I mean, I don't know if people were playing more than one of this, but like, I guess you can play more than one to like get around like Crow or something like that. Like most people, I feel like just play one. So this probably didn't change much. Marshmallon's in the format now. They probably wanted to limit this to limit more stunny decks, you know, or burn decks. So Nightmare's limited. I think it's honestly just because the card is frustrated. But yeah. Oh, I get you. Yeah, no, my screen is definitely cutting off a lot of decks, but luckily it's working well with the limited and forbidden section, so that's pretty good. BrainCon limited to 1. I think that makes sense. That probably should have been limited quite some time ago. Fisher also limited to 1. I guess they're really just hitting all the general removal because Smashing is also limited to 1. So they're just like, let's get out this 1-for-1 removal. We don't want people being able to stock up on this. But yeah, jokes for test are always kind of tough to do. Yeah, I mean, that's why the /S thing exists on the internet, because it's so hard to tell sarcasm on the internet that like people are like, okay, we probably need something here to change that with. But yeah, Gold Shark is out. I believe it was a prize card around this time. So, it is limited though. Listen, Gold Shark is not going to break things in this format, at least. Unless, is Gladiator's Assault out yet? No, just Tactical Evolution. So we don't have Necroface. Necroface would maybe make Gold Shark a bit crazy, but in this format, I don't really think it does much here. We got Megamorph that probably deserves to be limited just to stop weird combos. I mean, maybe it doesn't deserve it, but Smashing is also here. Transmigration Prophecy, very neat card. It is pretty cool to see them hit this. I don't know if you were playing this en masse at the time, but it does stop certain strategies. A very neat card overall. I think Crow is slightly better, but like you can play Transmigration Prophecy if you want. Death Shoot limited. Thank goodness. This thing is, I hate this thing with a burning passion. So yeah, get it limited. I know it stayed limited for quite some time. It's going to be an unfortunate feature of the format for quite some time, but at least it's not at 3, right? Wall of Revealing Light also limited. They took it off the semi-limited, put it in limited. I think that's fine. Like, no one really plays this card except in sort of stun decks, but I don't really think it does much. But yeah, okay. As 95 Clemmy says, gadgets were probably the reason for like limiting Smashing, Fisher, etc. Because that deck just thrives on 1-for-1 removal. So limiting that limits the power of the deck. And they also did semi-limit each of the gadgets here. So you can't really do as much grinding as you could in the past. Mally is semi-limited here, which makes a lot of sense. You might not think that third Mally does much, but third Mally definitely does a lot, as we can see from Demise format and also in Airblade too. Jinzo now semi-limited. I think that makes sense. Jinzo is a good card, don't get me wrong, but I feel like the Monarchs just generally do other things better too. So like, you probably semi-limit this. It's fine. Knock also semi-limited. That's the GOAT ratio, so I'm used to it. So I like Knock semi-limited. Pot of Avarice semi-limited as well. Again, probably fine. There aren't any decks that can like super abuse this card yet, so I think it's probably good. And then Decree is also semi-limited here, so it seems like people want their traps to go through. So pretty cool to see. No longer restricted. Protected of the Sanctuary, good. That thing never needed to be limited, in my opinion. I get why it was, but like the combo deck that did it was like really bad. So get this thing off the list. DD Assailant, I think that's fine. DD Assailant's a very good warrior card, but warriors are not necessarily the best thing in the world you can be doing at this time. Deck Devastation Virus, also, I think that's fine. Crush card's much more brutal. And Deck Devi, like, it hits things, don't get me wrong. But like, the hand knowledge you get from Deck Devi is the same hand knowledge you get from Crush card, and that card is played a lot more. So you don't really need to limit it for that. And I feel like also this hits gadgets, which is a good side deck thing, I think. And it doesn't really hit too much else. Every other deck is generally fine with Deck Heavy, so I think it's fine semi-limiting it. Or not semi-limiting, unlimiting it. And then good Goblin Hunt Scheme, yeah, this thing can be unlimited. It's very, very slow, all things considered. So yeah, I think this is fine. So yeah, good looking list. Let's dive into the events here. So let's look at Durham itself, because this is the event that it's based on. So if we see there were 545 players at Durham, and this is the sort of bracket there. If we look at the top 16 decks, let's just start at the bottom because I think that's fun to do. Bazoo Return. I mean, I like Bazoo Return. I think it's very neat. It's sort of a deck that can sort of be in any format up until a certain point. Like I can even play Bazoo Return deck and be fine with it. So yeah, they're playing. I mean, let's just go into this. I guess they're playing Triple Bazoo, and they're playing Wild Hearts as well. Cool to see Wild Heart get some representation. They're playing a Hero Engine as well. What are they searching with? Oh, they're searching Wild Heart with Stratos. Okay. I don't know. I feel like you're playing Stratos. Might as well just play like other heroes. That's my opinion, but yeah. I mean, the viruses are definitely poorly designed, but like if we're thinking about like all the other cards in the format, I don't think the deck dev is going to do anything. It's not like Edison format where like there's so many easy ways to turn on deck devi. I'd say like the only deck that can really consistently turn on deck devastation. Well, actually, hold up. Now that Blood's out. Okay, Ill Blood gives decks a way to turn on deck devi. So, maybe at this timing, it didn't make sense to unlimit. But, like, I feel like other than that, like, think about the decks in Demise form, for instance, that can use deck devi. Like, Dark World. Dark World's probably the big one that I can think of. Demise can itself, but, like, do you really want to be doing that in Demise decks? I don't know. Like, it doesn't really seem that good to me. But, yeah, I think those are the two big ones. But those decks aren't really the best decks in the room. I guess like Hero Engines can do it because they've got Dasher as well, and Dasher can like be tributed for deck devi and then do stuff with that. But like realistically, you're not gonna go into a Dasher for a deck devi, right? Like that just seems so weird. So I think deck devi is honestly like pretty fine to have back around this time. But yeah, Illblood definitely changed things a bit because you can recur Illblood very easily. I mean, Ryukoki's here as well. I'm kind of shocked that there's no deck devis in the side deck for this list, but I mean that is 9th place list, tied for 9th. So Drain Burn. This is CO Burn, it looks like. Yeah, CO Burn, a cool deck, and it did see play here. So yeah, I'll probably feature it on the channel when we get to this format because it's a very iconic deck. Just playing with skill drains, playing with wave motion. You got your Big Shield Guardian sitting on the board, blocking things out. But yeah, I mean, yes, I agree with that. Elusive Mirror, like in general, it's good to ban cards that like create uninteractive situations. But I think like the philosophy of the Yu-Gi-Oh ban list up to this point has not been that, which is like, yeah, it's weird to say, but like, it is sort of like good to take it in context of like what the philosophy up to the time was. And like their philosophy generally isn't like, okay, ban this thing that leads to an interactive situation. It's ban this thing that is like too strong, right? And like you could argue whether that's the right philosophy or not. I would personally say that I more fall on the line of like what you're saying, where like you want to ban things that lead to unpleasant and uninteractive situations. But like also just looking at the list over time, you can sort of see that philosophy, them holding that philosophy. And so I can't begrudge them too much for holding that philosophy if that's what they want to go for. And under that philosophy, I think deck devi is fine. But yeah, it definitely does become a problem later on. They probably should have banned it at this point. I mean, there's a lot of cards like that I would ban, like Death Shoot. I think that should also be banned because, again, it's more uninteractive than the spell hand rips that are more powerful, right? But again, they don't necessarily care about limiting the interactivity. They care about the power level. And that's why the spell hand rips get hit before Death Shoot. And also people didn't really know Death Shoot at the time, right? It was being discovered as time went on. But like still, I think that overall, the main reason why Death Shoot lasted so long is because it is not powerful enough to get banned under the eyes of Konami, right? So yeah, unfortunate, but it is how it is. Perfect Zero Monarch is in this format as well. This is a deck that arises in Trooper format with the introduction of Ryza. Ryza, very, very good for the deck. Very, very powerful. I could definitely see this being very strong in this format as well. Basically, it's spinning things back to the top of the deck and making that perfect circle where like your opponent is always drawing into tons of stuff here. What's the monster in the spell deck? This is Spell Striker. Spell Striker, a very neat monster here. It's basically a further form of extension to help out Monarch. So basically, you banish a spell from your grave, spell summon this thing out. If you want, you just use a direct attacker, but generally it's just used for tribute fodder. So very, very neat card that did see some experimentation around this time, and probably will see more experimentation as well as we further explore these formats retroactively. Another zombie list here. Got the Ill Blood, got the Zombie Masters. Card Safe Return as well. Card Safe Return at 3. in this format for some reason. But that makes this very, very toxic, because what you can do is you can a zombie master, bring back the Illblood. If you had normal summon that turn, normal summon Illblood, bring back another thing. You've gotten 2 draws there. So that is just nasty, nasty stuff. I don't know why they're playing Mako Master of Barriers. This thing is so bad. Like, just play other spell and draft removal instead. But I guess they're doing it because, like, you know, they want to face off against, like, Drain Burner and stuff like that. But, like, oh, that's digging into the bottom of the barrel a bit there. Not gonna lie. But yeah, zombies are zombieing. They're zombing. I'm not gonna go through every one of these lists. Apprentice Monarch still seeing play here, and you also get Crystal Seer to go into off of Apprentice, which helps the deck out a bit. Crystal Seer is sort of kind of like a pseudo pot of duality in a way, where you get to see the couple. I think it's 1 or 2. Yeah, pick up 2 cards from the top of your deck. It's like one of those cards add to your hand, and then place the other on the bottom of your deck. So you get to sort of filter through your deck a bit. And Apprentice Monarch is already filtering through their deck with things like Apprentice and Tomato and things like that. So you have a higher quality of cards that you're drawing. So very, very cool list. And I'll probably be tinkering a bit with this when Technical Evolution comes out for zombie format, that is. Let's see, Perfect Shadow Monarch there. Zombie playing. Oh, hold up. They're playing Decayed Commander. Oh my goodness. What is going on here? Do they have they don't even have Zombie Tiger. They're just playing it for a Crush card target, but they don't have Crush card. What are they doing? What is going on? Holy moly. I don't know. With Twister released in Strike of Neo, so they do have Twister out. So you can actually see Twister in this side deck, which makes the Mako inclusion even weirder. Like, why do you play Mako when you just play Twister? Like, what is going on? If anyone can come up with a reason for why this deck is playing Decayed Commander, please let me know. Like, there's no Crush card here. If there's Crush card, wait, it's an Earth. You can't even use it with Crush card. What is going on? That is wild. Yeah, Crystal Seer is very, very cool. And I feel like it was one of those cards that, like, people always looked at and been like, oh, there's something there. And then they never, like, fully experiment with it. Like, for some reason, it never really made the cut in a lot of decks. And I feel like it is just one of those cards that, like, in a retro format where people are just sort of focused on finding new things to do, finding ways to improve their skill, because I think that the average level of skill in a retro format, when it goes on for quite some time at that retro format, and this isn't a knock on, current players or things like that, because obviously, they're very good at the game if they're winning tournaments and stuff. But when you get a closed format and people are grinding that closed format for such a long time, you get trained on these sort of micro interactions a lot better. And you get, it's just a different environment, right? It's a different environment. But and then to say if you transplant a modern player into a retro format, they would not be as good. That's not true. They probably will be good in a retro format, just like they're good in the modern format too. But I am saying that, especially compared to players at the time, right? Like back in the 2000s, right? The 2007, right? Like at the time, people were definitely a bit iffier in terms of skill level, because this was still basically a game for kids, right? And as time has gone on, people have generally improved on skill level, but especially looking at these lists, things can be improved and things can be found. But yeah, I guess Sangan works there. But you can just search at Turtle. Like, Turtle is a Sangan search. That's probably better for you than Decayed Commander. I just do not get this. Like, if they're playing Zombie Tiger, maybe that's something else. But, no Zombie Tiger here, too. So, that's just wild. Because this thing doesn't do anything on its own. No, it does. Okay, so I guess it's a discard. Okay, so it does have an effect here. But, why not? I guess it's like another Reaper in a way. They're just really getting in for the hand rips, I guess. I just feel so weird because, okay, I will say, actually, wait, I can see more of a reason for this. If you want to bring back a Reaper with Illblood, you can't quite do it, because you can bring back the Reaper, but Illblood continuously targets what it brings back, so it would pop the Reaper. So I guess this is a hand rip that you can summon off Illblood. So I guess that's that. But I will say, if you've got Illblood into rotation, you probably also have Zombie Master in rotation, because probably I brought out the Illblood. So you can get Zombie Master back the Reaper and be fine that way. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of get it a little bit more now. So that's neat. I will also say, if there's a smashing ground that happens, this thing does suck up the smashing ground. So that's kind of neat too. Okay, I'm coming around to Decayed Commander more. Would I play it? No, I would not play it in my version of Zombie, but I'm coming around on it more as okay, I can see why they're playing it, right? Yep, Cosmic Odyssey Burn getting third as well. Perfect Circle Monarch getting third. And then the top two were two zombie decks here. So since these are the winning decks, let's just look at these here. So I'm just going to compare them side by side, see any like major differences. It seems like the Grand Mole versus the Morphing Jar are a big one. Oh my God. Someone was really preaching the gospel of Mako, because Mako is like everywhere. Like why are people playing Mako in the side? I guess they're also playing Twisters, but like Mako is just, that is wild. That's wild to me. But I guess it makes sense, because like if they've got skill drain up, Mako gets under skill drain. You can deal with it that way. I mean, it's not searchable, neither is Twister. So like, I guess this makes sense. But anyways, it seems like Morphing Jar and Grammel are the big things for the monster lineup in the main deck. So, you know, which one do you want to use? Which one? Who knows? Oh, what was the trap next to Twister in the Jerome Jupiter list? This trap is Cloak and Dagger. So this is a trap in Strike of Neo, so it is legal in Demise format. But basically, it's kind of like Prohibition. I don't really think it's that good, but it is a neat card, so cool to see them experimenting with it here. So, but yeah, that is Jerome Jupiter's deck list there. But other than that, in the main here, the differences I see are that second place is only playing one knock, whereas first place is playing two. Both are playing MST. Seems like my body and Vortex are changed here. So it seems like the second place list is playing one more Vortex, one more my body. First place list is not playing those. First place list is playing a Deck Devastation Virus, which, I mean, we talked about that earlier, where zombies can use this. So that makes sense to me that they're playing it in the main there. If we look to the side, I feel like I like the first place side a lot more. It just feels targeted to more things. Also, the decrees make sense, because like you can play decree against Seal Burn, and that shuts off the skill drain, for your main thing that you're scared about. But yeah, I mean, both these lists look very good. It seems like the monster lineup is pretty nailed down by this point in terms of like what these people are playing here. But yeah, look, I mean, I'm excited to see these decks in action, see if people take inspiration from these decks or if they go sort of their own way. So, yeah. Let's see here if I'm gonna check on format library, see if the game is starting here. Let's see. It seems like people are joining. Let me pull up the challenge here for this as well. So we've got challenge. Oh wait, I don't want people to see my targeted ads. So here, give me a second. I'll pull it up on the. I'll pull it up on my thing with ad blocker. Here we go. Let's see here. I like having, I set up like the different scenes here. I like having that sort of setup. It's just nice to be able to swap between different things when you want maybe to, you know, do something in secret on your desktop or something like that. But yeah, I didn't have that for the longest time. But anyways, we got a format library monster match part 1, Dance of the Dead. 9 people signed up so far. We got a lot of good players here. Some familiar faces from, you know, the YGO from Zero Discord server. I mean, Clemens, Hoy, Dump Truck, Alfia2, Splevin, Lol, they've all played a bit. But we've also got some more format library faces. So we got T-Bot, Cotton Candy, Brandy, and Pana2525 as well. Although T-Bot recently joined the YGO from Zero Discord server, and I think they might be playing in the upcoming Demise event, potentially. Unclear, though, at this point, but it'll be cool to see. But we got 9 people playing in the tournament so far, and I assume that there will be more signups before everything ends. So, yeah. Okay, I'm just going to finish up the... I'm going to close out the locals. Just get this all put into place there. All squared away. We got that, and then I'm going to end that. And this is the YFC L 65. 66, I think. There we go. All finalized there. Okay. Let's see. So these are all in-person events. There hasn't really been a online event for this format yet. So that is also really cool that they're doing this for the first time online, and we'll have some results to actually analyze in the future here. I will be featuring this event in my weekly dose of retro Yu-Gi-Oh coming up this upcoming week. So, I'll also talk about the results there, but it'll be cool to see it as it happens. Now, I've got dinner plans tonight, so I won't be able to stay like the whole time if it goes beyond like 2.5 hours. But I'll try and catch as much as I can. And, as always on the weekly dose of retro Yu-Gi-Oh, we'll be featuring the finals match in that. So I can sort of analyze that as it happens. So stay tuned for that. I like doing the weekly doses of retro Yu-Gi-Oh every week. They don't necessarily perform very well. They actually are some of my lowest performing videos that I put out. But I do feel like it is a service for the community to have those out there, and people seem to really like them. So, I'm going to keep doing them for as long as I can. So, yeah. And hopefully they get people, get tournaments on the radar that people didn't know about or things like that. So, yeah. Well, let's see how Format Library is doing now. Are there going to be any newer signups is the question. I guess I could do a poll. Oh, I should have done a poll for the finals of the locals, like who would win. But I guess I can do that here for this event. Maybe I'll do a poll like, what deck do you think will win? And then I'll put some of the ones that we saw there on the Format Library page. But I'll also have like an other, start a poll. What deck will win? And we're going to do zombies. We're going to do Perfect Circle Monarch. I can't type today. Circle Monarch. We're going to do CO Burn or other. I'll just put Monarch because Apprentice Monarch is also something that could potentially do it. Okay, it's starting the poll. There it is. Not using ad blocker is something of a YouTubing staple I've noticed. Is it even a DB deck profile without an online casino ad playing at the same time? I mean, yeah, it is sort of like a fun thing in our community because I feel like YouTubing is a relatively small space, right? And it's a more casual thing. Like a lot of YouTubers are doing it on the side. Like I'm doing it on the side myself. And because it's more casual, it's just like there's an air of like less, polished content, right? So Hoy will win. That's right. I should have put you in the poll, Hoy. I should have had you there. But right now, it seems like there's 2 votes, 1 zombie, 1 other. What could the other be? We'll have to find out as we watch the event. But yeah, nah, I'd win. Got to do the Gojo thing. Nah, I'd win. JJK wrapped up, actually. Sorry for people who don't like watch anime or manga or whatever. But Jujutsu Kaisen wrapped up, and it was, I mean, a lot of people have hated the ending. I thought the ending was fine. I think that people just had too high expectations, honestly. But yeah, I thought it was good. And really, I'm excited that it's ended because Hunter x Hunter's now back, and I love Hunter x Hunter. Peak. It's pure peak. I like never use my Twitter account because I really don't like Twitter as a website. But I use my Twitter account just to tweet out when the latest chapter of Hunter x Hunter dropped. I was like, we're back. We're back, folks. It's so good. I know people are going to complain about those walls of text, but we're so back. We're so good. Oh, latest chapter was peak. I'm excited for tomorrow's chapter. I don't read like the fan scans. I just read the official release, and I am so excited because I love the Succession contest. I think it's so cool. All the politicking that goes on, and like it's just so good. And also they got the stuff with. I'm not going to spoil anything because I think that people should be able to read this for themselves. But it's so good. It's so good. Like I like it better than Chimera arc so far. That could definitely change depending on if it ends and if the ending is bad. But right now, I'm like, I'm loving it. I like it more than Chimera arc. That's just me, though. Very controversial opinion, I think. But I stand by it. I stand by it, okay? Yeah. I will say a personal project that I've been trying to do related to manga is I read on Manga Plus because Manga Plus is a very good app, and you just get things for free and stuff. Basically, it has a policy where like you can read basically any chapter on it, but if you don't have a subscription, then you can only read it once. But I personally am fine with that because all I need to do is read it once. So like you can like pull up your different manga here and stuff like that. And I've got a goal to get caught up with every ongoing manga on Manga Plus. That's my goal. I'm working through it. Just so that way I always have stories to read. And I think it's fun to be up to date. And also then like, oh, this year is actually going to be like pretty hype in terms of what's going to happen. What is my YouTube okay? Because I'm looking on the YouTube page right now, and the stream is like recording like it's like showing things from like way back in the past, like an hour ago. And I'm like, what is going on? What is happening? Oh, I don't know what's going on there. But hopefully it resolves itself. I hope. That's just kind of weird that it's doing that. But on OBS, it looks fine. So I normally look at OBS for that sort of stuff. But for the poll, I got to look on YouTube. So, but on OBS, everything looks fine. So I'm going to assume it looks fine. I'm going to assume everything's fine. If it's not fine, please let me know. Because, it's good for me to find out. So that way I can try and fix it before the event actually starts. But this is pretty good. I'm going to also, put out an advertisement for the stream on Format Library. Yeah. And we'll get more people in here. Yeah. So if you need to get a snack now or do something like that, now is your time to do it. Okay, good. So that is about the timing that I'd like, Elusive Mirror. So yeah. So everything looks good here then. But yeah, Manga Plus, great service. I highly recommend it. I used to use Viz for reading Shonen Jump series, but Manga Plus is just better. You don't need a subscription to read all the old stuff. So I just really like Manga Plus. It's not sponsored by Manga Plus. So this is my honest thoughts on it. But yeah, it's pretty good. So I recommend it. Anyone got any good manga that they're reading right now? I've got a bunch of good series that I'm reading because I'm doing this sort of project, but I think it's very cool. Yeah. I mean, you don't have to read manga or comics all the time. I have been a writer about manga, anime, and comics in the past. So like I'm very much invested in it. So yeah, I'm probably a bit deeper into the weeds than other people are, but I will say, like, no matter what entertainment you enjoy, that's what matters. I haven't heard of Meta Barons though. What is Meta Barons? I'm curious about that. Is that a manga or a comic? I'm not as up to date on indie comics in the US, at least. That's an area that I need to sort of get better in. Macaroni and Cheese says, I read and watch isekai trash because I have no self-respect. I mean, listen, I'm with you there. I do love me a good isekai trash series. Yeah, I mean, when is Eminence in Shadow, the movie, coming out? I want to see that. I love Eminence in Shadow. It's so good. It's so funny. It's so good. It's the best isekai out there, in my opinion. So when's that coming back? But the slime also wrapped up too. We got Zombie coming up soon, Gerbil. That's what mainly is going on. But while we wait for that, I'm just sort of like chatting. We're chatting about manga now. So just buying the time. But I was talking about how I use Manga Plus to read manga, and there's a lot of great stuff on there. There aren't as many isekai trash there, but oh, Jodorowsky, yo, okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I can see something good coming out of that. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Yeah, I might have to keep that on my radar then. Although I will say, and this is a hot take. I know it's a hot take. I'm not the biggest fan of the Dune series. I said it. I'm not the biggest fan of the Dune franchise. I think it's overrated. I said it. Now I haven't seen the movies. I've just read the book. And because I read the book and didn't really enjoy it, I was like, oh, I don't really need to see the movies. Maybe if I watch the movies, my opinion would change. But it's kind of rough. I've heard that I'm a Villainous Daughter, so I'm going to keep The Last Boss is fun. And I do like both the Villainess series, and I also like these guys series. I mean, that does check a lot of boxes for me. So I'll have to check that out probably. Yeah. It's just like, I don't know. I'm really happy that there's so much of this, isekai trash out, because it leads to just very, very interesting niches of things. Dune does insist upon itself, boy. I agree. But yeah, I mean, my issue with Dune is that I feel like, so one, I feel like the setting was revolutionary for its time, right? That is definitely true. And to be fair, you do not see many Arabic influenced worlds that make their way into Western pop culture. So that is a very unique take on it, or not necessarily a unique take, but it's a very good sort of setting to have. And I like that part of it. But I also think that as time has gone on, sci-fi worlds and fantasy worlds have sort of grown to adapt from multiple different cultures. And so it's less special now than it was back then. My main issue, though, does not come with the world. It comes from the plot and the characters. I don't think Paul's a good character. I'm just going to say it. I understand that he does more stuff in the next book. I have not read the second book. It's just, to me, after he got the Muad'Dib powers, where he could see the future and see all the different branching paths and stuff, it just became very boring, because I've seen that sort of stuff handled in a more interesting way in books that came later. And this is sort of one of those things where it's the TV tropes thing, where it's Seinfeld's not funny because other things have come along and done what it did in a different way that is more interesting for a modern audience. But to me, it was just sort of a lot of navel gazing past that part. But yeah. Yeah, in terms of the movie, okay, part 2 better than the book. Maybe I have to check out part 2 then. Because yeah, I mean, listen, I've been convinced by adaptations that have adapted a work that I wasn't the biggest fan of and adapted it well, right? That can happen. So maybe I should watch part 2. But it's just, I had no real inclination to watch it when it came out in theaters, but I'll probably do that at some point. But yeah, and this is not to knock on people like Dune. Dune is a very, very well-constructed book, and from what I've seen, very well-constructed movies, right? I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying I personally don't like it, right? And I think that's something that in general is something good to mention in online discourse, because a lot of the time, I really need to watch Legend of the Galactic Heroes. I've heard such great things. I actually started it in college, and then things got busy for me, and I dropped it, and then I forgot which episode I was on. But I've heard such great things about Legend of the Galactic Heroes. And also, I know that some people are turned away by older animation. I think it's a neat sort of vibe, right? So yeah, I should really watch it. It's a long series, but I should really watch it because it's a classic. And space opera is a fun sort of genre. I always love a good space opera. May not be my favorite genre out there, but when it's done really well and you've got a lot of politicking and things like that, it can be really fun. And Legend of the Galactic Heroes is very, very well regarded for its politicking. So, yeah. I've heard great things about Alien Romulus, honestly. I am not really a horror guy. And I know that Romulus is kind of more a thriller and stuff, but I'm not a horror guy, so I have not seen the Alien movies, but I have friends who like that sort of thing and they really enjoyed it. I've got one friend who saw it 3 times. So, at the end of the day, critics are critics, right? They've got their own opinions. And the reason why they're critics is that either they've watched a lot of stuff, or people like the way that they express themselves and how they do it. But at the end of the day, there's a person like you and me, right? And so don't necessarily, go with what critics say. Just go with how you feel about a movie, right? And that's not to say not to listen to anything they say, because sometimes they'll bring up a point and you'll be like, oh, I didn't think of that, but that actually does change how I view this thing. But I think for the most part, just like do what you want to do, you know? So yeah, looks like we are starting the zombie tournament. We got 10 players ready to go, signed up here. Cotton Candy, Brandy, Panna. Okay, it's shuffled up. So we got Panna and Hoy, Teapot and Cotton Candy Brandy, Lol and Dump Truck, and then Alfia 2 and Not Asta playing. So we got a variety of games to jump into. Now, this is double elimination. So even if someone loses their first match here, they will be able to sort of jump in to the loser bracket and potentially win through that. So there is a chance. There is a chance. Yeah, Gig has made videos on Legend of Galactic Heroes, I'm pretty sure. So that makes sense why he'd pop up for that. But yeah, there's an original series and then there's a remake. I've heard that the remake has some better animation, but listen, I watched the original. I'm an original type of guy, okay? I'm going to watch the original thing and, you know, see what all the fuss was about for that original, right? So even if the animation is a bit, you know, maybe lower quality or things like that, it's still pretty cool. And, you know, it's like watching a piece of history, you know? Yeah, let's see when we dive in to one of these games here. Okay, it looks like Impoister versus Alfia 2 are playing, Not Asta versus Alfia 2, if you know them by their Discord names. But yeah, this will be an exciting match. Alfia 2 is like one of the best players in a lot of retro formats, and Not Asta is a very, very knowledgeable judge. I don't think they play as much, but it's always cool to see when they do play, to see what they bring and all that stuff. So, yeah, the writing, I mean, listen, I'm a sucker for writing. I can watch like a very dull scene as long as the writing is engaging, right? So that's what I care about. Looks like this is going to be a bit of a banish deck. So Banisher coming down to banish that set. I mean, this is sort of a counter zombies thing. Seems like Impoister is on Apprentice Monarchs probably with that Crystal Seer there. So they activate the top 2 cards of their deck, add one of them to the hand, and put the other on the bottom of the deck. But yeah, it is sort of like a thing. Gerbil is exactly right. We're like, older animations, fine if the show is well written, but it is a bit of a higher hurdle, right? Because, like, you know, I've seen some shows that I think are poorly written that have had great animation that I'm like, oh, I want to see more of this animation. It's pretty. It makes the sort of synapses in my brain fire in pleasing ways, you know? And so I'm willing to overlook rough writing from that if it's enough of a visual spectacle. But if you don't have that visual spectacle and you're just sort of like very dull animation, things like that, then the writing does need to be sort of in a better place. So, I mean, that's at least for me. But look, I grew up watching some of those old Speed Racer cartoons. Those were very funny. Those were much worse animation than Legend of Galactic Heroes. So, I just like how Speed Racer, and I'm very glad that people are realizing that Speed Racer is just a sociopath. Like, he's all about winning the race. He doesn't care about anything else. He'll do terrible things to win a race. It's just so funny. Like seeing the clips on YouTube that people have made of like him being a sociopath is just so good. It's so good. Like there's one where like a guy is driving to like save like one of his family members or something. Judgment on the Mirror Force is gonna be pretty good there. It's gonna protect this play from going through. So that's kind of rough, and Poiser kind of wanted that to go off there. But, you know, the Vindictive will be able to pop something. That is nice. Probably the Sidra, maybe the Banisher, though, if you really need your things to get engraved. And it looks like it will hit the Banisher there. But, yeah, there's like one race with Speed Racer where, like, he's driving against his opponent, and the opponent's like, I need this money to, you know, give my sister a life-saving operation. And Speed's like, I need to win because I want to win. It's so good. It's so good. Oh, yeah, they're so funny. It's so good. Oh, the Speed Racer movie is also really good too. By the Wachowski sisters. Like that is, it's an underrated gem. I think a lot of people have been coming around to it more, but like it is really good. But yeah, it's Man-Eater Man. You don't have the bug anymore. You just got a man, a very old man, but still a man. But pre-mat for the bug, or not the bug, the Vindictive, and then yeah. Oh, it's an old lady. Oh, that makes sense. I guess the Apprentice became the old Vindictive Magician. That might be it, you know? That makes sense to me. So the Apprentice became the old Vindictive Magician, and that's why Apprentice goes into Magician, because it works out that way. Okay, Rising, back that side, I think that makes a lot of sense. So this is Perfect Circle Monarchs mixed with the Apprentice Monarch. So it's just a Monarch deck. You know, you can kind of classify in different ways. Maybe it's not playing the hero engine. Maybe it's playing some other stuff too. Although with that pre-mat, might be playing the hero engine. Although pre-mat's just a good card in general. So spinning back Cider makes a lot of sense there because Cider can't really do the most here. But, if Alfie do have a Monarch of their own, then potentially that could be good. Smashing for the Rise will also do that. And yeah, that's going to be the end of the game. Yeah. Twitch saying, well, I don't have anything beyond this, and you can just win from here. So, yeah, rough stuff for Impoister. But let's dive into another match, see how that's going along. Just get a peek at what everyone is playing here. Let's see, Hoy versus Panel. Let's see what they're playing. Oh, let's go! Counter Fairies! Let's go! I love Counter Fairies. Oh, Poggers. That's an unironic Poggers. Counter Fairies is so cool. And this deck you can play in Demise format as well. It's just, I don't know how to make Counter Fairies in Demise format. It's very weird. Like, one of the best cards that you have access to is like Meltiel, which did come out in Strike of Neos. But it's like you need to play Sanctuary and like, ugh, yeah. Wait, why does Smashing Around work against the Winged Beast Monarch? Just fly above the ground. Is Ryza stupid? I think Ryza is very stupid, yeah. Listen, Ryza, I think people just play Ryza because let's face it, Winged Beast Supremacy, right? You get Winged Beast Supremacy, you got Icarus Attack, you got the Harpies, right? Yu-Gi-Oh! Just always liked their, their ditzy Winged Beasts, this, yeah, I don't know. I was trying to make it, the direction this joke was really going to go is I was going to call Ryza hot. Then I realized that would make people call me a furry. But listen, I'm just going to stick with the bit. Okay, Ryza is hot. Let's face it. Ryza's hot. That's why people play him, because he's hot, May not have thought hot as Thessalos, who's literally the fire monarch. But like Ryza, I don't know. Ryza's doing his pose like that, and it's like, oh yeah, that does it, right? So I think people just play, Ryza for that, and that's all I really need, right? Listen, he may be dumb enough to fall into the ground from that, but it's just so good to look at, that green, yeah. Yeah, I really think Konami missed an opportunity in the artwork because he's going like this, right? He's got his like, let's see, how can I capture this in the webcam? He's like going like tearing open his shirt almost, but he's not holding his shirt. He should have been tearing open his shirt on the art. I stand by that. Where's our Ryza alt art? Where it's just like him like tearing off his shirt like the cover of a bodice ripper, Yeah, I need that. I need that alti artwork. Give me that. A view in their graveyard, they do have a Mally in place, so they can banish the Mally and do plays with that. But it is looking good for Hoy here, honestly. Force back putting some work. Divine Wrath is probably set there. Okay, they got Frog as well, so. Okay, well, yeah. Gladiator Beast, I got opinions on Gladiator Beast. We'll get into that when I get into that, But the only reason people played Gladiator Beast were for the attractiveness. People would play like, what's his name? Octavius, that's the big one. Or like, is it Alexander? Is that a big one too? But yeah, people would play those. But, people play Gladiator Beast, they care about the effects and stuff like that. Unlike with Ryza. People play Ryza despite its effect, not because of it, For everyone who's just joining, that is a joke. I understand that Ryza is a very, very good card. But got to stick with the bit. It's going to be a bit interesting for Hoy because they need to keep a card in hand to keep Divine Wrath online. Okay, it looks like they're just going to set one pass, not committing anything into this. I think that makes sense. But this does leave another monster on field for a potential Monarch. It also walls up Pana a little bit better. So there is an argument to potentially have done something else here. I think it's fine, personally. Yep, they're just passing back. So it seems like it's in the passing phase. It's just like sort of going back and forth, seeing what happens. But if Hoy starts to draw into like a Bountiful Artemis or something like that, that can definitely turn the game around a bit. Unless they're not playing Artemis. They might not be playing Artemis or Meltiel. They might just be playing Harvest Angel to get back counter traps because it's just a more counter trap focused strategy, right? That is something you can do. They made it a fairy to play in counter fairies, but you can just use it for its counter trap getting back capabilities. Maybe there's some Mask of Darkness in here for Hoy as well. Maybe it's just a trap control deck, which is something that you can potentially play at this time. I'm surprised we have not seen anyone on zombies yet. I assume we'll get into that later, but maybe not. Someone sending another passing back with a breaker online. I mean, that has to be a chainable, right? No way it's not a chainable. Unless it's a bluff to be like, oh, what are you going to do? Okay, they've got Bountiful Artemis here, so that means that they might have a counter trap to stop that set card if they do breaker it. So, I think that makes sense. So, they're not activating the breaker effect. They're not trying to pop. They're just leaving that Bountiful Artemis there and attack. Very interesting. That is a neat play. I was not expecting that. But you have to play this deck a little bit differently than you do other decks. Treating for a Sidra. So that's not going to potentially, trigger a Divine Wrath or something like that, or a Pulling the Rug. But it is going to try attacking into that Artemis. Now, is there a negate attack in the back row? Oh! Shrink! Let's go! Not expecting that, honestly. But no one wants to be the normie. Yeah, we're getting to a point where being a normie is actually abnormie, So it's like, can you really be a normie? It's the normie paradox, It's kind of like, there was, if you ever heard of like the first interesting number, or like every number is interesting is what it was. So there was a very famous Indian mathematician called Ramanujan, and I think he was like visiting a friend in the hospital, and he got like a taxi cab and stuff. And the taxi cab number was like, I don't know, like 1729. It was some random number. And Ramanujan just busted out a random fact. He was like, oh, that's actually an interesting number. That's like the first number that can be the sum of like 3 squares or 3 cubes in 2 different ways or something. And then he just dropped that bit of knowledge and left. It was like, Ramanujan was actually insane. He was a crazy good mathematician. Came up with things that no one else would come up with. He would say that they came to him in a dream. It's just really, really cool. But anyways, the moral of the story is that that I think he visited his friend G.K. Chesterton in the hospital, and he mentioned this and stuff. And G.K. Chesterton basically said is there a number that isn't interesting or something like that? I'm messing up the story, but basically it led to sort of funny little proof where you prove by contradiction, because you're proving that every number is interesting, right? And you say, okay, assume that there's a number that is not interesting, right? And sort of you go through the numbers one by one, and you eventually reach that number that's not interesting, right? Well, when you reach through that number and you're counting up through the numbers like that, that number is actually the first non-interesting number, which would then make it interesting, because that's an interesting thing. It's the first number of a certain type. So then that number is interesting as well. And then you've reached your contradiction, because, you assume that this number was not interesting. So, it's not sort of a rigorous proof. It's just sort of very funny. But yeah, everyone's terminally online after COVID. You're exactly right, Mirror. It's just, everyone's, I don't know. We got so much, well, not so much time, but we got used to being online during the pandemic. And now here we are. Solemn getting fired. So that wasn't a Divine Wrath, but Hoy will be drawing 2 cards off that. So that's going to be pretty good. Yeah, so they get to use both their Artemises, draw 2. But they did drop down a lot of life points there, which is one of the risks of playing this counter trap deck. I'm curious if they're playing Sanctuary of the Sky and Meltiel. Meltiel is so good in counter fairies. It's just popping your opponent's stuff as you negate other stuff. It's just such value. But in order to get that online, it takes a bit of work. I also love Bountiful Artemis' art. It's looming over a valley. Wild. It is huge. It's a huge otherworldly entity. So I believe that there are 3 Solemns legal. And we can actually check this by going here. I don't see Solemn there. I don't see Solemn there. Yeah, Solemn is at 3. So it is unlimited in this format. So you can use it for counter fairies there. Dribble said it's not just getting used to online, it's getting exposed to the people that were terminally online before the big cough. Yeah. I mean, people have been existing since the existence of the internet when it was first created back in the 90s. People have been terminally online. There have always been people. It's just grown. The phenomenon has grown a lot more over time. But it seems like the Imposter and Alpha 2 game actually wrapped up So who managed to win that one? It seems like Aleph won that, and then Impoister will be facing the winner or the loser of this game. So, yeah. Oh, Invisil! Wow. So that negates the effect of all spell cards. That's pretty neat. This card did come out and force the breaker, I'm pretty sure. And that is a card. That is very neat. Yeah, it's still defeated by an Axe Raider. Well, Battle of Arms maybe, but not Invisil. But I guess if you switch it to defense, it can block off the Axe Raider attack. But Axe Raider is such an iconic card. Okay, it doesn't get hit until September 2009, where it goes to 1. Yeah, so in the Synchro era. That makes sense to me because being able to Solemn a Synchro is like very good because Synchros take a lot of investment and they're everywhere. So like Solemning a Synchro is very good. Blackhorn of Heavening a Synchro is very good. A lot of different ways that you can sort of interact with Synchros in that way. That is a bit unpleasant. So you don't want those running around everywhere, especially if you're trying to promote a new summoning type. So you limit that to get rid of it, or not get rid of it, but like make it less of an issue. Yeah, I feel like Invisil is a very neat card. I also think it could potentially have some potential after Demise. That's one of the coolest things about going back to these formats because they're just cards that completely went under the radar. Maybe not even under the radar, but people were just like, we've got a big event coming up. I don't necessarily want to bring Invisil to a big event because there's a risk to that, right? I want to bring the thing that I know is going to be somewhat good if I play well, right? And for retro events, we do have that to some degree, right? Like in-person retro events, oftentimes people bring like the standard stuff more. But on online events, people can really bring things that they never would spend the money on in real life or never really think about bringing to an in-person event that you have to travel to, right? So, Call on Disc Commander is going to be very good for Pana here, especially if they have a way to convert that into a tribute. I feel like they have to because otherwise you're leaving that in there and potentially you've got a major risk there. But Invisil does kind of look like an anime villain. It looks like Shigaraki from My Hero Academia mixed with like an angel. Yeah, it's very neat. I wonder what those gates are behind it. See how there are like gates here? Like, what are those? There's also like barbed wire. What is going on in this artwork? Like, I don't know. What is going on? Yeah, very interesting though. Yeah, an important note too. Zombie format is also a lot like Perfect Circle format. They're very, very similar. What is the difference between Zombie and Perfect Circle? Let me actually look at that real quick on the format library. Where is Perfect Circle? Oh, that's Spotlight. Perfect Circle. So the difference is it releases Gladiator Assaults, rather Dragon Lords, and that includes a lot of things like Light and Darkness Dragon, which was in the special edition, Foolish Burial in the structure deck, Trade-in in structure deck, Dimensional Prison. Like, there's a lot of stuff there that you can potentially use. But Breaker finally popped one of those back row, hitting a Mirror Force there. So that's pretty good. It's a Gatekeeper. Oh, that makes sense. But then Norlerus is what is Norlerus doing, right? Like, Norlerus is also in front of a gate, right? And that didn't really gatekeep. And what's Onride? Like, I'm really interested in the Sky Scourge sort of lore. I don't really know. But Zachary and Cheese said that's Invisil's pantry. It might be. Got to keep people out of the pantry. Can't let them get that bread. Looks like Hoy's starting to go aggressive now that the Mirror Force is gone, hitting a set Ryza. So setting the Ryza to play around things like Divine Wrath or things like Forceback. I think that makes a lot of sense. Also pulling the route you play around that. I think saying it here, saying it's going to be good getting Pana the Search there. But, it's still a pretty good situation if you're Hoy because your opponent is very scared of, committing more into the board. Certainly has Snipe Hunter, but will that even get to see activation because we know about Divine Wrath is somewhere in this back row. So that's true. Norler's gatekeeping card advantage. So every one of them gatekeep a certain thing. Yeah, I don't know what Onrise gatekeeps really. It gets gatekeeps your monsters because it banishes them, but yeah. Banishes and like banishes your opponent's monster for its like Chaos Orc effect. But Sky Scourgers are so cool. And they're really neat. I'm really glad that Sky Scourge Onrise is seeing play in Edison more in certain fairy decks, like Chaos Fairy. Like it's such a cool sort of strategy. Yeah. Yep, Pana just passing. Makes sense. The issue is the longer you pass, the longer you give the counter fairy player to set up more counters. And you're getting close to deck out. I don't think this game will go to deck out, but it is a bit weird. So switching the Artemis to attack and starting to attack in. So this means that you probably have some ways to deal with stuff. I mean, Divine Wrath is in that back row, so you can deal with that somehow. Hitting to a Fearmonger, which can get back the... does it declare its effect now, or does it declare it later, is the question. Ooh, Reaper. Yeah, that will block things up a bit. Make things a bit worrisome for you. Hoy is thinking about this. I mean, if you got Shrink, now's the time to use Shrink, because you shrink the Reaper, and then you get in for potential lethal. And they do have the Shrink, so they're going to get rid of that. And now the Bountiful Artemis will be able to hit in directly, probably ending the game. Probably. Yeah. Oh, they gaslighting Girl Boss. Yeah, that's what they got to do. They're also in front of a prison that represents the ban list. Oh, they're inspired by banned Chaos Monsters. Yeah, that's right. Except for Imbecile. Imbecile's, I'm the only one not inspired by a banned Chaos Monster. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's like representative of the ban list. But Norlaris and Enrise are definitely, for the Chaos Monster. So. Yeah, negates the effect of it, but like it doesn't really matter there because it's still targeted. Yeah, the effect is negated, but it still resolves. It's like I'm pretty sure it works that way because I'm pretty sure it works that way. Yeah, it resolved the card effect even if the effect's negated. I think. I don't quote me on that, but it's pretty sure it works. But Imbecile makes a spell canceller and Jinzo. Oh, okay. I don't think spell canceller was mixed, but it's a mix of Io and Jinzo at least. So Imperial Order and Jinzo in one card. So that makes sense. Jinzo actually was never banned, I don't think, but it was on the list for quite some time. So that makes sense. Seems like that'll be game one there. So Counter Fairy's taking game one. What else is going to happen here? I think Lala versus Dumbtruck is also one of the matches. Yep, it is indeed. Let's dive into this one. Seems like it's 1-1 here. It seems like Lalo is on Zombies and Dumbtruck is on Perfect Circle Monarch, I assume. So, very intense game going to the game 3. Glad to see someone actually on the zombie deck, because this is the namesake of the format. Zombie Master coming down here, using its effect to bring back a zombie. So, yeah, you do cost, and then you get to target. So, you get to target what you pitch, actually, in this format. So, yeah, targeting the turtle, I think that makes sense. Don't necessarily want to crash into a Rise with a Kogi, but the Crow will stop that, and that is going to be very brutal for Lalo here. So yeah, I don't know if they necessarily have the best way out of this. I mean, Vortex is something. Pitching to, get over the Ryza. But now you just got a Zombie Master and a Dream here. Phoenix Wing will put that Zombie Master back to the top of the deck. You can't use the Zombie Master next turn because you need a card in hand to actually deal with it. So this is going to be pretty rough for Lalo here, depending on what Dumbtruck has. You can banish the Mally to go into a Monarch here. And the great thing about Ryza, too, is that Ryza can target one card in the field and place it on top of the deck. So what you can do is actually you contribute for the Mally, target your own Call the Haunted with the Ryza, put that back on top of the deck, then you get Call for next turn. So not looking good for Lalo here, all things considered. Pre-mat, Pre-mat will also probably do it here. I don't even know what you pre-mat back. Yeah, Ryza probably. That makes sense to me. But this is going to be a lot of damage. And, actually, this is just lethal damage. Or no, not, yeah, lethal damage, yeah. So that will do it. GG's indeed. But Lalo isn't out of the tournament just yet. They're going to the bottom bracket to play out that side of things. So, yeah, sad to see Zombies falling there. Let's dive into Teapot versus Cotton Candy Brandy. See what's going on in that game there. If they're still playing, there we go. Cotton Candy Brandy versus House Blend of the tea, I guess. But yeah, it seems like Cotton Candy Brandy is on Monarchs, and seems like House Blend's on Monarchs. It seems like they're both on Monarchs. Perfect Circle Monarchs running crazy in this event. Makes sense though, because this is very similar to Perfect Circle. You don't have Lad, which is basically the only thing the deck is missing, but like besides Lad, like you're feeling pretty good with Perfect Circle Monarch. Very, very similar. So we'll have to see. Right now, I'm planning on having there be a zombie tournament and then a Perfect Circle tournament on the YGR from Their Discord server for our monthly events. So right now, the current game plan is next month it's Trooper. Month after that is Zombie. Month after that it's Perfect Circle. But I will say that when you have two formats that are very, very similar, like Perfect Circle and Zombie, there is a potential for maybe skipping over one just for the other. I don't necessarily want to do that right now because the one that people would like to play in most is Perfect Circle. I mean, it's a more popular format overall. So, I would like to host both. But yeah, there's a question of, is Zombies really good here? Like, it won the original event, but now people know more about deck building, know more about theory crafting, and Perfect Circle Monarch is just such a good deck that, like, it can be tricky to see if it actually is able to compete or not. So yeah, I don't know. It really does depend, I think. And right now I'm still leaning towards doing Zombie and Perfect Circle because, like, at the end of the day, like, these are still formats that should get highlighted because they're formats that people can play, and they're formats that, don't really get as much representation. I mean, Perfect Circle gets a bit more, but, like, still, of the retro formats out there, it's not as much as, like, Edison, Tengu Plant, Goat, all those stuff. But I don't know. I'm just saying I'll play it by ear, yeah, we'll see what happens with that. But right now I am planning on it. Like, the general plan for these formats is, if it's got a channel on Format Library, I'll do an event for it. If it doesn't have an event or if it doesn't have a channel on Format Library, but there's a ban list sort of missing on Format Library, which, I sort of think that every ban list should have an associated format for it, right? Because if there's a ban list that is sort of, like, not in any format, we know there was an event for that ban list. So, there should be something to represent that ban list, because it's different from what comes after it, right? That might be, like, getting too into the weeds. Maybe people don't think that's the case, but that's just my opinion on it. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll also change on that in the future. I don't know, but I think it's still good to do in general. But yeah, it looks like Warrior Lady and Carter were tagging in for 15 and 19 here. So Cotton Candy Brady's in a bit of a tough spot, all things considered. But I mean, it's not the worst spot that they can potentially come back from this. Oh no, we're hovering in end phase. No, not DB. Okay. Looks like they're set one. Okay. I thought it was like a DB thing because we saw that a bit earlier as well. But yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, drawing, and I believe this is. Did they have the frog up? I'm not sure they had the frog up, but they're gonna bring out a Fearmonger here, attack in to the Trooper. Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing is you don't have a Destiny Hero engraved to bring back off this Monger, or at least threaten to bring back. So that way, ideally you'd get the Warrior Lady to be used on the Monger as opposed to something else. But yeah, it's a bit tricky here. But yeah, I mean, I sort of like having the full coverage of that. Mirror, so I agree with you there. But oh, the dust shoot there. Oh, that's rough. I was thinking if it was like Phoenix Wing and you've got like Disc Commander in hand, you pitch Disc Commander, and then threaten to bring that back. So then they have to banish the Fearmonger with the Warrior Lady and do stuff with that. But yeah, not looking good. Not looking good. I mean, you do this because if they've got a Monarch in hand, you need to get out that Monarch, but it is rough. It's rough out here. But yeah, who knows what the overall library of formats is going to look like when we've made it to the present, Only time will tell. Still a long way out. I mean, I think we were doing the math on this, and like I'm not gonna reach toss until like 2028 or something. Which is still quite a way down the line. And of course, all that can change, right? Like, if we change the pace that we're going at or something like that, then maybe that can affect things. But right now, I'm playing out just keeping the standard pace that we're going at. I don't necessarily need to rush to later events. Like, I feel like we've got a good pace already. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're in a good point, right? It's not like in the Stein formats where, like, when we hit the Stein formats, I was like, okay, we got to go fast because these Stein formats are going to alienate a lot of people. And so I sort of just like blazed through those, right? Like, I made before the Stein formats, before we would reach those, occasionally, like I'd be, doing video coverage, and then we wouldn't quite get to a format in time. So we'd have a YGO from Zero monthly event. That's like, okay, we can go back to an older format and, feature that a bit. But, in Stein, I was like, nope, we're just doing this month Stein, this month Stein, this month Stein, this month Stein until all the Stein formats are gone. And we did that, and now we're in the good times again. But I did like sort of having it on that monthly schedule where like every month we do the next format. I think that was a good thing overall. And so, that's what I'm planning to do. And that's what my pace is set up to be. And honestly, like we're starting Trooper soon. I think that we'll probably be done with Demise by next week. Of course, that could change depending on how busy I am outside of YouTube and stuff like that. But right now, the current scheduling is that we'll finish up with Demise next week. There aren't really many decks left. Really, like I want to do the 6am vid that I mentioned where I sort of go back and see more 6am. Okay, looks like that was game 2. So it's going into game 3 there. So what other games are going on? We've got, let's see. It's just Hoy and Pana and Teapot and Cotton Candy. I want to dive into Hoy and Pana again. I know it's a bit of a slower match because Counter Fairies is a bit of a slower deck. Oh wait, Hoy and Clemens is going on too, it looks like. Oh, so that game wrapped up already. It just hadn't been reported. Okay. Yeah, so let's dive in to Hoy and Clemens because we don't know what Clemens is on here. So, yeah, let's see if was that reported or not. Let's find out in the format library. Okay, it looks like it was reported. It just wasn't updated on Challenge. So that is good to know. Okay. Harvest Angel Wisdom coming down here to get back a counter trap. So that means that some of these must be counter traps or else you wouldn't commit this to board probably. But Clemens does get a search here. So that can be pretty good for them. Your search at Trooper. Trooper will be able to hit over some of these things if it's able to go through, but that is a big if, if you're playing counter fairies here. Passing back heavy would be good for Clemens here. But if not, you kind of just got to do what you got to do. Summon out the card trooper, try and attack in. It looks like they are going to try and do that. Will that go through? Force back is going to send that back. Get a draw off the Artemis. Get a counter trap engrave for the Angel of Wisdom here. So, now this could be interesting because there could be a side right here. Oh, that level limit going through. Does Hoy negate that? I think I might. Okay, it looks like they're not going to do that. So yeah, it's burn. It's burn, baby, burn. Looks like it at least. But yeah, so that is going to be a bit rough. Does Counter Fairies have many ways to deal with resolve spell or traps? That is the question. I feel like if they don't, then Hoy probably should have negated that if they had the tools to. But okay, well, actually, Breaker is waited. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Breaker does it. Yep. You break that back row, switch the Artemis and the Angel into attack, and then you get in for a whopping 3,400. So, yeah. So that will go through there, down to 3,000. And now if you've got other counter traps here, it's pretty good to commit. Looks like they're just sitting on that one. So they got a counter trap and a prayer. But that might be good enough. Level limit area, burn, baby, burn. Yeah. Got the burn going on. I don't know why I'm doing that with my voice. Yakiyuri Panda coming down here. And that's, yeah, I mean, so that's tricky here. I was thinking with like Trooper, if they summon a Trooper here attacked over something, you don't really care about that as much. Okay, attacking over the Angel is interesting. Probably trying to do this before a better counter trap gets engraved, but like, I don't know. I feel like the Artemis is a bit more powerful here, unless they got a way to deal with the Artemis other than that. But I guess this way, the Angel can't crash into the Yakuyere and potentially get in that way. But you do have a way to get into the Yakuyere here. You just crash the Breaker in, attack over it with Artemis, and then you've cleared that. So you don't really need the Breaker on field anymore. So, okay, Exiled will also do it. So Exiled will pop that, and then you get in for lethal damage. So, oh, Baboon, baby! The Baboon is coming down. Yeah, that will work. So if it was destroyed into the graveyard, you get to special summon this thing. Pay 1,000, bring it out. That is going to be a bit problematic. Not gonna lie. So yeah, I mean, it could be a monster brick here on Hoy's part, but that is rough. Oh, they got shrink though. They got shrink. So that will do it. Yeah, shrink on that. So it's not lethal. It's not lethal. They're 100 off lethal, but it is still very good. So this is Baboon Burn. Baboon Burn, a very popular, well, maybe not very popular, but it is a fun deck that people played for some time. So we can get in, drop Clemens down to 100 life points, scary spot to be in, and then pass back. So what's going to happen here? Clemens now can't pay for the green Baboon anymore either. You're going to set one, set another, just pass back. You do what you got to do, you know. Ojama Trio getting fired, so that way no more monster will be able to summon out here. Question is, does Hoy care? They do care. They're going to go for Solemn. This gets them an extra draw as well. So, yeah. I mean, Counter Fairy is about having all the answers, right? If you draw all the answers, it's the best deck in the room. If you don't, then it's really bad. But I mean, Hoy's putting in the work with that Counter Fairy deck, showing how powerful it can be if it all goes off. So, very, very neat there. Let's see what other games are going on here. We got Impoister versus Pana there. It seems like the, let's see, so Cotton Candy versus Teapot wrapped up. So Splevin and Teapot are playing now, and Lalo and Cotton Candy are playing as well. I'm curious what Splevin brought. So I want to see, that game if we can. It might not be up yet. Yeah, it's not up yet, but I want to dive into that one because I think it's, you know, Splevin's a very great player in these formats, and, you know, I'm curious what they're on. Okay, it looks like that's going to happen in like 2 minutes. So we can jump back into that when it's up. Oh, no. Is YouTube all good? Okay, looks like we're good. I hope that's good. I hope everything worked out there. The YouTube page said like there was an issue, and then it, you know, it wasn't up anymore. So that was a bit scary, but hopefully we're back there if you're watching on YouTube there. If it didn't do anything, then don't worry about it. I guess it was just on my end, but yeah, hopefully everything worked out there. But yeah, okay, it seems like this game is currently in siding, so it seems like Pana won that game 1. Is Alf playing? Okay, they're waiting for the results of Splevin versus Teapot here. So yeah, we get Clemens versus Hoy. Let's dive into Lalo versus Cotton Candy Brandy if we can, because I want to see zombies do their thing. I mean, this is zombie format. So, where is that game started yet? That game not started yet. Okay, so we got Counter Fairies and we got Monarch. Counter Fairies versus Baboon Burn, that is, in Monarch here. Okay, good. So it's all good. So yeah, I guess that was just on my end. You know, I was like, oh no, what happened here? But I guess as long as OBS is running, that's what matters. Because the YouTube page itself is just more to manage the stream, I guess, than to actually run it. So. We have Mirror Force on that Sidrus. Seems like Sidrus have been brought in, so Hoy's getting a bit more aggressive in game 2 because, you know, you're up against Baboon Burn. You kind of need to get aggressive. Set one, set another, pass him back. Clemens asking if it's good to go to main, and there's the Trooper. Trooper trying to mill those Baboons into graveyard. I mean, only green's out right now, but just trying to mill that green Baboon. Looks like it did not mill the green Baboon, but it did mill a Rat, a Premat, and a Reaper, all of which are pretty good. Tagged in for 1,900 there. But ultimately, you know, if you're the Counter Fairy player, you don't necessarily care about your life points as much. I mean, for the burn aspects you do, but like, you care more about like controlling the game a bit. So they're going to Dust Tornado hit an Ojama Trio, which is a pretty good thing to hit there, all things considered. And then, I mean, they might have sided out of a lot of the Counter Fairy stuff. There's another Sidra. No Overdragon in this format, so you can't, or I mean, Overdragon is in this format, but no Fortress Dragon in this format. So you can't just send it in the Trooper to prevent the draw from going through. But this is fine. You got 2,100 beater here, and then you just set another, pass back. Dust Tornado on the new one, though. That's going to hit a Dark Bribes. It seems like they kept in the counter traps here, but Dark Bribes is probably one that you're fine seeing on, all things considered. They're going to set another monster there, pass back. You got to consider is a Baboon in their hand, maybe. Is that why they're setting these monsters, or are they just walling up? And do you need to save a way to out the Baboon here, or do you just hit in? It looks like they're just hitting into a Rat. rat will be able to get off its effect and go into another monster here. So maybe a panda, maybe something else, maybe just another rat. I mean, we know that there's only 2 rats in grave, so there might be a third one in deck, and there is the third rat there. So that rat's sticking around on field there, looking menacingly with its skull in its hand. I love the artwork on rat. I think that artwork's really good. Just that skull is so cool. It's like dripping with blood, which I'm not sure how it made it past the sensors, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad it made it past the sensors. Okay, it looks like main 2, are they going to set more counter traps or are they going to do something else? I don't know. We'll have to find out. They're setting that one, passing back. Coming checking if there's a dust shoot or something like that. Heavy storm. Ooh. Hoy probably thinking about solving that. Oh, econ. Okay, econ works too. I don't necessarily know what this does, but like it's something, I guess. Okay, econ and dust tornado. So yeah, nothing to solemn there. But oh, the wave motion cannon. No, it's hit the field. There's still time. I mean, yeah, the sensors are always weird. Okay, heavy of Hoy's own, so that does help. Call for the trooper to get a draw here. That makes sense. That's one of the nice things about trooper is that you can sort of use it in this way. Kind of like bring a Sangam with call in a way. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing about censorship is that censorship is like there's always such a vague set of guidelines that you're censoring there, right? Oh, that's going to be good for Clemens gaining that 1,000. Ooh. But yeah, there's always such a vague set of guidelines overall that you're censoring that like it can lead to sort of like paradoxes and like you allowing one thing through and then not allowing another thing through. So, I mean, it's just overall pretty silly. But Hoy setting 1, probably don't have another one because you probably set a second one if you've got another one there. Going for a wave motion there, setting that up again, setting another and passing back. No heavies from either players there. Ooh, that's a good point, Gerbil. You should have used just Tornado chained to the heavy and then set Waking the Dragon. That would have been pretty powerful here. I mean, what could Waking Dragon bring out? It could bring out Cyber and Dragon. I mean, that's pretty good. It could bring out Cyber Twin Dragon, too. A lot of good fusions that could bring out. Last Warrior, you could probably have brought out that, too. But pre-mount for a Sidra to allow Hoy to get a bit more aggressive here. That does drop them down below 6,000. So that is a life point range you got to worry about here. Oh, no. The gravity mine, no! Oh, that is... I mean, that's about as bad as it gets. Yeah, I don't see how Baboon Burn loses this one. Yeah. Yeah, that's just going to be rough. Yu-Gi-Oh! Censorship is kind of a vibe. I mean, this tomato turned out better than the OCG art. So, you know, sometimes it works out, right? It's an aesthetic, too. Summoning a panda here that's going to be 2,300, so it can beat over these Sidras if it so wishes. Or it's going to go after the defense position monster. I think that's also fine. Hitting a Marshmallow, so burning the burn player, but you're taking a fair amount of damage from that. 1,800. Yikes. Dropping down to 3,500 with a resolved wave mode cannon up with a panda that can just keep hitting into this Marshmallow on every turn. That's going to be kind of rough for you. I wonder if Marshmallon's there for the Imbecile. Could it do a light fairy? So you tribute over the Marshmallow and bring out Imbecile? Going for a Sidra instead. Yeah, you do what you have to do. I mean, this makes sense to me. Because otherwise you're taking too much damage there next turn. But that's 2 on wave motion. Clemens could potentially go for the wave motion now if they so wished. Because that is a fair amount of damage. And if you're playing other burn cards, you know, you'll draw into those eventually, right? So... Oh, they're just passing. They're saving the wave motion for a bit longer. I think that's also fine. Setting another, passing back. And the chill burn game to vibe out to, you know. That's what we need. We need like the, you know, the lo-fi anime Beats Girl, that live stream that just keeps going on forever. We need that for like Yu-Gi-Oh games. Just stitching a bunch of duels together. Being like lo-fi anime duels to drift off to, you know. That'd be cool. I would watch that. And that's the end of the game. I mean, unless Hoy has a way to stop this, this is going to be the end of the game. So, Yeah, there goes the wave motion. Firing for 4,000 damage. And Hoy will take it. So that's going to do it there. Let's see if the... let's see. Splevin versus Houseblend is indeed on. Seems like Splevin is on a Monarch deck of their own, Apprentice Monarchs. Houseblend, I still don't know. I think this is more Perfect Circle Monarch than Apprentice Monarch. But still Monarch. You know, Monarch is Monarch. Monarch be monarching, you know. Can never take down the monarchy. Yeah. Yep. Good luck, dump truck. I mean, the good thing is that, like, I think both decks are somewhat sideable against. But, yeah, I mean, may not be the most pleasant thing to play. So, okay, Splendid down to 1,400. That is pretty low. And House Splendid at a full 7,400 and a full 5 cards. So, that's a bit rough for Splevin here. But, you know, if anyone can claw their way out of it, I'll have to see if they're able to. Breaker. Now the question is, you breaker the backer right now, or just use it to hit over Stratus? It looks like they're going to breaker right now. And that is a pulling. Can you not use pulling on breaker when it's summoned? Okay, I think you can use pulling on that. Right? Maybe I'm wrong. But an effect did activate when this card normal summoned. So I don't know. Maybe they just use that. Maybe they wanted to keep it as a bluff, but I don't know. Surprising how Wave Mode and Can never was featured in the anime. It'd be great to build around for a duel given the lower starting life points. Yeah, that would be very, very intense. You know, you just thinking there like, oh no. Oh, Demok. Whoa. Speaking of anime, so Demok for Soul Exchange, getting that back. That's pretty big. That's pretty big there for Houseblend. Of course, they can't attack this turn, but still Soul Exchange. Thank you for the follow. What is that? Panna G. Okay, so is that Panna? Yeah, Panna from the tournament. Thank you for the follow there. We've been catching a bit of your games throughout, and they've been very intense, very cool. So I'm excited to dive back into that more. Although I think now, yeah, so Panna's waiting for whoever loses this game. So we'll have to see how that goes there. But thank you so much for the follow. Okay, yeah, you can pull the spell counter on something. That's what I thought. But yeah. Yeah, you'd be getting the effect out of counter, but effectively, if you're losing the rug, you're still... No, it wouldn't bounce the breaker. It would just destroy it because it's pulling, not force back. So, because you get the activation and destroy the monster. So you're just taking more things. Yeah, it's the Twitch follow. You know, you get a little thing when you follow. It's a neat sort of thing. I can change that, but I just have the basic one. But listen, no worries, Panna. We all punt games, right? Especially in a live event, it can be, you know, lots going on. Especially if someone's streaming too, like that's pressure or something like that. So no worries. It always happens. No matter who you are, no matter what the situation. Punting games is a fact of life. But yeah, tagging over the Seer there, so that is able to get rid of that. And yeah, force back. I think there's a debate to that, right? Force back, you don't necessarily want to bounce back the breaker, because like they get it back next turn. But with pulling, I feel like pulling is just like you just go for pulling, get rid of the breaker, and then like, you know, you are in the aggressive situation, so like you don't really mind. Worst case scenario, Splevin doesn't call your bluff too on the back row. They attack into your Stratos and then pop the back row, and then that's really rough. So. Don't change it. Make it way bigger and louder. Maybe I'll do that in the future. Maybe that would get more people to subscribe on Twitch, or not subscribe on Twitch, but follow on Twitch. But yeah, I like the current level that it's at. But if people do have more feedback about that, let me know. But yeah, it's just nice to have there to remind people that yeah, we have a Twitch as well, and we double stream these both on YouTube and Twitch. So whichever one you prefer, you can go to that one instead. Oh yeah. Crush card. I mean, yeah, crush card is crush card. That is brutal. That's brutal here. And if the breaker was gone, potentially if they've got another monster here in hand that they could summon. Because I believe... No, okay, so they activated Soul Exchange, so they still can't use the effect, I don't think. But yeah, Demok is also destroyed by this too. Yeah, it does. It does get banished, yeah. Yep, that is banished away. Potentially come back for a dim fuse or a return. You never know. But yeah, it's going to be brutal. But these Monarch mirrors are always fun. Like, I love seeing a Monarch mirror. I get that some people don't like the dominance of Monarch in the GX era, but like, it's a fun deck. It's a cool deck. Like, it's iconic for a reason because it's just like so good. I don't know. It's just I love playing it. So I can never get too tired of a Monarch mirror. And this is also a different sort of Monarch mirror because they're playing different styles of Monarch decks. Splevin's probably playing the Apprentice Monarch one with Crystal Seer, or they're just playing Crystal Seer as a tech card. And Houseblend's playing the Perfect Circle variety. So, there's something for everyone to love. So then another could be another Seer, could be something else. What did they search off of Crush Card? I didn't remember what they searched off Crush Card. If anyone can remember, let me know, because that could potentially indicate what that set is there. So yeah, they do get to see for CCV. For 3-year-old turns, it's rough. It's rough out there. Yeah, CCV is oh my goodness, CCV is just rough. I will say I like CCV better than Cyberstein. Like, yes, CCV is toxic. Stein ending games quickly is more toxic in my opinion. But yeah, they kill the variety of tribute something. That's true. But then you get more Monarchs, and then it's like, well, yeah, sure, they're all Monarchs, but they all do different things. So like, I think it's still ultimately fine. And you do occasionally see people play other stuff, like Dark Magician of Chaos is here, Light and Darkness Dragon is around, Jinzo gets played too. So I think ultimately they're fine. But yeah, I mean, it is all under one theme, which is kind of rough. It sort of loses the appeal of like old school Yu-Gi-Oh decks where there's sort of like a bunch of different themes mashed together. So it'd be cool if like Zaborg, Thessalos, Mobius, all those things were like different themes entirely as opposed to one main theme. But I still think it's neat. I think it also sort of signifies the shift in Yu-Gi-Oh from more just good stuff cards, just cards that you mash together, to just more archetype-based stuff. Like Monarch is not necessarily the thing that does it and shifts the game entirely over to archetypes, but it is sort of one of the transitional sort of series of cards that leads to that. So Apprentice Magician getting flipped up. I don't know why they're declaring the effect, because to put a counter. Oh, that's clever. Yeah, they do get that effect. I forgot about that effect. So Breaker gets to pop a back row here. Pop in that one. And say Phoenix Wing, they're going to choose not to use that, not to put back the Apprentice Magician or the Breaker there. They might not have good discard fodder anyways. And also, they are pretty down on cards, not going to lie. Apprentice attacking into the set, attacking into the Reaper there. And they're just going to sit on that Reaper, I guess. Setting one, passing back. And I believe this is the last turn on Crush Card. I believe. I think so, because it happens. Yeah, this is the last turn because the Crush Card was activated on Houseblend's turn. Oh, it ended. Okay, so yeah. See, I miscounted then. But yeah, so now they are free from Crush Card. They don't have to reveal. They don't have to send their Monarchs to grave. So things are looking pretty good for them. Both players are both at pretty low life too. So that'll be interesting to see which one wins out in that regard. The fact that they flipped up the Apprentice Magician here might mean that they've got a trap to protect it, because that is a very scary spot for that Apprentice Magician to be in. But it could also mean that they're just doing what they have to do, And if Houseblend plays around that back row as if they've got a trap anyways, then they effectively do, But yeah, very intense gameplay here. Let's see. Oh, goodness. It looks like in the in the Hoy versus Clemens map, there are 5 Ojama tokens up there. So yeah, unfortunately, Hoy did lose to Clemens there. And that was nasty. That was nasty. Maybe Horn of Heaven is a side deck card potentially. Book will also stop them from losing to just a summoned monster here. Yeah, booking the Apprentice, I'm pretty sure. Yep. So that will go through. And now Spelvin will be able to get out a flip monster, potentially a Vindictive, and that could potentially represent lethal. I mean, Faith will also... Faith doesn't represent lethal, I don't think, unless you can Soul Chain and attack in the same turn, which you might if... but I don't think it's the turn you activate this card, not the turn it, like, you tribute for it, right? So, I don't know. A bit interesting there. But they might have something else here. They might just get back Book to get it back, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. Pot of Avarice is going to be really good. Yeah, it's going to be really good. They do have enough in grave for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exactly. Yep, time for you to get stalled and burned. Yeah. Isn't that great, Dump Truck? Don't you love playing against that style of deck? It's just so fun, you know? You just sit there, question your life choices, be like, damn, what brought me to this point? You know? When will this end? And then maybe you win. So, I mean, Stallbird is a deck that people like playing, right? So, yeah, I can't begrudge it too much. It's a deck that's built into the game, right? You can play that way if you want to, but it is something that is a bit unpleasant for a lot of people to play against. Like, a lot of people don't like playing against it. And so that's something that you have to keep in mind. You know, you have the freedom to do that, but maybe not the freedom of of whether you'll keep your friends along the way. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, Baboon Burn at least is an interesting variation on Burn. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, Burn is just rough. Burn's rough out there. You know, let's see how the poll's doing. Seems like on the poll, there's actually a 3-way tie between what will win. 31% of people say Monarchs, 31% of people say CO Burn, and 31% of people say Other. And then 8% of people say Monarchs. That's kind of wild. I was expecting more people to say Monarchs, but you know, I guess people don't really believe in the deck as much. But yeah, you can hit that fun admit defeat button in the second game, the second the game starts. That is very true, Dribble. That's the smart way to deal with it. But Deju getting fired here to rip a card out of the hand, which is pretty good. And this game is so intense. This game is so back and forth, even after the crush card resolved. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. When you just draw into all those monsters, that is so rough. You have Walk in the side deck. Walk could help, but like, even with Walk, it's kind of like, it's kind of iffy. But yeah, you can't really play like Decree or something like that. So it's just rough. Oh, you know, you should play Mako. Mako's the way to do it. According to side deck technology at the time, they're all playing Mako. They're like, oh, I know, we'll get those burn decks. If I play a 79 attack point monster that you tribute it, and then you get to pop a continuous spell or trap. That'll do it. That's the way that I'm playing. Apparently it worked out well enough for them, but you know, seems like they've got Crow, and Heavy Storm. So crowing the frog is pretty good there. You know, you prevent them from using that for the tribute summon of a Monarch. You have to force them to use the Reaper if they want to do that, but that's a bit more risky because if they've got like Pulling the Rug or something back there, then that could be a bit bad. So this is still game 1. Yeah, it's still game 1. So you're in a very interesting situation. You also know about the Moth. So you know that Moth can potentially get back a spell there. So you don't necessarily want to let that Moth languish because, you know, they're just getting better and better spells in grave. So, yeah, this is very tough. Do we see an Econ in House Blend's grave? Because Econ is potentially something they could use here. Okay, looks like they're just going to go for heavy on that back row, hitting a Mirror Fort. I mean, that's a very good one to hit. Not going to lie. The fact that they're doing that means that they probably have something to do here. They're going to banish a Mally to get out another Mally, so that makes sense. Get that Mally out from deck, and then you tribute that for a Monarch here. Looks like they're going for a big play. Big plays only. Going for that Mally, tributing that for a Monarch, and then popping off from there. They are going to go for a Thestalos. Okay, this deals some burn damage. That's pretty good there. Rips a card out of hand as well. And what are they going to hit? They're going to hit Tails, hitting that one, which is a Crow. So that will deal 100 damage. I feel like at this point, you probably want to hit into the Faith. Like, yes, Book is bad, but like, realistically, the spells are only going to get better over time. So, they're hitting a Breaker. You know, and Breaker is also something to hit because, like, it does have more attack. But, like, for instance, let's say Sloven draws in a Snatch Steal, right? They draw into, well, actually Snatch Steal's banned, so never mind. I guess there's not really any spells that like kill you here that wouldn't like kill you only because they repeat. I didn't know, like smashing, yeah. Like let's say they draw into smashing here. Like they activate smashing, pop one of them, flip up Faith, grab back smashing, pop the other, and then get in for damage, right? Like you don't actually want to let them pull that off. I mean, obviously like book, soul exchange, all that stuff, that's annoying for you. But like, I don't know. I guess there is also the line of reasoning that like, if they're not attacking anyway, they can get back soul exchange, target the Reaper, pop it, and then you're in a much scarier spot. So I guess there's that argument too, but like, yeah. Yeah, they're going to attack into the non-faith here, going for an Apprentice Magician, which will bring out a Crystal Seer, most likely. Old Vindictive. Yeah, Old Vindictive will also be pretty good here. So that can flip up, and then Moth can only get back one spell, so you can't like repeat your book that much here. But Houseblend going to set one pass back, and Sloven going to set one pass back. Maybe setting a back row too. We don't know. You could set a Heavy Storm as a bluff. But it definitely is getting a bit scary here for Spleven. They're definitely on the back foot. But there are some draws that can get them back into this game. So, what will Houseblend do here? What are they drawing? What are they thinking about? This is tricky. You don't necessarily want to attacking the Old Vindictive. They flip up Old Vindictive, pop one of your stuff. Like, then that leaves them vulnerable, so they're not going to do that. And you kind of want to save that for later, maybe. You're in the situation where, again, like you can attack into the Faith, but now with the Vindictive, it's kind of awkward because they get back Soul Exchange, pop the Reaper, flip up Vindictive maybe, or I don't know. Okay, looks like they're going to flip some of this Sangan here. And then go to battle. So it seems like they're probably going to attack into the Vindictive here. Maybe. Yeah, they're going to attack into the new set, which might be a Crow. Okay, it's another Apprentice Magician. Wow, this Apprentice Magician's going crazy here, but it seems like they might be out of targets. Yeah, no targets. Well, that's how it goes sometimes. It is a one you can, so technically if you know you're out of targets, you can potentially save that. But, yeah, another question is, does Sangan attack into Vindictive? Maybe, maybe not. That's the question. We also don't know what's in Houseblend's hand here. Probably not a Monarch, or else you'd probably summon out that Monarch. But yeah, attacking into Vindictive, I think that makes sense to me personally. What are they going to go for? They're going to go for the Thestalos. You still have the defensive option of the Reaper there, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But again, if they draw smashing, you're in kind of a rough spot. Now, not the worst spot in the world because we know that there's a Crow and a Storm in hand. So, like, realistically, like, you're not dead here. But they can clear the board. I mean, I guess Sangan gets a search too, so you're fine with that. So, realistically, you're in a stable position now. It just depends on what is in the hand. Because, for instance, like a Monarch would be really bad for Houseblend here. Wouldn't kill, but it would still be really bad. Setting another. And just pass back, probably. Now, send another. Okay, send in back row. So that could be a live back row. Could be the Heavy Storm as a bluff. MSC hitting that back row in the end phase, hitting that bluffs Heavy Storm. Yep. And now it's back to Houseblend's turn. So things are looking pretty good for Houseblend here overall. Question is, do you think that set's a Crow? If the set is a Crow, then if you've got another monster in hand, you attack over the Faith with the Sangan, you attack over the Crow with the Spirit Reaper, and then you attack indirectly with that other monster. But that is not necessarily something that is guaranteed, especially because the Heavy was set instead of a Crow. So, I don't know. I feel like now is the time. Attacking the Faith. I mean, what's in Grave? Oh, no, they get 5, so you can't attack into Faith. Now they get back Avarice, and that's really good for them. So, can't do that. But this is also part of why, like, I think attacking the Faith earlier would have been better, because they might not have picked Avarice earlier, right? They still got to grind to that point to get 5 monsters in Grave. This is game 1. Yeah, Penna, it's game 1. Wild stuff. This game has been so intense. I mean, it is wild. Like, well, that's the fun of a Monarch Mirror. Like, the Monarch Mirrors can turn out this way. And it is just absolutely absurd. But I mean, there's a lot of intense decision making here. Looks like Sangan is going to attack into something here. The new set, I think that makes more sense. Attacking it, into another Sangan. That's rough. I still think this was probably the right thing to do. But it is just rough because now Sangan gets you back Tomato. So Tomato can get in over that Sangan, deal a bit of damage there. Yeah, setting one, passing back. So that back row could be something to deal with the Tomato there. So that is something as well. Heavy's gone if you're House Blend. And you know that in order to get back Heavy, Spellman would have to flip up that Faith. And then you just bring back the Heavy, activate the Heavy. But doing that exposes Splevin here. And I don't think they can kill House Blend right now. If they've got a Monarch, Thestalos would actually potentially kill them. Because if they summon out Thestalos, burn a bit, and then attack over to Sangan for 14, then that kills them. But if they don't have Thestalos, they can't kill this turn, I don't think. Okay, seems like Lalo was eliminated from the tournament. So unfortunately, Zombies could not carry it there. Showing the power of Monarch decks. I mean, Monarch is insane in this format, which makes sense because it's very similar to Perfect Circle. But still, I mean, kind of sad to see it go that way. But, I mean, maybe if more people brought Zombies, maybe it would do better, but it's unclear at this point. Yeah. I don't blame either of these players for taking this long to think, too, because this is a situation like the slightest misstep can cause the end of the game, right? There's the Faith. So the Faith is going to pick up a Storm to get rid of the back row. So they might have a Thessalos in hand. They could also just have a Monarch, right? Like you go heavy here, summon out Ryza, spin back the Reaper, and then you attack over the Sangan. They get a search, but they're down to 100 life points. Call. Okay, so Call, they did not have any good cards engraved to get back with Call there because Stratus would miss timing. So, yeah, Snipe would be a good search. That would sort of be an all or nothing play there with the Snipe. But they're tripping over the Faith. What is it? It's a Ryza. Okay, so what are they going to Ryza back? I would personally Ryza back the Reaper. Yep, rising back the Reaper. Attacking over the... No, it does go... Oh, yeah, it does go on top of the deck because it is not on field to be popped. So, yeah, it does go on top of the deck. And now they attack over the Sangan, deal 1,400, dropping Houseblend down to 100 life points. 100 life points! But will they be able to do it? Searching out a card from deck. I mean, what do they have here to search out? We know about Crow in hand. That's one of the cards in hand. We don't know the other card in hand. This is so intense. This is so intense. 100 life points versus 500 life points. It's down to the wire. Yeah, I think Snipe is probably the best search if they've got Snipe in the deck. They might not be playing Snipe. That is a possibility. But if they are playing Snipe, that is probably the best thing to do. You have 3 cards to pitch to it. Maybe Splevin has 2 cards on field. You have a 2/3 chance of hitting everything. But it looks like they're going to search out Reaper, play it a bit safe. I think that's also fine. Yeah, if you do draw a way to deal with the Ryza, you probably win the game too. So, like, you're probably fine with this. D-Draw. D-Draw is going to be a very good pickup there. D-Draw pitching Disc Commander, I assume. Yeah, so Frog is banished, so you can't bring that back. But you can pitch that Disc Commander and draw 2. So... yeah, will those 2 cards do it for you, though, is the question. This is so intense. Yeah, pass standby anyways, but yeah, no Frog. You also know about another Crow in hand, so I believe that... oh, no, 2 Crows are gone. So actually, no, the Crows were used up already. I must have just missed that. Yeah, 7-1 passing. I mean, that's probably the Reaper there. So, yeah, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. So yeah, if they were playing Snipe, then Snipe might have been the better call. But like, again, if there's 2 cards set, then that could make things a bit awkward. But that's how it goes sometimes. So if Splevin draws into a Monarch, which they have not run into many Monarchs here, they could potentially win the game. But it looks like the lag is going to prevent us from seeing what's there for a bit. And it looks like they're going to not draw into a Monarch. So they're going to set 1, pass back. The question is, what is that set? They didn't have any targets for a Apprentice Magician earlier. So what could that be? It's probably not only Addictive. I don't think it's another Apprentice Magician. Actually, I think Apprentice Magician is semi-limited, so it wouldn't be that. Card Trooper drawing a card here, drawing deeper in the deck, trying to draw a way to out this board and then kill that last 500 life points there. Said another though, Splevin's walling up here. They know the game might go to deck out, and they are preparing for it. This game, oh my goodness, this game is wild. This game won. It's just blowing my mind here. What could Houseblend have? Soul Exchange pretty good. Hitting one of those sets, hitting the new set, I think that makes sense. For a Ryza, so Ryza spinning back the other set to the top of the deck, preventing the Ryza from being redrawn and then used again there. I think that makes a lot of sense. Setting one, passing back. So Splevin drawing into that card that they set, so not a new thing to sort of alleviate the situation here for them. But they are going to crash into the Ryza, just, getting rid of those because potentially there's a way that Houseblend is able to stop that Ryza. Oh, the Mirror Force! Ooh, that is rough. But Splevin T-setting passing back to Houseblend. Now, they have not used up Reaper, so that could be a set Reaper there, which would also wall things up for Splevin here and potentially help them out. So is it a Reaper? Is it not? That's the question. I think it probably is a Reaper because otherwise you're putting yourself at major risk by just getting rid of your own Ryza. But oh, what could this be? They're tagging into the set. It is a tomato. So tomato goes into something else. So it seems like it's one of those other tomatoes there. Potentially going into a Reaper. Going into the Reaper, yep. Yeah. I mean, they say don't fear the Reaper, but I mean, this is a bit of a scary situation, I will say. Houseblend going to set another pass back. How many Ryzas have been used up? That is, all 3 Ryzas are in rotation, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. But there could be some more Monarchs in there as well. Just passing back, okay. Now, how many waves does Houseblend have left to out that Reaper, is the question. They've used up 2 Soul Exchanges. If we got a 3rd Soul Exchange, they can use that. They can't use BrainCon. They can use Econ if they play that. They're checking their own graveyard, seeing what they've got left in deck. I think that makes sense. Oh, this is so intense. I love it. Oh, this sort of gameplay is like why people play Yu-Gi-Oh! From this era, right? Because, I mean, these situations are just so grindy, so cool. And every single decision matters so much. Send another monster passing back. So they're walling up. I don't think that's a bad thing to wall up. Okay, it looks like Splevin's got another monster as well here. So now if Houseblend clears that Reaper, there is still a chance to not be able to get into the life and kill. Oh, this is so, so cool. This is also why people say, even if you're at low life, never give up. Because it really could go either player's way for the rest of this game. And they're both at extremely low life. No Ring of Destruction in this format. You don't need to worry about that. Rhoda. Rhoda for Exiled. Rhoda for Warriorly. A bunch of good Rhoda targets potentially. Rhoda for Fearmonger. Oof. Fearmonger D-Draw, maybe? D-Draw pitch Fearmonger, draw 2 deeper. That could be an option. Oh, no. That's rough. That is rough. Warley is able to banish that Ryza there. So that will at least clear that. But it seems like the road was just a deck then. Which is rough. I mean, keeping the Fearmonger in hand makes sense, though, because if you draw into D-Draw, you can then use that. But, yeah, it's not looking good for Houseblend. They got 7 turns, basically, to figure out a way out of this. And if they draw D-Draw, that shortens the clock for them. So, yeah, this is a very, very tough situation for Houseblend. I think Splevin is currently favored to win from this position. But it's definitely, it definitely could go either way. Yeah, you got to play Okazi in every deck, as Zachary and Cheese says. You got to have the burn cards for time, you know. Okay, Houseblend set in 1. but MST being used on that back row just to get it out of the picture. Another Rhoda, so that was a good bluff of the Rhoda there, baiting out that MST. Oh, this is so intense. Ceasefire is a good option for a variety of decks if they want something to deal that last bit of damage for them. They're worried they can't quite get there on their own. Ugh. But yeah, I don't think I'll be able to stream the entire tournament because, as I mentioned earlier, I've got dinner plans, and this is game one. This is game one of this match. And I mean, if we look at the bracket, like this is pretty decently far along in the bracket. Like, it's not the worst place in the world, but there's still a lot more of the bracket left. No TTs have been used. That's a very, very good point, Panna. So that is something to consider here from both players. Rising back the Spirit Reaper there and attacking into the other sets here. This is very interesting. I'm not sure if I would have done... Okay, so it seems like the Spy goes, but the Spy does shuffle still, I believe. Because it still looks, it just fails to find. So it will still shuffle. So that means that the Spirit Reaper will not be on top of the deck. So yeah, so that is a bit rough for Houseblend because Spirit Reaper is such a good defensive card here. Just have my date to co-stream with me. Well, it's unfortunately not a dinner with a date, but it's a dinner with family. But maybe I could have the full family co-stream with me. But you know, yeah. But that'd be neat someday. Just get people on the co-stream, co-commentate. That's always cool to have co-commentators and stuff. But I do like it. Sort of just, you know, this way I get to monopolize the whole stream. It's all me all the time. But we used to, for locals, we used to have just an open voice channel for people to jump in. But I decided to, you know, move away from that because one, we got feedback from people who said that it made things a bit too messy on the stream, and two, like we're not growing too fast right now, but we have been growing bigger over time, and as we grow bigger, the possibilities of people just jumping in to like just say random things on the call increases, and so that makes it pretty rough for us. Is this going to be the end of the game? Oh my goodness, the Reaper attack for lethal. Okay, that went through. Wow. So yeah, it seems like those back row are just dead cards, dead bluffs. But very intense game one. Very, very good game one there. Wowza. That's great. I would date Wicked Worm Beast if it was a real thing. Wicked Worm Beast. Oh, such a beautiful, beautiful monster. Let's dive into Hoy versus Cotton Candy Brandy. I think like Cotton Candy Brandy won the first game, but Hoy's able to get a bit more aggressive here in this second game. Unfortunately, the Bountiful Artemis has been tributed for the side row, so looks like not many counter traps in Hoy's corner here. But yeah, that was such a close one. That was like the sort of thing that I love seeing. Dark Bribe here, so it still gets Cotton Candy Brandy a draw, so not the worst trade for Cotton Candy Brandy. But yeah, it's still not as much draws as you'd like, but it's still something. Setting one, passing back. Hoy just hitting over that with a side row. That is one of the issues with counter fairies, is that the deck is generally pretty monster light. So, you know, you do wind up in situations where you're just sitting on one monster and some back row. And you're hoping for your back row to stop the interaction points, you know. But looks like they've just got one back row there. So that is very interesting. Maybe playing around heavy. Maybe playing around monarchs or something like that. Maybe they do actually have other monsters, but they don't want to commit them to field. But, yeah, Hoy, smile. You're on candid camera. There's a board coming down to try and pop the Cyber Dragon, but that will be met with a pulling there to stop that. That's pretty good. I wonder why they didn't banish for Mali and then go for Zaborg. Maybe playing around... Oh, no, it doesn't really play around TT. But I think this does get... You have the Mali engraved for later in case they've cleared your board. And then you've got that option for going for a tribute summon. That does make some sense, but... It was me, like, I am always very terrified of drawing the second Malian deck. Like, I'm like, oh no, if that happens, I'm just going to be so sad. And so I always just try to get the Malies out of rotation as soon as possible, because I'm like, the longer this game goes on, the more likely I am to draw them. So, Yeah, it's always a tricky thing managing that. Okay, Stratos here, searching out a card from deck. What will it search? There also was the option here, maybe not the better option, but there's the option here where you could have banished Mally, summoned out Stratos, popped on the back row just to deal with one of the counter traps. But you figure Stratos is probably trading for a counter trap anyways, so you don't really need to do that. But it is very funny. Cider attacking into the Stratos there, dealing 300, dropping Cotton Candy Brain down to a full half of Hoy's life. So neat how that worked out. If this was the anime, then the game would be over. But luckily, this is not the anime, so we get to see more. Sudden one. Sudden one. Pass back. Might be the Disc Commander. Disc Commander is a good set there. Dust Tornado on the new set, though. That's going to hit a TT. I mean, that's a very, very good hit. That's a very good hit. Now you don't have to worry about TT here in the future. You do have to potentially worry about call or pre-mount on the Disc Commander. Maybe an argument to... Oh, well, you got knock anyway, so it doesn't matter. Crush card, though, will be able to be chained to that to crush some cards here. So that is one of the powerful uses of Crush card. That's why I think in general it's good to save the Crush card for when your opponent actually does some interaction with what you've got. Because in this case, you got to use up a knock as well as just getting the Crush card online. It's just absurd. Sidra in hand. Harvest Angel in hand as well. And last card is a Shrink. So yeah, that's pretty brutal for Hoy, especially because Counter Fairies plays pretty much exclusively cards above 1500 attack. So yeah, that's rough. So this is a Unfocused Gamer. This is the zombie tournament held on Format Library now. So the Demise locals wrapped up. But I'm also streaming the zombie tournament because, you know, it's happening live. You know, it's a small event and no one else was going to stream it. So I figured I might as well stream it while I've got the time. Of course, I'm going out to dinner later, so I won't be able to stream like the entire time, but I will be able to at least cover part of it. Call of Honor to bring back the Cider at least mitigates the effect of that Crush card a little bit here. But it's still a bit rough that you had to go through that. You probably keep the Shrink in hand because if they were going to have a monster bigger than Sidra, it's probably going to be a Monarch, and that deals with the Sidra anyways. So, yeah. Oh, did I swear? Oh, I didn't mean to swear. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, you're right. I should change it. That is right. Thank you, Panna, for reminding me of that. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking of that. But yeah, let's change this to zombie. And this is when is this? This is not Perfect Circle. This is zombie. It's September 2007 list, but based around October 2007 for Durham. So October 2007. And I'll just do 20. All right, I'll just have it as zombie. I'll just leave it like this. So, yep. We've got that set up there. And there we go. Looking good. Thank you for reminding that, Panna. Yeah, I forgot to do that. I had such downtime between the Demise locals and now. But for some reason, I was just like, you know, not thinking about that. But, yeah. Yeah, the Hoy game was, that was happening earlier. That was against a different person. So this game is slightly different. But yeah, see, like Zaborg came down and Shrink would have been able to, you know, put Zaborg below Sidra. But at the same time, Zaborg would have popped Sidra, so it wouldn't have done anything there. So, yeah, Dust Tornado hitting it. Oh, the Mirror Force. No! Oh, just going from bad to worse for Hoy here, unfortunately. They do Shrink, so they can get over that Zaborg if they draw into a monster, but, like, that's just rough. That's just rough stuff. 2,400 damage to the face, dropping down to 3,200. And, yeah, it's just, like, it's not looking good. It's not looking good at all for Hoy on the cool Counter Fairy build. But unfortunately, that build might not be enough. Yeah. They're thinking of main 2, though. So what is Cotton Candy Brain going to do? Do they have more back row to set? Do they have something that they can do, like bring back a Disc Commander or something with a pre-mat? Okay, looks like they're just going to set one, pass back. Hoy's out of Crush card now, so that could be something that he could use. Looks like he's going to set one and pass back, though. Rough. That's rough. That's rough, buddy. Yeah, Crush card is Crush card. But again, I do think it's less toxic than Cyberstein. So, I mean, that's something, but not much of a thing, but it's something. Send another passing back. Okay. Well, he's still in it. You know, he's got 800 life. But it's not looking good. Okay, that'll keep them alive. But, yeah. Dust Tornado on the new, or I think that was there before, but still might as well get out of the picture. And yeah, the Divine Wrath will be gone, so you can't negate the Ryza. Spinning that set back to the top of the deck, tacking in, probably a shrink, and yeah, it's going to be the end of the game. Brutal stuff with Crush Card. I mean, that's why Crush Card's so good. That's why Crush Card's so toxic. But yeah, rough stuff. So it looks like Cotton Candy Brandon's going to be moving on to the next round. So we got Splevin versus, what matches have we got going on? Splevin versus Teapot still. Actually, it's just Splevin versus Teapot. That's the only match that's going on right now. And then that sort of starts a domino effect throughout the rest. So we're diving into this one. It's on game 2. So game 2, it seems like it's also been taking a fair bit of time. But I mean, that's Monarchs, right? That's how it goes. Thessalos to rip a card out of hand. Pretty good here. Potentially ripping out something like an Apprentice Magician or something like that. And it does hit an Avarice. I mean, that is really good because that's four monsters engraved. So Avarice was almost online. So that is perfect. And Splevin's just setting one passing back, but if that is a Apprentice Magician, you know, at least it cannot get into the Faith to get back the Avarice here. So you're feeling pretty good about this probably. But yeah, I think it's, oh wow. Yeah, I agree that the format's very similar to PC. I do think that this format's still fun. It's just, you gotta, like, it's rough. So I think that when it comes to format sucking or not, it is always a matter of taste, right? Like, I mean, that is just a given. But I think, like, you can also classify formats based on, like, whether it would appeal to certain people or not. Like, I think Perfect Circle is a format that appeals to people who are more interested in, like, people who like, you know, skillful mirror matches, right? If you like a skillful mirror match, the Perfect Circle mirror is one of the most skillful out there, right? And so if you like that sort of thing, then you're going to like the format. If you instead like brewing up neat decks and, you know, bring things that are a bit off the radar, but making them work, then you won't necessarily like that format as much because the format is, like, it's not quite tier 0. There are some other decks that can, like, put up a fight, but, like, it effectively is tier 0. So, yeah, hopefully not another Reaper off. Exactly, Fana. Like, that would be pretty rough. It's just slowing down the game to a crawl. But hopefully it won't be another one of those. I mean, a Fearmonger is not the most aggressive pressure here. So, even if they do manage to clear this set, it might not necessarily be going too quickly here, but Dust Shoot to also rip away a Monarch too is very nice as well. Yeah. Oh, well, the Crush card resolved earlier. Was it? No, Crush card was milled off the Trooper, I think, probably. So yeah, that's what I think happened because you check the tribute fodder for Crush card, it would be like the Reaper, but the Reaper is after the card Trooper. So, yeah. Oh, I think this form is actually inferior to tier 0 formats. I can see that because, like, it is a bit frustrating when, like, a format has a promise of being not tier 0, and so people bring other stuff. But at the end of the day, it turns out it's just, like, you can potentially compete with the best deck in the room, but it's just effectively not the best deck in the room. So I could definitely see that being the case. But yeah, respect to all the fellow slow players out there. I mean, I've slow played in the past. Wow, that's just going to be a scoop there. So that was definitely not the slow play. Because Fulham was still in that. But, I mean, that effectively does lock it up, I think. I mean, yeah, Crush Card Virus is very frustrating. But for me personally, like, I find it better than Stein. Like, I will say that. Maybe, I mean, that's just crazy, right? But I think different things appeal to different people. Different toxicities hurt different people more, right? Like, to me, the fact that Crush Card, like, it lasts 3 turns, but after that it's over, gives me a glimmer of hope. I'm like, okay, if I can last out this Crush Card, I might be able to come back into it, right? Whereas with Stein, it's like, oh, Stein happened. I couldn't do anything about that. Okay, well, GG, I guess, you know, and that's it, right? You could argue that that's better because it's quicker, right? Like, at least with Stein, it ends right away. But to me, I like playing Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And I feel like under Crush Card, while it is toxic and unattractive and, like, a myriad of other things, I feel like even under Crush Card, as long as I don't get completely screwed over on draws, which I might, you know, that does happen. I feel like there is, like, a little bit of wiggle room to play some Yu-Gi-Oh. But, I mean, listen, I hate dash shoot because it turns off. It gives you perfect information and basically makes it so that you can't really have a turn. Crush card does the same thing. So I don't like it for that reason. I don't like crush card virus. I'm not saying that I do, but I do think that in terms of the level of toxicity, I feel like we've been through more toxic stuff than crush card. But that's just me. And other people, mileage can vary, right? One of the beauties of retro formats that I've always sort of held up as one of the best reasons to play them is that if you play a variety of retro formats, if there's some that you don't like, you can always play the others, right? And that I think just still holds true. And it's part of why I really want to just explore all these things, because I feel like exploring them, exposing them to people, gets people to have these repertoires of formats where it's like, well, okay, I'm not in the mood for Goat or Edison or Tangle Planet Hat or whatever the popular formats are right now, but I am kind of in the mood for Chimeritic format, or I'm in the mood for Warrior format, or I'm in the mood for whatever else, you know? And I feel like that's always a good thing to have more options than less. So, yeah. I know that went in different directions from your original point, but I feel it's good to, just repeat. Like I've said that a lot on streams in the past, but I feel it's good always to repeat that spiel because I think it's a good spiel. I think it's something that can get people interested in trying out these formats, because I feel like a lot of the times, the reason why people oppose trying out other formats is because it's sometimes framed as like, oh, you should try out this format because it's better than your trash Goat format, Edison format, Hat format, Tangle Play format, whatever, right? And if you come into it aggressively like that, and you're saying like, these formats are trash, this format's good, then if you like the format that they're calling trash, you're less inclined to try it because you're like, well, you think this format's trash, but I don't think it's trash. So why should I trust your opinion on this, right? But two, it also puts people on defensive right away, right? Like, if someone's coming at you aggressively, you're less likely to do what they want to do, right? Because you're like, well, hold up, that's a bit rude. I don't necessarily want to do what you're doing because you're being rude to me. So why should I go along with what you're saying, right? And so I sort of like to take the approach of just like, putting them out there, not saying one's better than another. Like everyone's got their own personal opinions, but that's part of the beauty of it. Everyone's got their own personal opinions. So that means that like, Polling's going to be pretty good here. That's still tribute the Apprentice, which is pretty good, but still rough. But yeah. Anyway, that's a rambling sort of pitch for playing a bunch. But yeah, these 2007 to 2008 formats are good for when I'm in the mood for CBC. I mean, everyone gets a bit masochistic sometimes. That's also part of the fun of formats like, for instance, Chaos or Joey Pegasus or something, formats that are just like out of this world power level, like in terms of like what you're doing. And like games oftentimes do become sort of non-interactive at different points. But if you're in the mood for that sort of thing and you're like, you know what, I want to do this sort of thing. I just want to throw down cards and have fun with them. I don't want to like necessarily get into the most skill intensive matches or the most like, grindy matches. I just want to, have some fun throwing some cards down, right? Then that's perfectly fine, and people do enjoy that sort of thing sometimes, right? So that's also another thing to keep in mind. Like, when talking about like good formats, quote unquote, it doesn't necessarily have to be like good at all times, right? Like there are definitely times when I want to play Chaos format. There's definitely times where I don't want to play Chaos format because I'm not in the mood for that sort of thing. And that's the beauty of it, is that there is something there for everyone for whatever time you're at, if you like one format of the game, there will be others that you like. And yeah, no, I think that's good, panel. Like playing something different is important because it pushes the format forward, right? If people don't test out anything new ever, then, they'll always just be the same decks running around, right? So I think it's good to try out new decks, right? But like, I do think that like, one of the nice things about an online tournament is that you can do that too. Where like, if you're going to an in-person event, you got to prepare for it. You got to try and get some like return on your investment. Like a lot of people view it that way. You have to pay for an in-person deck. You have to pay for the travel, pay for all that stuff. And so like, why go if you're just going to like scrub out playing a sort of jank thing that, you don't necessarily know is going to work or not, right? But with an online event, you can see it and be like, oh yeah, I'll sign up for that, and then play something fun that you want to try out. So I think that's very, very good. Yeah, Hat is really, really fun. Like, and it's also exactly as you say, it's not about recruiting them. It's just about showing people what's out there and being like, if they find it interesting, then it's like, oh yeah, I'll try that out. And if they don't, you don't have to push it, right? You can just be like, okay, yeah, you don't want to do this, you don't have to do it, right? But yeah, if you hate every format in the game, then, I don't know what to tell you. Yu-Gi-Oh! Might just not be for you, right? And that's also something that's fine, right? Like, you don't have to play Yu-Gi-Oh! There are other card games out there. There are other games out there, too. You might not enjoy TCGs in general, right? There are plenty of games out there for any individual. And no one needs to be forced to play one thing or another, right? So that's a nice thing. But I have heard great things about Digimon. It's very, very neat too, the way they do their like health system, tying it to like different cards and things like that. Yeah, it just seemed very interesting to me. But before I played Digimon, on a previous stream, people were trying to push me to play Pokemon from zero, which, maybe I'll have to do that in the future, but that's going to be a while out. That'd probably only be like if this channel gets big enough to actually like be my job, which I don't think it'll ever do because like retro Yu-Gi-Oh is a very niche thing. But that's probably the only way I'd be able to have the time to do a second channel like that with what I'm currently doing. Yeah, I really can't stand it when guys, oh, is that the male symbol or, yeah, okay. So, well, either way, it's sort of like the clapping emojis for Kagos, but I really can't stand it when guys come at me aggressively. Yeah. I mean, that does happen, but, did Tomato summon face down? I wasn't paying attention. It should not have. What is going on here? Well, the apprentice magician didn't get anything there, I don't think, but I don't know. I wish there was a log here. I wish there was a log, but unfortunately it looks like not. Brain getting met with a book to flip down the Reaper, prevent that from going through, so that's pretty good. But yeah, I'd say that things are looking up for House Blend here, but again, we saw in game 1 that things can change in an instant when you got that Reaper down. So will that Reaper go the distance this time as well? No, it's going to get tributed for a Monarch here, going for a Ryza, but that's going to get met with a pulling, so that'll stop the Ryza there. Avarice at least gets you back into the game a little bit with the draws here. So what do you shuffle back? Probably your apprentices and those targets, right? So maybe Apprentice, Seer, Apprentice, Tomato, and Sangan. Maybe a Reaper as well, because Reaper is a good thing to search out. A lot of different options for what you want to Avarice here. We're going to go for an Apprentice. What else? I think the Apprentice makes sense. You can go for a Seer as well, if you want another target for Apprentice in the deck. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't. That's a part of an issue with like streaming these is that sometimes you look away for a second and things happen. So yeah, I definitely believe that. The fact that because we got other watchers here and no one said anything, so like the fact that other people were watching and no one's like reached out to the players or something like that, I feel like that might not be the case, but I could definitely be wrong. I'm sort of like dividing my attention between the chat and the game. So yeah, I do really love the pot and jar arts. I don't know why they gave the Pot of Avarice art this mustache. Like, I don't know why they did that. They didn't have to do that. Like, I don't know what that means for this art. But, I mean, I guess this is a more common facial hair style in Japan than elsewhere. But still, I don't know why they gave it that. They didn't have to give it this mustache, but they did. So, I'm just going to say that about this Avarice art. It's kind of wild there. But the jar and pot arts are all iconic. So it's always fun seeing new versions come out and do things with that. But that Ryza coming down, spinning back. What are they spinning? Sangan in the set. They're going to spin back the Sangan. That makes sense. Because now if Houseblend has a Monarch in hand, they can't just immediately slam that down. But we'll have to see exactly what they do here because they can still set the Sangan as just sort of a defender. They got 7200, so they're not really at risk of dying out of nowhere here. But we'll have to see if, I mean, Sloven could potentially just have another Ryza and then just get the perfect circle really going here. But we'll have to see. Let's see. I also want to see how the bracket's going. So, oh yeah, this is the one game. This is the one game in the bracket now. I mean, that is one of the flaws of a double elimination tournament as opposed to a Swiss tournament. Is that, I mean, one of the nice things is that if you're playing and you get knocked out early, then you just leave. But I mean, yeah, that is very true, Oratos. I mean, I'm doing that right now, right? I've got the game open on TV, but I'm looking at the chat. I'm looking at other stuff. So yeah, that is very fair. So, yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that didn't happen, but we can check the replay after, I guess, just to see. I don't know if it affected much or not. It might have actually affected a fair bit, but we'll have to see what happened. The thing about this, so they could have a pulling set. Oh, bye-bye Democ. I mean, that could be potentially pretty good. Because now it's engraved to bring back off something like Call or Premat, so Okay, that seems pretty good to me. Sangan searching out something here. They already had Disc Commander engraved though, and that is probably the better card to bring back off Call or Pre-Map because it doesn't miss timing. But I do love Thestalos. It is very much a Giga Chad. I mean, look at this thing. He's got the Sigma Male grind set. He's so far into the grind set that his hands are on fire. That's how Sigma Male he is. Searching out a Warrior Lady that will clear the Thestalos potentially. Call though. Call going for probably the Demok. I mean, if you're allowing this, yep. So call for Demok. Will that go through? And that will go through. Wow. It's going to be pretty good here. Get a 2800 beater out on field, and also you get a spell back, probably the Brain Con, I'd assume, because this is lethal damage if this goes through. So, yeah. Yeah, I do think that that's a very good point, panel. Like, that's one of the appeals of the GX era, and the DM era, for that matter, too. Like, they're very easy to pick up, you know? Even if you don't know, like, what certain decks do, like, Monarchs is Monarchs, right? Like, at the end of the day, it's very, very simple to understand. If you know the rules of the game, you want to summon out big guys and, you know, use their effects to gain advantage, right? So it's very, very intuitive. And while playing these formats at like a super high level definitely takes some time, right? Some grinding. The fact that the barrier of entry is so low means that you can just very easily get back into it. But yeah, Thessalos backfired. But to be fair, they had call for Disc Commander there as well. And that would have also been the end of the game there probably. But that call does go to grave, I believe, here. Because, you know, it was destroyed. Okay, yeah, there it goes. Because that could matter if Houseblood wants to rise to their own call and then, you know, get that in rotation for the Disc Commander and stuff like that. Cider coming down. Is Cider going to get attributed for a Monarch here or not? That's the question. But I'm kind of curious. One of the things that I'm interested in seeing as we go through the formats of the game's history, I'm very curious, like, what will be the first format where it really feels like you can't get into it just picking up cards and doing stuff like that. But yeah, Mirror Force on the rise is going to be pretty good here because now you've got the Warrior Lady coming back. I assume that was the set. But you can summon out Warrior Lady attacking for 15 and then put them not on a 2-turn clock, but on quite a low life point threshold there. So that's pretty good there. Of course, you know, Warrior Lady, there are ways to deal with that potentially. But okay, it looks like it's flipping set in 1 and passing back. Actually, here's an interesting question for chat. What format do you think will be the format that you can point to and be like, this is where people can't really get in just by picking up a deck, right? They have to like learn combos. They have to learn all that stuff. And so it actually is harder than just picking up cards because I think that might change over time too. Like, you know, as there might be some formats that have that and then things get banned and then becomes a more simple format. Who's to say? But I definitely think, like, you look at Modern and you're like, Modern, you need to actually like learn combo decks and stuff like that. Like if you pick up a deck, I mean, maybe Labyrinth is simple enough to be something that you can just pick up and run with, right? But you won't be able to play that deck like in a meaningful manner on the first time you play, right? And that's sort of what I mean by like getting into it, right? Like, you know, you could pick up a deck, like struggle for a couple games and then eventually get what you're doing there. But yeah, Shining Darkness is definitely a good contender for that because one, you got the Shining Darkness stuff. So you got like, you know, Inferno's getting a lot better there. Oh, Crush card though, that can turn around this game in an instant there. But you've got like crazy like Inferno lines and things like that. Like that will definitely be a very good combo deck. But also in the Shining Darkness, you have Frog FTK, which is both an FTK deck and a deck that is very non-linear. Like in order to set up your Frog FTK combos, you need to know one, first how to pull off the FTK, and two, you need to be able to know when to pivot into just building a board, right? Because sometimes you can't FTK, and you know you can't FTK, but you need to sort of shift to a board that your opponent can't really break. Yeah, I mean, that is fair. Pendulum summoning is very unintuitive, and a lot of people don't know how to do it. So that is definitely one of them for sure. But I will say that pendulum summoning doesn't actually feature too heavily in a lot of the old Arc V formats, right? You eventually get into them, but I do think that like there is a bit of you probably jump into Charleston format where like clipboards are a thing, but they don't really use the pendulum summoning mechanic that much. It's more just like tribute summoning and stuff like that. BA is definitely a deck that like can be a bit tricky, but you read over the cards a bit and you're like, okay, I relatively know what to do here, right? Yeah, so I feel like those formats are still also relatively fine to me. But I don't know. And of course, the threshold for this thing can also change depending on what type of player you are, what you like to see in a game, what you don't like to see in a game, right? Like for me personally, like I look at the BA cards and I'm like, okay, these are a bit like tricky, like they've got multiple effects and things like that. But I feel like just reading over them once, like I can get a general idea of it and I can like play a game with them, right? But for some people, they'd be like, no, there's just too much text on these cards, and it's a lot to take in all at once. And like knowing like exactly how to pair them together, like that takes time. And I feel like, so I just cannot manage to work this deck right now. Right. But that's also fair. Like, I'm not going to begrudge people for feeling that way. It just is honestly a matter of personal opinion and taste for a lot of people too. There's more pendulum summoning in early Zexal than the entirety of ArcV. Well, Pepe format, had a lot of pendulum summoning to be fair. But yeah, Zexal, definitely had Soul Charge running around a lot, which is basically just a full power pendulum summon, to an extent. So Fearmonger getting sent there, and Fearmonger will be able to, in the standby phase, bring back the Disc Commander to get 2 draws. Now, the thing is that it's still under Crush Card, so that means that you're still going to be drawing into those Crush Cards, but you're open to draw into things that can potentially help you out here. So, but yeah, there goes the Disc Commander coming back. If you draw into another Fearmonger, that's very good, obviously. But yeah, it's going to be pretty rough for Houseblend here if they draw into things that just get hit by Crush Card here. But those do get revealed, because those are draws. Fearmonger songs, definitely on the rise. I love Fearmonger. It is such a good card. Because, like, it can be tricky. Sometimes it won't actually go off, you need to maneuver it so that way you get Disc Commander engraved before you get Fearmonger. If you draw Fearmonger earlier, you're like, oh, man, that's rough. But I do think that Fearmonger is very neat. But, Brandon says, let the record show I drew the second Mally off of Hoyd's Dark Bribe. Dark Bribe coming in clutch there. That is very, very funny. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the D-draw, I guess, would have also, drawn you to that second Mally, but it just adds a little bit of a chef's kiss to the fact that, the Dark Bribe was the thing that drew you into it. So very, very funny there. But yeah, welcome to the stream as well. Yeah, that is so rough. But maybe not as rough as being under CCV like this. So, I mean, that was the last turn on CCV, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. Maybe it wasn't. But I think it was the last turn. I could be wrong. But Hellspawn still has a fair amount of life points left. So, they can definitely get their way back into this. Hydrogen is going to be pretty good here. Hydrogen attack over the Disc Commander. And just like that, the life points that I was talking about are a bit low. So, still have enough to pay for a Premat, still have enough to pay for a BrainCon, but it is in a very, very lower situation than it was before. So I believe the Crush Card's inactive now. I believe that this was the end of Crush Card. Yeah, okay, there we go. So that means that that card can stay in hand. The back row is a bit spooky because the fact that they committed Hydrogen here into potentially a Cyber Dragon or something like that. I guess Sidra is like, yeah, you got through 2 of them, but there are other cards. I guess Breaker's gone. I guess, yeah, okay, that's just going to be the end of the game. So it seems like that was enough. Crush Card taking the game there. I do love Mally. I mean, it's not for everyone. I mean, you draw 2 Mallies and just like pain, right? But, yeah, Mally is pretty neat, I think, overall. But yeah, definitely not for everyone, Aratos. But yeah, okay, that will be that one. And now we go into another match. How long did that game take? When did that game start? That game started like, let's see, looking in the Discord chat. It started at about 3:40 or so. And now it is 4:51. That game was about like over an hour, which is kind of wild. But, that's how these games can go sometimes. They're a bit of a grind there. But yeah, I mean, some of these prints are just so expensive for when you're playing in paper. And I really don't get why. I mean, I get why these cards are still good in later formats, right? Like, you see Ryza running around, Cardru running around, all that stuff in Edison too. So, like, if it's legal in Edison, playable in Edison, then, like, those will be a bit more expensive than you normally think. And also, Perfect Circle is a format that people do play. Not the most popular format in the world, but it is a format that people play, and, there is a bit of a scene for it. So, like that will rise the price as well there. Yeah, I thought the last duel would never end. That was a lot of people's opinion there, but yeah, that was a wild one. That's part of where the fun of this format comes from too. Like you do get into these grindy games, and the grinding games can be cool. So yeah, the Reaper outs. You got to get those Reaper outs in deck because Reaper is a good card, but and that happens sometimes, right? Like, and if you're going for game, like you think like, oh, I need to save this for like the one Reaper in deck. Like, no, not necessarily, right? So, yeah, just rough stuff there overall. But very intense games. Spelvin winning those 2 games there on the first and third one. That very, very small threshold. But Lalo was on zombies, but Lalo got basically immediately eliminated. So that's rough. It's always sad because zombies is a cool deck. Like you got Card of Safe Return, you got Ill Blood, you got all these cool stuff. But Perfect Zero Monarch is just so consistent and it's just so good. So it is rough. Decree is going to be pretty good here. Interesting that that's in the main, but it's going to go pretty hard here. Am I in favor of or anti prize cards being included in these formats? I think it depends on the format. I think personally for me, if there are over 6 copies of a card that's around, right? Like, and that is confirmed, then I'm okay with it being in format. Because realistically, if we're playing, 2 people playing around this time and we're all just filthy rich, we could have potentially bought 3 cards. Oh, they're playing Neo's Alias. That's very neat. So adding a bit to the hero package here. Very cool stuff there. But so if there are like 6 cards running around, it's just 6 cards, right? Realistically, if we were both like millionaires, billionaires, or whatever, and we wanted to spend that money on Yu-Gi-Oh, we could have made these decks and played it at the time. Now, would you have a full tournament of these decks? Well, no, probably not. But that could apply to any sort of thing. Like, realistically, if you have 1 million people playing in a GOAT format tournament, right? At the time, there weren't enough cards running around for that sort of thing to be supported. But it is something that could, if you want to hold an online tournament for a GOAT format event, right? You could potentially have that and make that work. And that would be really, really cool. I don't think it will ever happen because 1 million people is a lot of people. But it's something that you could happen even though the card pool at the time was not big enough to support that sort of thing. So I personally think that as long as there is enough for 2 people in a match to have access to those cards, then I'm okay with it being in the format. Which is why for Airblade format, I personally am of the opinion that Airblade should not include Crush Card Virus because Crush Card Virus, from what we know of, and maybe this will change as more information is revealed over time or something like that, but from what we know of, we only have 5 confirmed copies of Crush Card Virus out there. And that means that 2 people could not be playing 3 of them, right? So, it's I don't know. And obviously, people can have different opinions on this, right? And I'm not trying to say that my opinion is the only opinion that works, but I sort of view it that way. Where all I care about is the game in front of me, right? Not necessarily the broader tournament as a whole. And so if everyone in that tournament had a Crush Card Virus, where at the time that would not be something that would be possible to happen, that's just sort of like a casualty of the format being big enough to support that. And I don't think there's a good way to then sort of shift that away for just, when you do get a big tournament of let's say, I don't know, Demise format where Crush Card's still pretty rare at the time, right? If you do have a big format of that, I don't want to put people away and say okay, we have this cap here based on the number of Crush Card Viruses in rotation at the time, right? I'd rather just have more people playing and just say yes, right now, this is not what the format would look like, right? This is not a 1-to-1 representation of what it was at the time, but we're just going to play with it anyways because people enjoy this sort of game style even if it's not matching the original event itself. Yeah. If you think about it, all retro formats, when we return to them, are not going to be representative exactly of the original event, right? For instance, zombie format, right? It's called zombie format because zombies were very prevalent in the original event. Zombies won the event. Actually, the finals were just 2 zombie players playing against each other, right? So, you could argue that any zombie format tournament where zombies is not a prevalent deck is not really a zombie format tournament because, where are the zombies? That's why we're playing. That's why we're playing to emulate this old event that happened at the time. And this isn't really getting a 1-to-1 representation of that event. But at the end of the day, are you going to restrict people from playing, decks that are in the format that you could have brought to the event? No, you're not going to do that. So it sort of morphs into its own thing that tries to match the sort of style or vibes of the event or the card pool at the time, right? Yeah, that's sort of like my opinion on that. And not everyone agrees with this, but like that's sort of what I think. And yeah. And also people approach formats for different reasons. And depending on the reason why you approach a format, your opinion on this might change, right? Like if you're someone who thinks that like these formats should represent just sort of the average player experience at the time, then you can definitely restrict card pools, right? If you're someone who thinks that this format should represent like, okay, at peak levels of competitive nature, like what is this format going to look like? Then, you're probably going to be someone who likes including the prize cards, right? And depending on which end of the spectrum you fall between, you're going to have different opinions on, which side is right or wrong, right? But Rhoda, 4 exiled, exiled to pop the set. It's going to be pretty good there. Hitting a Faith, I mean, that's very good there. I mean, the only spell is like Avarice, but like you get that back online for later, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, but ultimately at the end of the day, like the thing that I always say is that if there's an established community already for the format and they've gone one way or another, I sort of just go with what they say, right? Because me personally, like I try and go into this without any like sort of hubris or pride or something, right? I'm just someone out there, like I view my role as someone getting out these formats to the masses, like just saying like, look, this format's out here. Not necessarily as someone who is basically like, oh, I'm making this format what it is. Like we're running this format and I am one of the progenitors. I am one of the original elites who played it. And if y'all want to play this format, you must come in and beg, not that I'm saying that people are like that, but like, I feel like that's an extreme version of something that I have seen where some people, they're very gatekeepy about old formats where they're like, oh, I've been playing this format for years and you're just coming to it now? Scrub. Why are you coming to ruin my great insular community, right? I feel that's just a bad way to approach it because then you wind up in a situation where you're just pushing people away, right? And I want to grow these formats. I don't want to, make them smaller, right? And so, yeah, Breaker coming down here. Now, the question is, do you break the back row or do you not? You break Decree or do you not? There's a lot of things that you could break here. You could also just crash the breakers into each other, leave yourself with a DD Assailant, but I don't really think that makes sense. I think the best move for that Assailant is just crashing into the breaker. But they're going to break the Decree there. Okay, that's pretty good. Both players on Floodgates. Wow, this is pre or post side? This is pre-side. Pre-side is wild. Yeah, for sure. Seems like Alpha 2 is on more of a like macro Monarch deck or just a macro Warrior deck of some sort. Playing the Alias as well, which is wild. That's so cool. Very, very based. But yeah, and then Splevin is on Apprentice Monarch, so that is main decking Decree because I don't necessarily know why they're main decking it, but I mean, it is a good card against a variety of decks in this format, so it's pretty cool. Nacho Vidal is a great DB name. I love that DB name. That's so good. Nacho Vidal. That's great. But yeah, Soul Exchange on the Breaker, spinning back something here. What are you going to spin? Spinning back the Dimensional Fissure. That is interesting. I'm wondering why they're doing that. Because, like, realistically, yes, this does, like, draw lock them for a turn, but, like, do you care if your Ryza gets banished? Do you care about that? I don't know. They're just going to set it up next turn anyways. So, like, what are you worried about there? I don't know. I mean, I guess they can set up anything next turn anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much, but, like, it just struck me as a bit weird. But, again, it doesn't really matter. You're just signaling your opponent that your set is not like MST, I guess. Because something you could do is MST the new set there, but. Oh, don't want to risk hitting a chain. We'll just want to lock it. That makes sense, Rados. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that, but that is very true. Yeah, because if you hit a chainable, then they chain that, and then you don't get the lock there. So that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. See, that's something that, you wouldn't necessarily know looking from the outside in on this format. And part of the reason why I'm excited to dive into the Perfect Circle era of formats, there's a lot of nuance to this sort of thing. And people have been playing these for a long time. And so they know a lot more of the nuance than I do. And I'd like to dive in and try and pick up some of that nuance myself. So Dust Tornado there hitting a TT, getting rid of that. Very good card overall, but maybe not if LV2 drops a Survivor. But LV2 just sort of setting a bunch of back. They don't have many monsters right now, but they're preparing for when they do get them. So, what's Spellman going to do here? They're keeping their Reaper up because if they don't, keep this up, then they're potentially dead. So I think this makes sense. 100 life points is very, very low. But, again, we've seen Spellman come back from the edge before. Heavy is going to go pretty hard here if it goes through. Obviously, thinking about that, do they let that go through? Do they not? They're going to go for Solemn there. I think that makes sense. But that does drop them down below to 2,500. That is a very, very scary spot to be in for LF2 against a Monarch deck, which, Monarchs have 2,400 attack. So, yeah, it's pretty rough there. Set could also be Decree, which would be really sad for LF2. But Spellman sending another pass him back. Now LF2 is closer to deck out than Spellman. Not that I think it will go to deck out, but I mean, we've been seeing some of these games go pretty long because of a Reaper that's unable to be outed. So, yeah. The grind is real. The grind is real. I'm going to check back in on the YouTube poll here. Seems like 33% of people say Zombies will win. 11 say Monarch. 26%. 37% of people say Zombies will win. That's kind of wild, given that Zombies is now out of the format tournament. But I guess people really want Zombies to come back from the dead here. But Rhoda going for a card from deck there. Going for a Survivor. I mean, that makes sense. Survivor do be surviving. And, that'll come back through a lot of different things. And if you're monster light, having a monster that just keeps coming back is very good. So that Old Vindictive will pop the Survivor, which could actually come up. Because if Slevin has a Bottomless Trap hole or something here for when the Survivor comes back, they can banish it again. And DD Survivor can only get its effect off once per turn. So if it comes back and you get rid of it in the end phase, then it will actually still be gone there. But things are looking pretty good for Alfie 2. This is not a spot this one wants to be in. They're going to set 2, pass back. Could be a Morphing Jar set. It's Morphing Jar, you draw 5. You don't lose the card you have in hand. That's pretty good. Could just be that they're trying to set more back row to have more back row to protect themselves. But either way, it's going to be a bit tricky for Spellman to come back in this situation. But again, anything can happen in these games. So they're going to hit into the set. It is a Crystal Seer. Crystal Seer will be able to add a card to hand here and also put a card on bottom of deck, trying to dig deeper into a way to deal with this situation. Are they not adding it to hand? Did I misread with the Crystals here? Add one of them to hand, and then you put the other on bottom deck. Yeah, you add to hand. So, yeah, I think I did that earlier, but after the grind games they've been through, I don't blame them for missing that because, I mean, having an hour plus long game, we're just constantly on the edge of death is so mentally taxing. And this game is another one where, it's going a bit long, but you're constantly at risk of dying. Yeah. Yeah, you probably didn't need the 1 per turn restriction, but I mean, I personally am glad that it's here because it gives other decks a way to out Survivor. And generally, if you're outing Survivor, you're using 2 cards to do that. And so it's not necessarily the best trade for the player who's against Survivor. So I think it does balance out ultimately. And so I think it's fine. But Heavier is going to be pretty good, clearing away those back row there. Hitting a Decree as well, which is also going to be a good one to hit. But unfortunately, you're losing your Bottomless in your Book, but Bottomless would get trade for it by the Decree there anyways. So you got Book though. Book is, or no, you don't have Book anymore, but you got other back row. So I think it makes sense. Decree is limited or semi-limited to 2 copies here. So, Solex. That's a good draw. They're thinking Dipfit is gone now, but if they got macro, they can chain macro to this, get the Survivor back into play. That's going to be pretty good there. Okay, it looks like they're not going to chain a macro if they do have a macro. But is this a Ryza? Is it Ryza or something else? It looks like they're going to tribute Set. So it could be a Zaborg. That's the question. I do like playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Without time rules. I agree with that, Zach Running Cheese. I do understand in an in-person event, you kind of need to have time rules because, if you're going way over schedule, people have lives to get to. People can't just drop out and then turn off their computer and do something else, right? People have traveled to that thing and they need to, sort of account for travel time, things like that. So if you want to have the most Yu-Gi-Oh played possible, you do need to have time rules. But I think for online events, it's a lot easier to not play with time rules. And so I do like playing online without time rules, but I think for in-person, it's a necessary evil. Although some people would say it's a part of the game, which, everyone's entitled to their own opinion on that. I would say in-person, it definitely is a part of the game, but it's a part of the game I wouldn't like to focus on. So, I think focusing on it is not really the best thing to do. But like, again, that's, I don't know. This could just be too idealistic on my part, right? So that's just me. Demise going back up again and passing back. I mean, Demise is good to set up. It, makes things a bit annoying for Splevin here in a variety of different situations. Is Sangan gone? Sangan's not gone. So if a Sangan is there and tribute off, then Dimfizz, stops that. So that's very good. Alfie 2 just setting a bunch. They don't have to worry about Decree anymore. So they're fine with that. Heavy is gone as well. So they don't need to worry about that. So it's looking pretty good for Alf here, but they are at 10 cards. They are 10 cards and they got to clear that Reaper somehow. So potentially this could go to deck out. That's wild. It's wild how many of these games have gone this long. But, that may be the sign of a good format. I don't know. I personally like when that happens. I think it's very, very intense. But some people would not say that. So taking over a Crow, that's good to hit there. It also means they don't have a Crush card set. I feel like 100% you'd go for Crush card here. Even if the Wild Iron is destroyed, it's just good to hit that. Hydro Game will not send this to Graveyard, but you don't really care about that because you're still getting over it. Saku will deal with the Hydro, so that will get that out of the way. I think, honestly, there's an argument for leaving that there, but Splevin must be scared Torrential. Why else keep setting? I mean, that does make sense. And if Ali had a TT here, they would have fired it because TT clears everything except for Wild Heart, so Wild Heart does manage to get in and win. So that to Splevin is great information for later. Apprentice Edition will be destroyed, and I believe it should still get out another Apprentice Edition at this point in the game. I think it does if there are targets left. Might not be targets left. There should be more Apprentice Editions here. Well, it is a when you can. So, yeah. But yeah, also, yeah, all the monsters are weak too. So, like, I feel like if Alpha 2 had a Torrential, they would have gone summon Wildheart, activate Torrential, and blow up the board and then tag him for 15, right? And that would be the end of the game. So, yeah, so you don't need to worry about that. But yeah, distribute summoning out a Sidra is interesting here. I guess because you know about Hydrogeddon's in deck. I mean, there has to be one more Hydrogeddon at least. But, I mean, I don't know. If you manage to clear the Reaper, the less of guaranteed hit in than the Wildheart. Okay, pitching and then going. So if they had that for a while, why not just go for Wildheart in, right? Like if they had to clear the sets, right? That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. That made sense. Yeah, they played that well. But wow, that was another grinder. Another grinder. We got, what other game have we got next? We've got Pana versus Houseblend here. Diving into this one, seems like Pana won game 1. But that's a pretty good opener from Houseblend, going Stratos into D-Draw, into Mally. Oh, that's rough. That's rough. And Dust Shoot as well. Oh, some games, yeah. Yeah, Ring, I think, is very important. I think Ring is a very, very good card. I think it's actually a healthy card overall. Yes, it can lead to games ending quick and, like, just you do a big OTK push and then you ring for game, right? But there's counterplay to Ring. Book is a counterplay to Ring. There are other ways to deal with it. And ultimately, it stops games like that, where it's just like a long, grindy game, just where both players are sitting and just not doing anything because they're stalling out the game. They're both very, very low in life, right? So I do love Ring. I will say Ring was hit too soon. I think Ring is a healthy card. And I'll stand by the fact that Ring is a healthy card in a format. Very powerful card, but powerful cards can still be healthy cards. So, okay, it seems like the hand is Kaiku, Knock, Brain, MST, and Heavy. Yeah, nothing you really want to commit into that, I guess. Yeah. It's awkward, but, like, I do... Well, I guess you could go... I guess you could go Brain on Stratos, summon Kaiku, attack in just to banish the Mally. But it's just kind of... I don't know, then they just crash in to your Kaiku, and then you don't have anything there. But it might still be worth doing. I don't know, you may just have to play with what you got there, but... Yeah. And you can also save it for when you have a Monarch to convert the Brain Con with, so that works too. Okay, looks like this game is on pause for a second, so let's dive in to the other one here. We check the bracket here. We see, okay, it looks like the winner of this one will face Dump Truck. The winner of this one will face Clemens, who will face the winner of the match between whoever loses this and Cotton Candy Brandy. And then that match will go through, and then that match, it's going to be a lot of, a long time. But yeah, it does change a lot of math, which I really do think is a great use of the card. I think it changes the way people play in a good way, right? It's kind of like Mirror Force, right? Mirror Force is a strong card, but it is a card that deserves to be banned. I would say no, because it encourages people to switch things to defense and adjust their play pattern to play around it. And Ring is the same sort of thing, right? Like, I remember, for instance, in the Monarch video that I released just yesterday, I mentioned at one point that, like, I played the game a bit differently than I would have. Like, I Rung of Destruction a Stratos as opposed to Ring of Destruction as Cyber Dragon, because the Cyber Dragon was 300 more damage, and it could potentially wind up in a situation where I lose to my opponent's ring. And I think that was a very, very sort of, like, it didn't matter in the end. I still lost that game, but, like, it still, felt like a meaningful difference and felt like a bit of skill expression, even though maybe it wasn't skill expression. Maybe it was just like me coping, but I think that it does change math. Like, there are definitely games where it does change things. Death Shoot, that's going to be brutal. Soul Exchange, what is POA? We'll figure out what POA when it gets to it. 2 Tomato, a Break of the Magical Warrior, and a Card Destruction. That's interesting. Playing Card D. Okay, POA. What do you think POA is, chat? What is POA? Person of attack. Percentage of area. People of Amazon. Pot of Avarice. Yes, that's what it is. Thank you, Ratos. Yeah. Oh, and 95 Clemmy. You both hit it at basically the same time, down to like the millisecond, honestly. Yeah, so, but you're both right. That's definitely Pot of Avarice. So, Stratos comes out to search here. Or wait, did it come out to search or to pop? No, first effect, so to pop. And so TT will be used on that. Bring out a Tomato there. Tomato to attack in. Wow. 1400 to the face. And also just a sticky monster there overall. 7-1, pass him back. Banisher. Banisher is very good against Tomato there. So Banisher will be able to hit in there if that is allowed to go through. And it will indeed be allowed to go through. So that is some rough stuff. Set another. Pass him back. I mean, if they drew Decree, it's going to be pretty good. But it looks like it is an MST. So going for that back row there, just clear it. Solemn. MST is gone, which can come up if a Faith goes into play. Because, you have something to get back, Breaker coming down, though, to potentially hit over the Banisher and then pop a back row. But that's going to be met with a Bottomless there. But, to be fair, it would have been met with a Solemn if that had been around, probably. Cyber Dragon coming down here, 2100 to beat over the Banisher. And if you think about it, the Breaker did its job. It traded with a back row. So, unfortunately, the other back row also, managed to stop that side row. So, yeah, it's rough stuff. I think it would have turned out this way no matter what. But if they'd hit the Bottomless, then, Alpha 2 would be down half life points. Eddie Miguel, I've been great. How have you been? This has been a really, really intense set of matches here in the zombie format tournament. And we had a Demise locals earlier, which was really fun too. So, it's been a great day of great Yu-Gi-Oh! So, yeah. But I'm excited. Tomorrow, the monthly tournament for Demise will start as well. So that'll be great. We get some more great games. And I'm really excited for what I'm bringing to that. Because, I mean, I'm going to bring some version of Hero deck. I'm either going to bring T-Hero or DDT, something like that. And I just love playing that deck. It's just so, so cool. And so, I'm looking forward to it. I might bring Monarchs, though. I don't know. I feel like bring Monarchs is not the best. Like, Perfect Circle Monarch, it's just a level above, I think, when you have Ryza in it. And I'll be playing that, probably in the next couple formats. So, yeah, I'll probably just go for T-Hero instead. Select on the DD Assailant, so that will clear that for a Ryza, which will spin back the Banisher. So, I mean, overall, I think that was a good choice because, you know, now they don't have a way to deal with the Ryza right now. But Swollen at 1,000 life points, that is a very scary spot to be in. You know, very, very close to the edge. Looks like all of you two just setting one, passing back, keeping that Banisher in hand. Ryza attacking in for 24. Will that go through? It will indeed go through, dropping down to 900. Now it's down to both players being low. Both players low on life. They're close to the edge. Any wrong move can wind up in a loss. Setting one, passing back. Now they're committing the Banisher just to block off things, but Banisher's defense is 0. So if Swollen draws into anything else, they can go for that. But they got a Moby. Oh, no! The Mobster. Mobster's able to pop both those, popping a knock and a heavy. That is rough. That is some rough stuff. Yeah, now there's probably just going to be curtains. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what Alpha 2 can really do here. Yeah, just set one pass. I mean, that's what you got to do. You know, if you're drawing monsters, you got to set them. You know, that's how it goes. Reaper, though, that will start the 3-turn clock going through here. Hidden into a breaker. Reaper tagging in for 300. And that means that some of that background must be protective, you know. Snipe Hunter just getting in, trying to beat into that Reaper, but probably Book of Moon in the back row, so you just book down the Reaper. Or Mirror Force, that does it too. And yeah, that'll be the end of the game. So game 2, yeah. Brain Con would have been great on the top there, but actually would have still been lethal because you Brain Con the Mobius and attack into the Reaper, and then they Mirror Force that. So unfortunately would have still been lethal there, but you know, Brain Con would have been iconic a turn or two prior. So smashing on the Reaper, so Healthblunt is able to clear the Reaper this time. They were like, I'm not getting into this situation again. You know, I'm clearing that Reaper. You know, this is the all-important game 3. Rhoda getting fired. Rhoda for a warrior. What warrior will it be? Who will it be? What's that from? Who will it be? Bum, bum, ba, da, ba, da, ba, 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 ba. It's like from a kid's show, I think, right? The Blues Clues? Maybe Blues Clues. I don't know, you know it's come a long way in a stream when I'm bringing up Blues Clues. But Stratos for Mally. Attack into the opponent's Stratos. I think that all makes sense. Setting one, passing back. Seems like lag issues are going on a little bit here. Looks like no dust shoot and standby. Unless there's more lag. Breaker. Breaker will deal with that backer very nicely, but that's a TT, so that'll trade there nicely too. Setting one, passing back. That's how it goes sometimes. We get that set pass gameplay. That's what a lot of these grinder formats are all about. That set pass gameplay. Kaiku is going to be pretty good here. Can banish a Stratos and a Breaker. That's not bad. Also, if Mally gets pitched, then you can't banish for Mally to get another Mally. So that's a very good use of Kaiku. Very good anti-meta card, I think, overall. So, yeah. Send another to protect that Kaiku, passing back, but MST will deal with that set, hitting a Heavy Storm. So it was a bluff. It was a bluff all along. Ha, ha, ha. I guess the MST could be viewed as a bluff kind of too. Destiny Draw is going to be pretty good pitching that Mally, but again, you can't banish that Mally while the Kaiku's up, so you need to clear that first. So that makes things a little bit awkward here. They're checking their grave. Maybe they got a pre-mat or something? Yeah, that Kaiku complicates a lot. This is a big thing. I don't blame them for thinking about this. We don't know what's in their hand, but yeah, it's definitely a tricky situation here for sure. And there's the think. So yeah, it's gonna be a thinker. It's gonna be a thonker. It's gonna be a thanker. Let's see. Yeah, I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not streaming the whole event. You definitely won't be able to do that. But cool to see 10 people for a zombie format event because this is a small tournament, a small format. So getting 10 is pretty good. Rhoda here. Rhoda, I think, makes sense. But what do you have to deal with that Kaiku is the question. Maybe an exile, maybe something else. But either way, you're using up your normal summon on that. Warrior Lady, yep. That will also deal with the Kaiku. But it's very passive play to send Warrior Lady passing. But, you know, okay, they're going to summon the Warrior Lady. But this banishes the Mally from grave. Oh, no. So they do take 3 here. But they lose their Mally. If Panda so chooses. But it looks like, yeah, okay. There we go. There we go. I was like well, maybe, I mean, Kaiku is technically not mandatory. You can, like, leave monitoring your opponent's grave. But yeah, that banishes the Mally there. So they don't have that online. But maybe this means the House Blend and bricked on a Mally. They might have drawn into the second Mally, which, you know, would be rough, but it is something that can happen. So that might be why they were fine just summing out the Warrior Lady tagging into the Kaiku instead of just setting the Warrior Lady and being like, well, okay, if they spawn on a Monarch here, at least, like, you know, I can then use Mally, right? Setting 1, passing back. I love the Grand Mole avatar that Pan has. That's a great avatar. I should actually change my DB to Grand Mole now that I'm in the GX era. And now we reach Grand Mole in a set. I had it at Yada for a while. I still have it as Yada. So, yeah, I figure it's a good time to change it to Grand Mole. A new era. Although I guess we've been in this era for a while. But, you know, Grand Mole's out now and we didn't have that. So, you know, makes sense. Grand Mole is extremely base 2D. I agree. I love Grand Mole. It's like, it's rough though because like I feel like Grand Mole doesn't see much play in a lot of the decks in Demise format and maybe beyond, because it's like there are better normal summons that you can do, right? And so there are some decks that really like it, but like most decks, there's it's like, oh, I'll just use a different normal summon. But yeah, Penguin Soldier does wish it could be Grand Mole. Can you imagine Grand Mole out in like DM era formats? That'd be wild. Not sure it would really be like the best in the world because in DM era formats you don't really have like, you know, you'll have like just monster that you bring out and stuff, and it's like they attack your Grand Mole and they're like, okay, I'm just gonna bring it out again next turn because it's not like anything too crazy. But tributing a Fearmonger tribute setting there is very interesting. That is probably the Mally, I would assume. Yeah, tribute set. That, I mean, that is like 90% a Mally. Okay, it seems like Splevin lost to Alfia 2, so that means that there are 2 more matches that are also going to be going on. Okay, we got more bracket moving around. We got Splevin versus Con Canyon Branding, and we got Dump Truck versus Alfia 2 there as well. Did we get to see Dump Truck's deck at all? I think we saw it a little bit earlier. But yeah, it's still very cool stuff. Yeah, Gadgets, I think, are a good deck to play Mole. I think that makes sense. But outside of Gadgets, it's like, it's kind of an iffy card. But yeah, if you're playing Gadgets with the Ultimate Offering, then Mole's just an instant include because it just easily clears what your opponent's doing. I personally am a fan of Gadgets without Ultimate Offering. I don't think it does enough. I think it's a win more card. Would may sound crazy, like, you know, and I'm fully prepared to be called crazy for this take, but I feel like it's just like, you know, yes, you can wind up with these board states where like you just bring out all your Gadgets and tag in for lethal, but most of the time, you know, you're not going to wind up in that scenario. And if you're in a scenario where you're like down bad and you need to get a good card, Ultimate Offering is not that card that you need off the top of your deck. It just isn't, right? And so I sort of I try and play less win more and more like lose less. But okay, it looks like Splevin dropped from the event. I mean, this was a lot of grind games for Splevin, so it makes sense for that. Okay, it seems like Crush card with the set, which makes sense why they tribute set the Mally. I mean, that tracks. Fearmonger, Call the Haunted, and BrainCon are in hand. I mean, those are all very good, especially when you've got this Demock here. Oh no. Oh no, call plus Demog. Oh, that's gonna be really good. You got so many good spells engraved too. You got D-draw for Mount. Oh wow. Oh, that's so good. Who cares about Crush Card? Who cares? Here's two. You know, you just got to be too cracked. And they might not go for call yet because if you go for D-draw now, then like you're still under Crush Card, so not really the best. But oh, that's so good. Going for Mally here as well. Mally can either hit over Treeborn or it can potentially just serve as tribute fodder for yourself or other stuff. But I mean, it's low cost, high reward, but like, I mean, I get that. Like, it's a win more card that doesn't take much to include, right? But at the same time, like, I don't know. I feel like gadgets doesn't need a win more card because gadgets are doing their thing. They're gonna eventually win, probably, right? They're a deck with a lot of inevitability, and I feel like an inevitability deck doesn't necessarily need more cards that allow them to win more. You know what I mean? Oof, targeting the TT. That's rough. That's rough, buddy. 7-1 passing back. There's the call. Call for probably Democ, I assume. Yep. Democ goes through, but Crow goes through to stop that Democ. And now the call remains on field, which means your Treeborn Frog ain't coming back. Oh, that is rough. That's rough. Thessalos gets popped here. So just like that, I mean, things are a bit worse for you here. I think there is a world in which you summon out Fearmonger, just beat in, right? Like, is Fearmonger going to get that much better for you? Like, sure, if you draw into Disc Commander, but like Stratos is gone, so you don't have a way to search out Disc Commander. I mean, Rhoda has a way to do that, but both Rhodas are gone. So yeah, I think summing out Fearmonger just attacking in, I think that makes sense. May seem weird, but I support it. Yeah, the bad thing here is that like you don't really need to protect this, but like it seems like Pana is a bit low on cards. I mean, average is a way to get back cards, so never mind. But they're gonna show back that Crow, show back the Ryza, Fearmonger. Yeah, they're leaving Mally, of course, because it's just a dead draw, right? So yeah, this will probably get them back into the game a bit here, and I think Houseblend is one more turn on Mally. Yeah, I think they've got one more turn, or not Mally, Crush Card. So that's gonna be pretty bad for them to come back from. Yep, Cyber Dragon's gonna be pretty good there. And yeah, Trooper as well. I mean, there's going to be a lot of damage. And yeah, I mean, there is a chance. Okay, if they're playing Dasher in the deck and they draw Dasher, Dasher's destroyed by Crush Card. Fearmonger brings back the Dasher. That would be pretty hype, right? There is a chance that it happens. Is it a good chance? No. Is it a chance? Yes. So, that's something. So the card is shown here, Sangan. I mean, Sangan's a very, very good card for that. So yeah. And unfortunately, the Fearmonger is not going to help much here. Yep, setting the Sangan I think makes sense. Don't necessarily need to summon it. I mean, it will clear the Trooper, but you're low enough at life that like you don't necessarily need to want to do that. But I mean, arguably here actually you do want to do that because I mean, let's look at life point threshold. They need 1,800 to beat you now, but they just need 1,000 to beat you here. So I mean, that will do it. Yeah, so maybe Hellsblend could have survived one more turn, but realistically, I mean, the game was over once that Crush Card, or once the Crow on the Democ actually went through. I mean, that I think closed out the game. But very, very intense one. Pana will be moving on to the next round, and they're going to be facing off against Clemens here. So against that Baboon Burn deck. So that'll be neat to see. But right now we got Dump Truck versus Alpha 2, and Splum versus Cotton Candy Brandy was dropped, so that will be moving on. So Cotton Candy Brandy should be like here. So they should be facing off against whoever wins this sort of string there. But we got Dump Truck versus Alpha 2. Alpha 2. There we go. This will probably be the last game that I feature. I mean, I might even have to leave partway through this, but this will probably be the last one for me. Because, again, I do have, plans later, so I will have to leave for that. But hopefully this game wraps up relatively quickly. It seems like Alpha 2 has aggressive pressure here, and they're able to just keep hitting in with these heroes. With the Alias. Love to see Alias here. Not sure. I think it's just here as a 1900 beater. But still, Alias is a cool card. So the OG hero beat. Just attacking in for 37, I support it. And that will indeed go through, at least the Alias attack will. And now will the Strauss attack go through as well? It will indeed. So Dumbrick down to 400 life points here. That's very, very scary against Alvia 2's deck. But maybe they can get into a Reaper. Reaper might be able to do something here. But, barring that, it's not looking good for Dumbstruck. I mean, 2 spies are gone. They might have a 3rd spy in deck, which they can use to wall off a bit. But it is looking a bit rough for Dumbstruck. But we've seen Dumbstruck get out of worse situations in the past. So will they be able to do it? I don't know. Okay, 7-1 passing back. That better be Mirror Force. But then again, if Alfie 2 has Wild Heart, then that's just the end of the game probably. You summon out Wild Heart hit in for 15. Guaranteed basically, unless there's a book. I think you probably take the risk even if there is a book. Playing Gold Sark is very interesting here. That's kind of a neat tech. Tagging in for 19. Yeah, that'll just do it. That'll be the end of the game. Yeah, good game. 1 indeed. We're going into game 2. It was a Monarch brick. And it was 2 Rise of Democ. Rough. That's the classic, right? That's the classic. It would have only been a bit better if Dumbstruck drew Brain Con for turn after dropping down below 800 life points. That would be the piece de resistance on top of that brick thing. And that happens sometimes. Yeah, I mean, they feel bricky, but also, like, if you're playing macro monarch, or, like, not even macro monarch, but if you're playing a macro deck, like, that is also a bricky sort of deck. So, this feels like people in 2 brick houses throwing bricks, don't just really want to do that. But yeah, I mean, that is the nature of some of these GX era formats. Like, consistency can be a bit hard to come by. And that's why the Hero Engine's so nice, because the Hero Engine really increases your consistency, right? If you've got a way to get into Strauss, get into a Destiny Hero, to then draw more cards, you're seeing more cards, and then you have more ability to do things, right? So that's why the Hero Engine's so strong in this era, in my opinion, at least. So let's see. What is the next match? Okay, we got Pylon versus Clemens. Okay, it looks like this game is going to go into game 2. Yeah, I'm going to keep it on here just so I don't get bogged down in 2 different things. Because again, I will have to go at some point. But Dumbstruck send 1, send another, and passing back to Alfia 2 there. Who will do what? I don't know. I'll have to find out. Breaker is going to be pretty good. Breaker pop the back row, potentially. Yep, there it goes. Popping a Dust Tornado. I mean, that's good to hit, especially as the macro deck. And hitting into a Warrior Lady. Oh, that's kind of rough. And now they still got a monster on field for Monarch shenanigans. The potential for Alfia 2 just to keep the Breaker on field and be like, okay, rise me. Yeah, put my Breaker back on top of the deck. I dare you. But instead, they're just going to set 1 and pass back. Okay. Might be a chainable, though. So if Ryza goes for that chainable, they chain that. Yep, there's the Ryza. Going for the back row. Bottomless. I mean, that is the card to set into that. So, yep, that makes sense. Pre-mat, though, to bring back that Warrior Lady, clear the Breaker potentially. It's not terrible. You're still in a bit of an awkward spot because you're wide open, but clear the Breaker, so that's less damage coming to your next turn. And frankly, you're up against a macro deck. When are you going to use pre-mat later in the game, right? So use it now just to get it out of there. And then all you do is think about exactly what to do here. Go on, bring out Wild Heart. Bring out Wild Heart. As well as Salem, still cool, Gonna bring out a Salem attack in for 17. That will go through. And then setting 1, setting 2, passing back. Now they don't have to necessarily worry about Ryza hitting something that's not chainable. Or I guess not. Well, Bottomless is kind of chainable. Dust on a back row there. It's going to hit the Dust Tornado of Alfia 2's own. Probably not what Dumbstruck wanted to hit there. But maybe it was what they wanted to hit, given that all they've got here is a back row. So they're going to set that back row. Wild Heart! Wild Heart! The GOAT! The GOAT! Let's go! Wild Heart Gaming! TT's going to blow up that Assailant, but that's just a 1-for-1. The Wild Heart sticks around. So he's able to hit him for 15. But there's not a 2-turn clock, which is why Dumbstruck did it, which I think makes sense. Unfortunately, now they're facing down a Wild Heart and 2 back row with no monster. Oh, no! Oh, wow. E-call here, probably for Stratos. Stratos to get you into Alias for later plays. And, I mean, this is too much aggression here. Yeah, probably the most value I've ever seen from Breaker and Bottomless. Yeah, I'm with you there, Ratos. I think that was, I mean, but like, what did Dump Truck have to do? The Dump Truck couldn't do anything else really. And yeah, just a bunch of dead back row. That is rough. That's rough because yeah, Call can't do anything there. So like, what do you do? Yeah, that is brutal. But that's how it goes sometimes. And yeah, I mean, Dump Truck is not out of the tournament yet. Dump Truck is still going to be playing in later events, but yeah, it's gonna do it. Now, if you do is going to be in the finals on their macro warrior build. Very cool to see that. And right now we get Clemens versus Pana. It is 5:37. We get to see a little bit of Clemens versus Pana, but I'm not sticking around for this one. I won't be able to see the end of this one probably unless Pana wins this one. But if Pana does not win this one, I don't think I'll be able to show off game 3. But we'll stick around. We'll see if Pana wins it. And right now we've got the sort of line. We got the line of games here after this one. Whoever wins that will face off against Brandy. Whoever wins that one will face off against Dump Truck. Whoever wins that one will face off against Olive. So that's what the double elimination have reduced down to a single line, which will be a bit of a grind for the person on that line. That is one of the other things with the double elimination tournament is that the person in the loser's bracket, especially for a single day event, is put in a bit of a worse scenario because you have to play so many games back to back. It can really have a mental toll on you, right? And that is a skill that you can develop over time. Like mental endurance with these sorts of tournaments is a very, very important one, but it can be a bit tricky, right? Whereas with Swiss, like, you know, yes, you got to play a bunch of games back to back, but everyone's doing that, right? There's no like long break point in between for like one player or another, right? So that is sort of like one of, Decree there. Yeah, that's going to be pretty good. Yeah, I mean, this is looking really good for Pana. I think Pana will probably win this one. So I'll stick around to the end of this one. But yeah, those mills, not necessarily the best, but like, I mean, Call under Decree isn't that good. And like Heavy, you don't necessarily want to heavy your own Decree. So yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty good to me. But yep, I mean, that's how it goes sometimes, Dump Truck. That is why like some people don't like this sort of gameplay, right? Because if you play a Monarch deck, like, you know, Monarch and Brick, right? But okay, level limit. I don't necessarily know if I would have done this. I think what I probably would have done if I was Clemens, is I probably would have just activated level limit first, attacked into the Snipe Hunter, and then activate level limit after. Maybe not even activate level, or yeah, because you level limit first, but you want to clear the Snipe Hunter because Snipe Hunter can clear the level limit very easily. Prevent makes it so it wouldn't matter, but you know, you still want to do it that way, I think, because yes, Card Trooper can hit over Sanga, but then you can just search out like Yakugere and hit over the Card Trooper, and then like you're still fine. But yeah, I mean, tilt is a part of the game. You know, that's an unfortunate part of the game, but it is part of the game as well. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what happens sometimes. Going for Snipe on that Sangan, trying to get rid of that, and that will clear it, and this will be lethal if there's no back row that can stop this, like a Book of Moon or something. And that will be lethal, so very, very cool. Pana moving on to the next round. And yeah, very, very brutal stuff with that Decree, shutting everything off. But I think even if Clemens had ordered his plays differently here, it wouldn't have mattered because he'd go pre-mat for Snipe to pop the... Actually, it wouldn't matter because the level limit would be up, so you wouldn't have been able to do that. But either way, you know, very, very good game there. And yeah. So that's going to do it for me. If you want to keep watching this event, and you're watching live right now, the games will still be going on. You can hop on DB and see Pana vs. Cotton Candy and just follow the event there. Join the Format Library Discord server, which I don't have linked in the description. I might add that retrospectively. But if you want to join the YGR from Zero Discord server, which I do have linked, then we'll be having a monthly event starting tomorrow, which will be multi-day in Demise format, which was what we started the stream with. So I hope that you enjoyed the stream here. You know, definitely, you know, subscribe, like, all that stuff. So that way you can stay up to date with future streams when I stream these things in the future. And yeah, I hope you all enjoyed. I'll be covering the rest of this event in the weekly dose of Retro Yu-Gi-Oh! For this Tuesday. So stay tuned for that as well. And I'll be going over the finals there. And yeah, I hope you all enjoy. That's going to do it for me. I hope you enjoyed as always. I know I've said that like 3 times, but it's been a long stream, folks. It's been a long, long stream. 4 hours, 43 minutes. That's pretty good. I think that might be my longest so far. But anyways, I'm going to sign off here. So I'll see you all next time. And I hope you have a good